Hi guys, my name is Ambika and you are here with me on Unacademy's YouTube channel, which is Let's Crack CBSE with us. So guys, first of all, let me tell all of you about this incredible educational platform wherein you can actually get access to unlimited courses, and you can check out the recorded courses and everything whichever is lined up for CBSE, that all the things are available on our course. So first of all, let me tell all of you about the Plus subscription. So herein we have got two major subscriptions. That is the Plus and the Iconic. So let me give you a brief idea how the Plus subscription works. So first of all, as you all know that we got stuck in this situation wherein we simply can't go out, isn't it? So you can learn at the comfort of your house. You don't need to step out. Why to get affected by any of those deadly viruses and wherein you don't want to even compromise with your knowledge, with your learning. So you can enroll yourself, and you should rather enroll yourself with Unacademy. Next is unlimited access to lots and lots of courses. So once you have started doing it, once you have got the fair idea how it will going to work, so you can check it out that they have got unlimited access to n number of courses. Next is top educators of India on one platform. And the next very important thing about Unacademy is that you have got the top-notch educators. They are so prolific. They are like, they're like demigods, or they are like superheroes who are so prolific in their own streams, who are so prolific with their own topics that they will going to help you out with your own content. Next is exhaustive coverage of syllabus. So these educators will going to cover every inch, every corner of your syllabus. Nothing will be left incomplete, nothing will be compromised. We will going to cover every inch, every corner, every topic, subtopic of your course. Next is regular doubt clearing sessions. So another important thing about Unacademy is that herein you will going to have regular doubt clearing sessions. We will not going to leave you in between we have taught you things and we're not going to clarify or solve your doubts. We will, and especially one class is being dedicated specifically, it is meant for doubt clearing sessions. Next is live test series. Another important feature is your study material. So we will going to provide you the content in the PDF format. You can check it out whenever you want. It is saved there with you. Next is when it comes to English, our major drawback or our major concern area is how to answer those questions. We know, I personally feel that children know what the question is asking all of you to answer. What is the agenda? What is the situation which is being given to the by the question? But the problem arises wherein we simply don't know how to frame answers for that. Hi Nidhi, hi Srinita, hi Soumya, hi Sujal. Good evening, guys. Right, so herein we will going to help you out with that. Next is, this was all about Plus. Now we have got another iconic subscription feature, and the name of that subscription itself is Iconic. So herein we will going to cover all the aspect of your, hi Harsh, all the aspect of your learning. First of all, let me give you a clear and a fair difference between Iconic and Plus. So Iconic talks about, personal mentor. They have got this feature wherein you will going to get the guidance from the mentors. If you want any of the specific mentors, so they are all there for you. Next is your doubt solving sessions, which are live. Another important thing is weekly report. So a detailed report on classes attended, like how many classes you have attended, how you have performed in all those classes, how many tests, quizzes you have attempted, everything will be right there. But this feature is only and only applicable and available with your Iconic subscription. Next is Parent Connect. So regular open hours available for parents to discuss concerns with your personal mentors. So now because you have got a personal mentor in your Iconic, so now your parents can also have a direct connect with the mentor. Next thing is Study Planner, and all those benefits which were lying there for you when it comes to Plus, they are already there with Iconic. Right, another thing is we have got separate badges for your commerce, for your humanities, and for your science. right? Next thing is, when we grow up, when we move to grade 11, grade 12, we start giving less of the importance to our NCRT, and rather we give more importance to the other huge giant, textbooks. But herein, because we are supposed to give the CBSE exams, the board exams, and wherein we are simply going to have the content majorly from our NCRT. So we have got batches which are simply dedicated to cover your NCRT content itself. Next is your test series. Another important thing with the Unacademy is that they have come up with this iconic idea of Creative Corner. So now, because you all know, right, CBSE has actually asked all the schools that they don't want to create robots. Rather, they want to create human beings who are so prolific in every aspect of their lives, right? So now, with this concept in mind, Unacademy has also come up with the Creative Corner, wherein they will going to teach you Vedic math. Doodling means, sketching in some way or the other. Public speaking, origami is making craft from papers, or there are certain other ways as well. Magic tricks, poetry, storytelling, robotics, mnemonics. Mnemonics are, like certain abbreviations or certain ways how you can remember things for long. That is called as mnemonics, and debating. So they all are right there. They all are right there along with your plus subscription, right? And these all will be dealt by the creative experts. It's not by somebody who is like super fine with it and they are dealing with it. No, they will going to be dealt by the creative experts. So that was about Creative Corner. Let's just quickly see what are the features of a Plus and Iconic. So in Plus, we have got the best of educators, interactive live classes, live tests and quizzes. Along with that, Creative Corner. But with Iconic, as the name itself is very iconic, we have got the personal mentor. Along with that, live doubt solution, parent connect and study planner is also right there with your Iconic subscription, right? Next comes the pricing. So you can check out, you can evaluate, you can see that they are really less. Because when I'm going to recall, if you allow me, if I can recall the old days when I was in school, so we had paid a lot of huge amount for our coaching. But herein, what you are getting for 12 months or for 18 months is nothing what we have paid for a month itself. So guys, if you're really keen, if you're really interested, and if you're super excited, then you can enroll yourself with Unacademy. And for your Iconic or for your Plus, you can use my code, which is Ambika. Right, and with that you will going to get 10% discount. Now another important thing is that was all about Unacademy, but the major question still lies therein, like how to get into this app, like how we can register ourselves. So it's very easy. All you need to do is go to your Play Store, type Unacademy learning app there, install it, and that is how it simply functions. Like any of the other apps which we have, in the same way it functions. And our Telegram ID is Quest11 CBSE Science, wherein you will going to get the information what all classes are being lined up there for you, right? Again, as I've already told you, you can use my code, which is AMBIKA, to get a 10% discount. Yeah. So with this, let's move to the agenda of the day, and which is the portrait of a lady. Guys, I have decided, because now November is right here. I mean, it's 2nd of November already. And herein, we are like, what, a couple of months away from our exams. In fact, okay, let's just say 3 months away from our exams, right? So herein, what I'm going to do in this series is that I will going to come up with the summary of the chapter. I'll give you a quick brief summary. Sorry, it will not be quick, but rather it will not going to be, I'm not going to, the way I was doing in the previous lecture, that I was reading the single line, I was explaining that. So exactly the contrary of it, I will going to give a briefing of a particular paragraph, or when it comes to a poem, a briefing of a particular stanza, right? We will going to check out the Ncrt questions, and on your first page itself of Hornbill, we have got certain terms, right? So I have already got the answers for that. You can take a screenshot. Along with that, we will going to check out the Ncrt questions and a quiz which we will going to solve together, right? So that's all we are going to cover in this class. So it will be kind of a lengthy class, but I hope you'll get to enjoy it. Yeah. Now, first of all, as we already know, this story was being written by Khushwant Singh, who lived from 1915 to 2014. So that means he had seen the pathetic effect of our India and Pakistan's partition, right? He was badly affected by by the incident which took place. Another important thing is his famous work is A Train to Pakistan. I wish I would have shown it to you right here, but perhaps when we're going to meet in the next class, I'll show you the book Train to Pakistan, which was being which was being written by Khushwant Singh. Right, so that's all about him. He was politically active as well, and he had worked with the Congress. Right now, this chapter, the portrait of a lady, is taken from the book. Its name was the Book of Unforgettable Women, and this book, the Book of Unforgettable Women, are actually dealing with the ladies, with the women who plays a pivotal role in the life of Khushwant Singh. So one such woman is his own grandmother. Right, the portrait of a lady, that is being taken from there itself. Now, characteristics of grandparents, we already know that they shower their unconditional love on us. They talk about they discusses their own experiences with us, and how fondly we sit and discuss our life with them. Rather, so that is something which is being touched upon in this chapter as well. In this story, Khushwant Singh has described his close relationship with his grandmother and the beautiful time they spent together. So, अगर आप लोग ने chapter पढ़ा है, so you are definitely sure that what all it covers, it talks about the bond, the connect Khushwant Singh had with his own grandmother, right? And when they were together, how exactly they used to spend their time. The basic theme of this chapter was the theme of family bonds. और हम इसको familial bonds भी बोल सकते हैं, right? We can simply say familial bonds as well. Clear? So this is something which we already know. It is not about the relationship simply between the grandparent and the grandson. Rather, when he had lost his grandmother, his mother, she actually she actually gave food to those sparrows which were there for the grandmother, right? So it's not about only the connect between the the grandmother and the author himself. Rather, it talks about the familial bond as well. Next is the theme of spirituality. So how she was so much keen, how she was so much, hi Ashish, right? So how he was so keen to be, how she was so keen to make your author Khushwant Singh to dive deep into spirituality, but that is something which he never did. Now, the style of writing for this chapter is very easy, and that is the story is narrated in the first person. Now, what do we mean by the term first person? That means everywhere you can see my grandmother, I did that, my mom did that, right? My house, my paternal house, my father called both of us, the grandmother and me, to the city, right? So everywhere we can see the personal pronouns. And what are those personal pronouns? They are my, right, I. Words like these, they are called as personal pronouns. It gives first-hand experience to the reader. Now, what do we mean by the first-hand experience, bacha? It is very easy. See, whatever was happening, we are checking it out from the author's word himself, or rather from the person who is writing it down. Right? It is giving a first-hand experience. It's not about that somebody else is telling a story of somebody else's. No, right? Again, it is being mentioned in first person. Clear? It gives clear and vivid picture of the first-hand experience which the author had. Hi, Soumya. Now, it also gives us the fair idea what connect the author had with his grandmother. Now, just a second. Now, I would request all of you to sit with your books open. If you can do that, that would be a great idea for all of us. Now, I'll give you a briefing of the whole chapter by discussing each and every paragraph. So if you want to write down the important points somewhere, you can do that. Now, the story begins in wherein the author is describing his grandmother, that how she could not even believe that she is looking the same way since ages itself. Now she had got wrinkles on her face altogether, and she could not, and the author could not even believe that she once had a husband, right? And this pair, this couple, also had their children. Now there was a portrait of grandfather father which was being kept on the top of the piece, which was right there in the drawing room. Later he describes his own later he describes his own grandfather, that how he has got big turban and his loose fitting clothes. Right, next is he has got the white beard, and how it is, nobody can even say that he could be less than 100 years old. I mean, the way he was being dressed up, the way he was looking in that particular portrait, one could easily say that he was somebody not below the age of 100. Next thing is, so the grandmother used to tell them the stories of her own childhood. Now, it was simply an absurd idea. Absurd idea means, if you want to write it down somewhere, that simply meant now, which is that it was simply an illogical way of a grandmother to talk about her childhood in a very undignified manner. Right, when she used to say that even I was young, even I was pretty, that thought was itself revolting. I mean, that is a concept, that was a thought which was so difficult for the author to believe in. Because, if your grandmother says that, I had a childhood, even I used to play with the street guys and we used to play this game or that game, so it gets really difficult for anybody to believe that, right? So he used to treat those incidents like fables of the prophets she used to tell us. So now he used to treat those incidents, those stories as fables. Fables kya hota hai bachcha? They are simply the short stories, They are the short stories wherein, जैसे कि हमारे grandparents हमें कहीं बार कुछ stories नहीं सुनाते. So that is how the author also used to take it, as that these are simply the fabricated stories which she had created, which she had molded, so that the author also involves into it. But on the contrary, these were the reality of the grandmother. Yes, once she was young. Yes, she once played with the other children. Yes, she was very much interested into games. But again, it was an absurd idea. It was simply something which is being considered as indignified for a grandmother to even think of. Are we clear with this paragraph? Now the story goes ahead. Now it says, in this particular paragraph, he is actually describing his own grandmother, that how she had got so many wrinkles on her face, the crisscross of wrinkles crossing all over her face, right? And she always looked so old. I mean, when he saw her 20 years back, she was exactly the same. She did not had aged further. She did not had aged less. Rather, she looks exactly the same since ages. Now, it is being mentioned the way, you remember in our previous lecture, we have talked about the factual description, right? So in that factual description, I told you that if you're trying to describe any of the person, you should mention the way they dress up, the way they look. Right, in the same way, it is being mentioned that she used to wear the spotless white sari. Right, she always had the beads of her rosary in her hand. So beads of rosary kya hoti hai? Mala hoti hai, which she used to always had in her hand. And she used to hobble. Hobble means move one place to the other in that white sari. And she had a stooped back. Stooped matlab kya hota hai? Jhuki hui back. Right, and she always had those silver locks. Locks means they are the hair. And another thing which I wanted to make it very clear to each one of you is that the plural for hair is hair. Do not dare to mention it as hairs. right? She was like the winter landscape in the mountains, and she was so calm and so composed, just like those winter mountains which are being lined, which are being there since ages, and they are so pure, they are so white, they are so soothing to look at. Now the story goes ahead and it says that my grandmother and I were good friends. Now it clearly shows the connection between the grandmother and he himself, Khushwant Singh himself. Now what he's now telling us, that his father, that his parents had left him with his grandmother. So now later he discloses his own monotonous routine which he had with his grandmother, wherein she used to make him get up in the morning, right, and she used to sing those morning prayers, she used to make him bath, right, and she wanted him to learn those morning prayer by her heart. Yes, Sujal, everything will be covered this way because it's November and you need to be super sorted and super clear with all the content of the story. So yes, everything will be covered this way itself. Yeah, you're liking it, by the way? Is it fine the way is it going, Sujal? Now, later he goes on by telling, that how his grandmother used to sing those morning prayers, and she wanted him to learn that by heart. Later she used to, although he never got it, but he just simply liked to listen to his grandmother the way she used to sing that. Later, she was the one who used to fetch the wooden slate, and she used to, give him a chalk and everything which he might be in need of when he goes to school. Next thing is that she used to prepare the breakfast of stale chapati. Now, what do we mean by stale? Stale is जो थोड़ी पुरानी चपाती होती है वो, right? She used to add a little butter and sugar, and why did she used to do it? So that she could give it to the village dogs. Now let's move to the next paragraph. It says that she used to go with him to the school as well, right? Wherein she used to, because this school was adjacent. I have used this term bacha, which is adjacent. Adjacent मतलब क्या होता है? पास, not parallel. Parallel क्या होता है? आमने सामने. I have used the term adjacent, which means that they used to share the same wall. Now there was this temple which was right adjacent to the school. So she used to go to the temple. She used to have her morning prayers, right? And on the other hand, there used to be children who used to sing in chorus. Chorus means in harmony the alphabets. Right? Once they both are done with their own basic things of the day, they used to go back to home, and while going back, the dogs used to follow them. Clear? So this is all about their life in village. Aman, every line in Hindi. Okay. बच्चा ये चैप्टर मैं ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन कर चुकी हूँ. आज मैं सिर्फ समरी कवर कर रही थी. सो अच्छा ठीक है. I'll use both the languages. Will it be fine with you? Cool. Now it says, so this was all about जब वो लोग village में रह रहे थे. Now the story goes ahead. अब क्या हो रहा है? Now the author's parent have called both the grandmother and Khushwant Singh himself to the city. Right? Because अब जो parents थे वो वहाँ पे settle हो चुके थे. Now they wanted both of them to join them. Now this was a turning point. Turning point मतलब अभी तक जैसी life चलती आ रही थी, that has like switched altogether. So why it is being called as a turning point in their friendship? Because अभी तक they were living, they were sharing every inch, every moment of their day together. But the moment जैसे ही वो लोग city में shift होते हैं, although they got the same room, but their connect got little less with time. Now, earlier, जब ये लोग village में थे, so the grandmother used to accompany him to the school. But now he used to go to school in motor bus, right? Devanshu, let's not question it. It's okay. We are managing, no? Aman, tomorrow I will going to discuss a photograph for YouTube, and on special I'll go with something from literature itself. That's the plan. Yeah. Okay, so now they have moved to the city, and abhi tak village mein they used to go together. They used to accompany each other to the school or to the temple. But now our author is going to school in the school bus. Now their time to spend together has got limited. Another thing is that, while they used to go to school, so they both used to feed the street dogs. But now she has decided, the grandmother has decided to feed the sparrows in the courtyard. What is a courtyard? That's an open space in the house, right, which is called as veranda. Right, so ऐसे करते करते years have rolled down, and now he started sharing, because now अब जो grandmother थी वो उसके साथ school तो नहीं जा पाती थी, but then he started sharing his own incidents, what all were happening in the school. So he used to tell that, the science which he was learning, Archimedes principle, that the earth is round. He was learning new language, which was English. Now this all made his grandmother little bit anxious. She did not like the whole idea of him learning. I mean, she was pretty fine him. अमन हो गया है, वही मैं बता रही हूँ. I'm simply giving you the briefing of the chapter, right? I'm trying to cover the whole chapter paragraph wise, right? So that you'll be super clear with each and every paragraph. Later we're going to check out the NCRT questions, and the few of the questions we're going to do it together as quiz. Clear? So now she did not like him sending to the English medium school. And another thing is that why she did not like the whole idea of him going to English medium school was very clear, that in English medium school they did not used to talk about the scriptures, about God, about existence of God, about Purans. Right, so that is why she did not like the whole idea of sending him to the school. Another important thing which annoyed him when it comes to English medium school is that they were trying to teach them, the students, music and dance, and that is something which she used to consider as lewd. Lewd means something which is not being dealt by the high society people. Rather, this is something which the people who have no good reputation, they do it. Right, that was the mentality of his grandmother. Right, now she did not that is why they started talking very less with each other. Now later he actually went to the university, and now this room was altogether for the grandmother. So she kind of accepted this whole idea of living together, right? She kind of made peace with it, right? That she was fine living all alone. And that is how the story goes on. And we later came to know that she started spending most of her time in spinning wheel, in reciting prayers, right? These are the two things which she kept on doing for the whole day. And to break the monotony, Aman, that's what I said. No, I have covered a photograph, but I will going to give a gist of the whole poem, and we're going to cover the NCRT questions. Along with that, few MCQs will also be done. Clear? Now it says that now to break the monotony, she used to feed those sparrows, right, who used to gather around in the veranda. Clear? And she used to, like, that is the bestest of the time which she had with those sparrows. Yeah. Next thing is, so finally he came back from abroad, and his grandmother also okay, another thing, children, we have done this question multiple times, but I don't know, many of you do it wrongly. It says she was not even sentimental, right? Why she wasn't even sentimental? But there is one term I want all of you to use, which is stoic. STOIC. Stoic का मतलब क्या होता है? Somebody who is not affected by the pleasure and the pains of life, right? जब ना, when people grow old, या फिर somebody who become saint, संत महात्मा जब बन जाते हैं, so they all become stoic. Stoic मतलब क्या होता है? उनको जिंदगी की किसी भी problem या किसी भी happiness से they are unaffected. Right, so that is what this grandmother has also become. She was not even sentimental. She wasn't even showing the that she was actually affected that her grandson was leaving her. Clear? Now, so the story goes on. Now the author comes back and she welcomed her grandson by calling all the women of the neighborhood, and they started having the gala time together. They were singing the songs of the warriors' homecoming. So that is how, and she was beating the drum in such a way that it was about to, it was about to take the last breath of its own life, right? And now they have realized that the grandmother is somehow losing pace with her breath, right? Then they realize that she's growing ill, but then and later on she even got the mild fever. But the grandmother simply thought that this is something which is which is like nothing to worry about, so she never paid attention to it. But gradually she became so quiet because somehow she know that this is the last phase of her life. Although everybody else was trying to cheer her up, but then she, because she herself got the fair idea that this is the last moment, and because of which she stopped singing. She had omitted bacha. Omitted means that she had stopped singing, she had stopped praying, and rather she was not even speaking with anybody else. So everybody in the family protested that it's okay, nothing will going to happen to you, so you better please be active. But then she herself knew what all she was going through, and later on, those lips which were continuously lip sync out the bhajans, the songs, the prayers, they stopped moving, and the rosary beads which were right there in her hand, it fell down, right? The peaceful pallor means the calmness spread on her face, and we knew that she was dead. So with that, everybody realized that she is no more. Now, as it takes place in the Hindu culture, in fact in every other culture as well, that it is a custom. We take the dead on our shoulders, and we try to either bury them, we try to burn them. Thank you, Aman. That would be a great effort on your part. Thanks a ton. Right, so now it says that it was a very mourning means a sad, doleful moment for everybody, and they all were busily concerned about the arrangements of the funeral. So now this is like a very beautiful imagery which is being used here. In the evening, they were trying to bury, they were trying to for the cremation of the mother, they were trying to gather, they were trying to hold her up, and जैसे ही sunset होता है ना, so sunset का मतलब क्या होता है बच्चों, that we are done with the day. So in the same way, the grandmother was also done with her own life, and जो last light थी sun की, that entered into her room, right? And when they were moving out there, they realized that there were so many birds outside, and they weren't even chirping. So these birds which were like super active throughout the time, now these birds weren't even chirping. Clear? The author's mother tried to feed them, but they did not dare to take any of the breadcrumbs. Later in the morning, the sweeper swept those breadcrumbs away into the dustbin. Clear? So that was all about this chapter, right? We have covered the chapter by discussing each and every paragraph. Now, still if you have any doubts, you can write it here and I'll try to answer it. Another thing is, if you guys are super fine with taking the screenshots, then keep the space of your mobile phone pretty empty for you, because that is what you're going to do for another 3-4 minutes, I believe. Yeah. Thank you, Sujal. Thanks. This means a lot to me. Woohoo, somebody likes it, huh? Anyway, so now there are certain terms in your book, right? They are really important. Let me tell it to you honestly. So these are their exact meanings which are being used here. Clear? If you want to write it down, you can. And if you want to take a screenshot, call is totally yours. My Telegram channel is it is Quest 12th CBSE Science. That is my Telegram channel. So you can you will going to get the further information about the next class itself there. Thank you, Ashish. Thanks a ton. Okay, the first word, Quest 12 CBSE Science. Thank you, Nidhi. Thanks, bacha. Okay, the first one is The thought was almost revolting. So what exactly it meant? That it was disgusting to think so. What was so disgusting to think about? That his grandmother was once young and she used to play with the other street children. Right? That was the concept, that was the thinking, that was the whole idea which he did not like at all. He was simply considering that as the story which he used to tell of all those magical creatures of profit, which was simply being considered as fable. Right? So that is the, अगर आपको इसको और ज़्यादा explain करना है, so you can quote the whole paragraph from there. Second is an expense of pure white serenity. Serenity का मतलब क्या होता है बच्चा? Peace. I'll write it here. Oops, let me just change the ink. Yeah. So serenity का मतलब it's peace. P-E-A-C-E. Another thing I want all of you to use is tranquility. ये वाला वर्ड बहुत कम बच्चे जानते हैं, but it's good अगर आप ये वाला वर्ड यूज करेंगे. I'm telling you the spelling, which is tran, T-R-A-N, Q-U-A-L-I-T-Y. Serenity, calmness, peace, tranquility are all the synonyms. Right? So an expense of a pure white serenity means widespread, clear and calm whiteness. Clear? Next is a turning point. ये वाला word I think ये वाला phrase हम सबको बहुत अच्छे से पता होता है. The time when an important change takes place. So this is this is something wherein an important and very differentiating change takes place in our life. That is called as an important or a turning point. Next is accepted her seclusion. Seclusion मतलब क्या होता है बच्चा? अकेले रहना. Right? अकेले रहना, you're living aloof. Right? That is... Thank you, Aman. Right? So that is the meaning of the word seclusion. So she accepted her seclusion. She accepted her loneliness. She accepted her aloofness with calmness. Okay, she did not revolt about it, against it. Rather, she accepted it full-fledgedly. A veritable bedlam of chirpings. So it means that real confusing noise caused by chirping. अगर आपने birds की chirping को सुना होगा, so you all know like how do they chirp, right? So that is the meaning of the word a veritable. और veritable का मतलब क्या होता है? A very loud, like shrieking voice of those birds. Okay, next, thank you Devanshu. Next is frivolous rebukes. So rebukes means किसी को डांटना, चीखना, चिल्लाना, and frivolous means not so strictly, right? So that is what she used to do. She used to shout, जैसे कि whenever any elder person is yelling at us, so we can consider that as frivolous rebukes. The sagging skins of the dilapidated drum. So that is, इतनी जोर से वो लोग ड्रम को बीट कर रहे थे that, उस ड्रम की जो बॉडी थी, स्किन थी, वो टॉर्न आउट होने वाली थी. Clear? Now it's time. I think all of you have taken out the screenshot of that particular content. Now it's time for all of us to check out the NCRT questions. If you want me, you can take a screenshot if you are fine doing that, because बच्चा अगर आप इन वाले आंसर्स को फाइनली एग्जाम में कुछ देर पहले भी पढ़ लोगे ना, पूरा का पूरा समरी will going to be revived in your mind. Thank you, Aman. Okay, now the first question is, mention the 3 phases of the author's relationship with his grandmother before he left the country to study abroad. All these questions are right there on page number 6 of your book. So you need to mention only 3 phases. So whichever way you are comfortable, you can take it out. The 3 phases can be, the first phase is the period of his early childhood where he used to live with her in the village. His grandmother used to wake him up and get him ready for school. They both would walk to school together and come back home together. They had a good friendship with each other. So that was the phase 1, right? Wherein they were living together. They used to share the same room, and how two of them used to walk in together to perhaps to the school or to any of those works which they were supposed to do. The second phase one was when the grandmother and Khushwant Singh himself moved to their parents' house. So still they were sharing the room, and though that was simply the turning point of their friendship, because now the quality time which they used to spend together when they used to live in village has gotten up pretty tiny, has lessened up. The third phase was when the author moved outside of the country itself. He registered himself, he enrolled himself to the university, and the time which they used to spend has come to almost negligible, right? The concept of sharing the same room also went down, and to kill away the boredom, to kill away the monotony, she used to spend that time while serving the sparrows, and that simply used to make her happy. Clear? Second question. Mention 3 reasons why the author's grandmother was disturbed when he started going to the city school. So you all know those 3 reasons. What were they? That why they are teaching about science. Hi, technical Guruji. The first reason was why they are talking about science. Why are they not even discussing the holy scriptures? Why are they teaching them the music? Because that is something which harlots. You have to use this term harlots while attempting these questions. Harlots kaun hote hain bacha? They are people of kind of a pretty bad reputation. राइट और हार्लोट्स का बेसिकली मतलब होता है ओके अमन आई विल ट्राई टू डू दैट यस नाउ इट सेज that when the author used to live in the village with her, they both had a good friendship. She used to wake him up, got him ready, and would also accompany him to school. All this changed when they moved to the city. And now what are the following reasons? What are the following different ways which she did not like at all? So now she could not actually help him in teaching those lessons. Why? Because he has moved to the English medium. And now language has become barrier for her. वो English में उसको नहीं पढ़ा सकती थी. Right? So that is the first reason. Second is, now in modern school, in English medium school, they were not dealing with the concept of God, the concept of holy figures, the concept of scriptures. So she did not like the whole idea of it. Third is, she did not like that they were dealing with music, because according to her, that the beggars and harlots are used to that is their way of earning money. Not people of good reputation, good family reputation are supposed to deal with music. Clear? Now your question number 3 is, Hanji Pranav, please, if you want to ask, I'm right here to answer it out. Mention 3 ways in which the author's grandmother spent her days after he grew up. So now he is simply asking that how the grandmother used to spend her day. I don't know that. Okay, I have no clue. But thank you for calling me that. Okay, so now his grandmother changed a lot. So his grandmother had changed a lot when he grew up. She would spend her day at the spinning wheel. That is the first thing. Second is chanting prayers, and third is feeding the sparrows. Guys, you better take it seriously, because abhi I'm going to conduct a quiz and you have to perform there. Question number 4 is, mention the odd ways in which the author's grandmother behaved just before she died. So now you need to tell how exactly she behaved when she was about to take her last breath. Aman, I am from Rajasthan. I am from Jaipur. Yeah. So she didn't pray that evening before dying. She collected the women from the neighborhood and started singing Homecoming of the Warriors with the help of the drum. So she started when she came to know that her grandson was coming. So now she started singing the song of the Warriors' Homecoming. The next morning when she fell ill, she said Her end was near. She started praying peacefully while lying on her bed. She refused to talk to anyone during her last hours. Right? Question number 5 is, mention the ways in which the Sparrows expressed their sorrow when the author's grandmother died. Children, another thing, it is very important. This question is really important. You need to express how the Sparrows felt when the grandmother died. The grandmother used to feed the sparrows in her veranda each day. So to break her monotony, she got a real great connection with the sparrows. This is something which we already know, I believe. When she died, thousands of sparrows expressed their sorrow by sitting in a scattered way around her in the veranda. So when she died, a lot of people got, sparrows were there just to pay their homage, their respect to the grandmother. And for a change, they did not chirp, rather they were there in complete silence. The author's mother tried to feed them by breaking the bread and throwing it in front of them, but they didn't eat anything. When the family carried grandmother's corpse means the dead body. Oops, it is the dead body, okay? They flew away quietly, so they did not chirp the whole time. Next is, talking about the text. It is there on page number 7 of your book. The author's grandmother was a religious person. What are the different ways in which we come to know about this? So, I think all of you can answer this question very easily. When she lived in the village with the author, she used to sing prayers in a monotonous sound while getting him ready each morning. This is the first thing from wherein we came to know that yes, she was a religious woman. She used to walk the author to his school and then visit the temple attached to the school every day. Second incident, that she used to drop the author to the school. Hi Rishabh. And what she used to do, she used to she used to go and sit there in the temple and she used to read those scriptures. Later when they moved to the city, she would carry the beads of rosary with her all the time, right? And she would continuously chant her prayers, and the remaining time she used to spend telling the rosary beads. So that is how we can actually identify that indeed, yes, she was a religious woman. Next is, describe the changing relationship between the author and his grandmother. Did their feelings for each other change? Yeah. So you can answer this question also. It's very easy. So first of all, let's just share what kind of a bond. Letter writing, yes, we have covered it, Aman, already. In the early days, they both shared a good bond. She would get him ready for school, accompany him, and would come back with him later in the day. So when the classes are being going on, she used to sit there. She would help him with his studies and would teach him prayers by singing in a monotonous tone every morning. When they moved to the city, their relationship was strained. Use this term, but it's really important. Strain means it bloated. There was some strain means it got affected by in a very bad manner. He started going to an English medium school. She would no longer accompany him to the school or could not help him with the lessons, right? She didn't like his new school as they never taught him about God. Yes, Devanshu, give me like a couple of minutes and then we'll begin with it. First thing is that they did not talk about the God. Second thing is that they were teaching lessons. And the third thing is that she could not help him in mentioning, in describing, in dealing with those chapters because now they were all in English. When the author went to university and then abroad, their bond. We are done with note making also. Now then she accepted her seclusion. No, their feeling for each other didn't change, but during the time a distance developed between them. So obviously they always had the respect for each other. They always had this admiration. They always had the love for each other. But yes, the distance grown between two of them. It says, would you agree that the author's grandmother was a person strong in character, If yes, then give instances. Instances means give example. Quote situations from the text. Again, factual description ke liye I told you. In the same way, you can do it here as well. I would request though that please take a screenshot of all of these answers, bacha. No, Aman, kind of complete ho gayi hai. A bit is being left there. Yes, the grandmother was a strong person in character. The instances to show are as follows. She had her own thoughts about school and school teaching. She considered learning scriptures a better thing than studying science or English. The first thing that she had her own mindset. She was a stubborn lady who used to and who belonged to an old school of mentality as well. Second thing is, she did not like the whole idea of accepting that people of good family reputation or people of high upper middle class, they are being dealing with music, because according to her, music is for beggars, for somebody with a bad reputation. Next thing is, when the author moved to the university, she accepted her seclusion. She accepted her destiny that okay, it's time that she needs to live all alone. And she did not waste her time by shedding tears. Rather, she involved herself way too much in spinning the wheel, chanting the prayer, telling the beads, and along with that, she used to feed the sparrows. Next thing is, when her grandson arrived, she did not dare to stop her emotions. Rather, she was so happy that she called off the women from the whole place, and then they all were singing the homecoming of warriors. And then when she was on her deathbed, she did not waste a single time by speaking with anybody. Rather, she slept there, she was lying there all alone in a way that she was not even talking to anybody. And in the last moment, she was simply chanting her prayers. And when she died, the rosary beads fell from her hand, right? Her lips stopped moving, and later we came to know that she died. So I hope this chapter is very certain with all of us, right? Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts? Tell me, and I'll surely going to help you out. Let me tell you, there are lots and lots of questions. So now how you will going to answer that, bacha? For example, when I'm going to show you the question number 1, how you will going to write? It will be like, something like this. You will going to write, okay Nidhi, you will going to write 1, and if you agree with option A, then A. If you agree with option B, then B. Because it's not your mentee quiz, rather these are direct questions. So that is how you will going to answer it. Now, who is the author of the Portrait of a Lady? Ruskin Bond, Khushwant Singh, V.S. Naipaul, or Vikram Bhatt? Come on, go with your answer. You know how to write it down, right? It is, just write 1 and then your answer. Answer it fast, everybody. Write in the comment box your answer. Come on, go for it. One B, okay, that's perfect, Nidhi. That is definitely Khushwant Singh. I have just told you who Khushwant Singh was and what was his timeline as well. Yes, Divyanshu, that was definitely indeed Khushwant Singh. Who is the main character of the chapter The Portrait of a Lady? Mother, sister, grandmother, or daughter? Perfect, Sujal. Perfect, Divyanshu. Okay, now try out the second question. Who is the lead protagonist? Who is the main character? Who is perfect, Nidhi? That is the grandmother. Perfect, Sujal. Come on, everybody answer it out. That is the grandmother. How did the grandmother in the portrait... Sorry, it says... Sorry. How did the grandfather in the portrait hung... next time, Aman, we're going to conduct that next time, but aaj ke liye that is what we have got. So yes, yeah, okay, let me read the question first, Nidhi. How did the grandfather in the portrait hung on the wall look like? old long white beard, worn big turban, old skinny wrinkly, young handsome well built, and old or well built. Okay, very good guys. Okay. That is definitely A. Clear? Old long white beard, worn big turban. How did the grandmother look? Old fat or long? Long fat, slightly bent. Old short, slightly bent. Fat, slightly bent or fat? Come on, give me the answer for this question. Fourth C, old, short, slightly bent and fat. Very good, bacha. Rest. What is the answer, guys? Sujal, Aman, Divyanshu. Tell me the answer. Divyanshu is going with option C. Very good. Oh, yes. Very good, Sujal. Yes, that is definitely answer C itself. When did the author's parents leave him with his grandmother? When he was a kid? When he was an infant? Infant कौन होता है बच्चा? Who is a toddler, who can't even walk. When he became a teenager, or when he failed and became a teenager? Divanshu, I would request please that write 4A or 5B or whatever the answer is, right? Please mention the question number as well. Very good. That when he was a kid. A. That's great, guys. That's great. When he was a kid. Perfect. Which animal did the grandmother used to feed in the village? Were they dogs, cows, sparrows and cats? Children, they are asking for village, not in the city. So you better opt for the answer correctly. Check out the question. They are asking which animal she used to feed. Perfect, Nidhi. Perfect, Sujal. That is dogs. Very good, guys. Yes, 6th A is your dogs. Perfect. Okay. What did the author eat for breakfast? Very good, Divyanshu. The question is, what did the author eat for breakfast? A thick and stale chapatis with a little butter and sugar spread in it. Thick bread with butter, upma, rice or curd. Very good, Nidhi. My God, my champion, huh? That's great, Divyanshu. Very great going. Very good, bacha log. That's great. A thick and stale chapatis with a little butter and sugar spread on it. Good, Aman. Good. Right. Next question. Jaldi se karte bacha, because we have got lots and lots of questions with us. Why would grandmother accompany the author to his school? Like, why was she used to accompany him to the school? To keep an eye on him? To wait for him to take him back to home? Because of the temple attached to school, or she wanted to meet villagers? Very good, Nidhi. Aman, good. Okay, Divyanshu, great. Perfect, guys. Because the temple was attached. Very good, Sujal. Because the temple was attached to school. Great going, guys. Great going. Where were the parents of the author? They were abroad. Abroad means in some other country altogether. City, other village or other state. 9th. Come on. 9th. Nidhi, perfect. City. Okay, see, you got this chapter so clearly, huh? Now you know it. Very good. Aman, Divyanshu, Sujal, all of you are correct. Indeed, they moved to the city. Very good, guys. Next is, what would the grandmother do in the temple on a daily basis? So why she used to go there? For meditation, to read scriptures, to sing religious prayers or teach other kids religious prayers. What do you think is the correct answer? Definitely that's not meditation, and that is definitely not this. Now you're left with B or D. Very good, Aman, Nidhi, Divyanshu. Yes, that is to read the scriptures. Very good, Sujal. 11th question is, what was the turning point of the friendship between grandmother and author? Like, what was that turning point? When he became an adult? When his parents called them both to the city? When he left her to live in the city with his parents? Or when they stopped talking? What do you think? What exactly had happened? Very good, Divyanshu. Very good, Nidhi. Yes, when his parents called them both to the city. Very good, Sujal. I think you have got no doubts till now, बच्चा लोग. अभी तक बहुत sorted है ना सब कुछ. And I think the summary worked for all of us. जल्दी से सब कुछ refresh हो गया. Yeah. Okay, the next question is, where did the author go to study in the city? English school in motor bus, by walking down to nearby school. That's great, Sujal and Devanshu. Hindi school or nowhere? Yes, Nidhi, that's great. Ma'am, please start grammar topic. Okay, grammar I will going to conduct that on Unacademy, Pacha, wherein like on plus soon, and that too soon. Yes, that is English medium school in bus. Perfect. Next question is, what made the grandmother unhappy about the author's new English school? So why was she so unhappy about this whole idea of sending her grandson to new school and to new English medium school? The fact that she could no longer help him with the lessons because they were in city, because she didn't understand English, and could no longer help him with the lessons. Perfect, Nidhi. Perfect, Aman, Divyanshu. Okay, that's superb, guys, because first of all, she did not understand English, and that is something which was making her handicap, because she could not deal and teach him that particular thing. Why didn't the grandmother like music? So why didn't she like the whole concept of music? It was the monopoly मतलब क्या होता है बच्चा? उन्हीं का upper hand है, like that is being taken over by harlots and beggars and not meant for gentle folk. She liked only religious prayers, she liked the traditional folk music, or she thought it would distract him from studies. Very good, Aman, Nidhi. You did not even let me complete the question, huh? Oh yes, so that's the correct one. Yes, Divyanshu. Yes, Sujal, I'm still waiting. Yes, okay, that is A. Perfect, because it was being, only being dealt by the harlots and by the beggars. How did the grandmother spend her time in the city? So how she used to spend her time? By feeding dogs, by reading scriptures, spinning the wheel, and talking to neighbors. So with this, you need to go with the first thing which she used to do. The first thing which is being mentioned in those three things. You remember in the chapter there were three things. Very good, Nidhi. Sujal, yes, right. Yes, perfect, all of you. That was spinning the wheel. Because reading scriptures was also she used to do. But then you have to check out the order of it. How did the grandmother spend her afternoon every day? By feeding hundreds of sparrows, by taking a nap, by talking to author's mother, or by going to temple? Come on, what do you think would be the appropriate answer for this question? (16A) according to Nidhi. Okay. Sujal is also going with A. Divyanshu is also going with A. Okay. I'm waiting for you, Aman. What do you think is the correct answer? That is by feeding hundreds of sparrows. Yes, indeed. 17th question, guys. What happened? Okay. What happened when the author moved abroad to study for 5 years? So what exactly happened? Grandmother bid goodbye by silently kissing his forehead. No one came to see him. Grandmother moved back to village, or parents moved with him. What exactly happened? Very good, Nidhi. You got me there. That's great. That's like my child. Very good, Aman. Superb. Yeah, Sujal, that's going great. Great. Divyanshu, 17th A. Perfect, bacha, perfect. So that is that she bid him farewell. She said goodbye to him by kissing on his forehead. 18th question on your screen, guys. What change came in grandmother's evening schedule? We are more considerate about the evening schedule, right? That is what the question is all about. Hi, Priyanshi. She collected the women of the neighborhood. She would go for a walk. She would sleep early, or she would talk to his parents. What change came in grandmother's evening schedule? Very good. Okay, that's great, Aman. Priyanshi, you are supposed to answer the same way the way others are doing it, no? So you need to write the question number and then write the correct option, which is that she collected the women of the neighborhood. Clear? Next is, what happened when the grandmother didn't pray for the first time? Like, what exactly happened? She fell ill the next day. She made this her routine. She took a break and went to the village, or none of the above. What do you think? What exactly happened with her? 19th A. Very good, Nidhi. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh yes, Aman. That is great. That is great. Sujal, answer it. Priyanshi, okay. But you write the question number also, Priyanshi, if that's fine with you, please. Write 19 and then your answer. Yeah? Okay, Sujal, that's great. Divyanshu haven't answered it. I missed out Divyanshu. No, Divyanshu is left. Okay. Anyway, so that is the correct answer, that she fell ill the very next day. How did the grandmother react to her illness? So she said her end was near. She ignored her health. She took care of her, or she was admitted to the hospital. What exactly happened? What do you think? 19th, okay, 20th, 20th, 20th. Very good, Priyanshi, Nidhi. That is great. Sujal, oh yes, Aman, perfect, yes. That she said that she agreed, she accepted that yes, her end was near. What did the grandmother do in her final hours? Talk to everyone in the house, worried about everyone, silently praying and telling her beads, or went to temple. What exactly she did that particular time when she realized that her end was near? 21, Nidhi, very good. Simply praying and telling her beads, very good. Superb. Sujal is also going with C option. That is great, Sujal. Priyanshi, yes, it is right. Okay, and that is silently praying and telling her beads. Perfect. Question number 22. How did the grandmother die? During telling beads, laying on the bed, in the hospital, while sleeping, or none of the above? You know this answer clearly, Bacha. I am so can vouch on this. We are left with, I think, 4-5 more questions. 22A, that is great. Priyanshi, 22A, Aman, 22A, Sujal, perfect. That is during telling beads, lying on the bed. Perfect. How did the sparrows express their sorrow at the death of their grandmother? They didn't come that day. They came and sat silently in the veranda. They ate the breadcrumbs, or they chirped a lot. What exactly happened? Yeah? What exactly happened that time? They came and sat silently in the veranda. Very good, Nidhi. Aman, that's great. Aman is back, huh? Priyanshi, Sujal. Yes, Sujal is also going with 23B. Priyanshi is again with 23B. Oh yes, that's the correct answer. Yeah, okay. So they came and sat silently in the veranda. They did not chirp the whole time. What happened when they took the grandmother's corpse away? Corpse, I told you, that means the dead body. Neighbors visited them to pay condolences. Condolences means to talk about the great loss which they have just got into. They mourned her death in her room. Birds flew away silently, or nothing happened. Very good, Nidhi. You're a champion, huh? All of you are. Aman, that is great. 24C. Oh yes, that's great. Very good, Priyanshi. That is superb. Yes, Sujal. So that is birds flew away quiet, silently. How do you feel about the character of the grandmother in this chapter? So do you feel a little emotional? Do you feel a little strong? What do you think? Like she was a selfless lady or a very loving lady? I mean, this answer can vary, you know. I mean, that is completely your call, because it is simply asking how do you feel. This answer is subjective. आप सबका different answer भी हो सकता है, because again it is a very subjective question. Okay, Aman is going with selfless. नहीं, Aman selfless तो नहीं, because she was considering her own views pretty strong. So हम selfless तो नहीं बोल सकते. Priyanshi is going with D. Very good. Yes. And otherwise Nidhi is going with B. Strong. Yes. Selfless nahi Aman. And Sujal is also going with B. So yes, she was strong. She wasn't emotional and she wasn't selfless. We can either choose strong or loving. Clear? Next is, where was the author's grandfather's portrait placed? It's okay, Aman. Hey, I'm right here to check you out, to help you out. Don't worry. It says, where was the author's grandfather's portrait placed? On a shelf, hung above the mantelpiece, put on the mantelpiece, or on a table? It is hung or put. Choose your words very wisely, okay? Okay, Nidhi has opted for option B. Let me think. Let me see what others have gotten it from me. Priyanshi is also with B. Aman is also with B. That is great. Sujal, you're there? Okay. Yes, it is B. Perfect, perfect. Hung above the mantelpiece. Perfect. Did the author bother to learn the morning prayers that his grandmother recited? So he was readily accepting it. He wanted to learn that, kya? Yes. He listened but he did not bother to learn. He could not learn or know. It's easy. It's very easy. Nidhi has opted for 27B. Okay, he listened but he did not bother to learn. Decent enough, yeah. Aman, yes. Oh yes, that's great. That's great. Priyanshi is also going with 27B. Sujal, okay. With lots and lots of vote to B, let's just finalize B, and indeed that's the correct answer. He listened but he did not bother to learn. When was the common link of friendship snapped? Snap means broken. Something happened between two of them. When he went to college, when he went to the university, they were given separate rooms. When he started working, or when he went abroad. 28th, guys, 28th now. Nidhi has opted for B option. When he went to the university, they were given separate rooms. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, that's great. All of you are super clear with this particular answer. Yes, that is, when he went to the university, they were given separate rooms. All of you are, 29th. And iske baad 30th, and we are done for this particular chapter. What was grandmother's reaction when the author was going abroad? She was happy, she was sad, she was not even sentimental, or she was sentimental. I made you underline this particular line few minutes back. So don't you, oh no way Sujal, when I was explaining it to you, when I was explaining it to you paragraph wise, I underlined it as well. Yes, okay. Aman is going with not even sentimental. Priyanshi, no, that's incorrect. I was expecting this. Nidhi, you there? Should I go ahead? Should I proceed? If you're sitting with your books, it is right there on page number 5th, second last paragraph, and it says third line, but my grandmother could, she was not even sentimental. It is right there on page number 5 of your book, that she was not even sentimental. Clear? And here goes the last question for the day, which is, what was the reaction when he came back after 5 years? Overwhelmed, claps the author in her arms and said prayers, happy, or that she was sentimental that time. Okay, we are left with this particular question and we are so done with this chapter. 30th B. Very good. She claps the author in her arms and said prayer. Very good, very good. All of you have, I think now there's no doubt, there's no question related to this chapter, The Portrait of a Lady, which was being written by Khushwant Singh. So if you have enjoyed the way I have taken this particular class, that we have covered the summary paragraph wise, we have checked out the question answers of the NCRT, we have checked out the theme, and we have done 30 questions based on this chapter. Now I hope none of the queries are left. Right now, I hope that this chapter is very, 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 very clear in your heart, in your brains, in your minds. Yes, All right, this is it's okay, Nidhi. I love doing it. Thank you so much for attending the session with me. Yes, the next class we will going to cover up the next poem of your the next it's a poem, a photograph, right? So we will going to regular class and series, bacha. Definitely, that is what we are going to do, right? So next is we will tomorrow we will going to cover a photograph, which is a poem, right? So I'll see you tomorrow again at the same time, right? Till that time, do take care of yourself and don't forget to enroll yourself with Unacademy. And for that, you can use my code, which is Ambika, to get 10% discount, right? With that, I'm going to take care, leave, and
Hey guys, my name is Ambika and you are here with me on Unacademy's YouTube channel, which is Let's Crack CBSE with Us. So guys, first of all, let me give you a very brief idea about what Unacademy is, what various types of subscriptions are available here, which will surely going to help you out in your academics. Right? So first of all, let me give you a fair idea about a plus subscription. So herein, first of all, this is the nation's best top educational app, right? And right now we are stuck in this situation wherein we simply can't go out for our own academic growth, right? But herein an academy comes up with this new idea that you don't need to compromise with it anymore. Like, you if you can't go out, that is something which is a privilege for an academy. Why? Because here you can actually study at the ease, at the comfort of your own house, right? Second is unlimited access to all your courses. So once you will going to subscribe yourself to an academy, you can actually get unlimited access to almost all set of courses which are lined up. Next thing is, herein you will going to be taught by nation's top educators. They are like, they're like superheroes. They're like so good with their own streams, with their own special powers, which they will going to help you out in your own academic spheres. If you have any doubts, they all are right there to help you out. Rather, in fact, if you want to be taught a particular topic, so they all are here to help you out in every sphere of it. Next thing is, these educators will going to cover every inch, every sort, every corner of your syllabus. Nothing will be left, right? Everything will be covered by these top educators. Next thing is, when it comes to our studies, somebody has said something like, if you have no doubts, that means you were sleeping throughout the class. Something like that sort of proverb is there, right? I'm slipping out with the exact names though, right? So herein, to actually overcome that problem, we have regular doubt clearing sessions wherein you can actually check out if you have any doubts. You can clarify that with our educators. Next is live test series. Next important feature is that we all want to evaluate ourselves, like where do we stand when we give tests, when we give our exams. We in school, right, we simply evaluate ourselves among those 40 students of a class, or perhaps among those 150 students of the whole class itself, like including all those sections. But herein you can evaluate yourself, right, where you exactly stand, because there are students from all over the country, right? So you will going to get an inspiration to work harder. Then you will going to, and that actually works as a push for somebody, isn't it? Next is, study material will be provided to you in a format of a PDF, right? So you can check it out whenever you want. That's completely your call, right? Next is answer writing sessions. So specifically with English, we have this problem, right? We don't know how to frame our answers, isn't it? But herein we have got a special sessions which is being dedicated for your answer writing itself, right? So we will going to help you out how exactly you can frame your answers, what exactly are the value points you need to write in your answers, and things like that. Hi Aditya, good evening. Next is, so that was all about a plus subscription. Now I will going to give you a very clear idea wherein we have got this iconic concept, iconic subscription also, and that will going to take your education to the next level, right? It will surely going to redefine what education is for all of us. So now the first and the foremost important feature of our iconic is that Herein, you will going to have personal mentors, right? If you have any doubts, if you have anything which needs to be sorted out by one of the professors, one of the teachers, hi Gaurav, right? So that is something which we will going to cover here. So you will going to have one-to-one guidance from those top educators. Next is the same with Plus. We have live doubt solving classes. Weekly report will be generated just to tell you like how many classes you have attended, how you have performed in tests or in quizzes. So that will be generated on our part. Next is Parent Connect. Study planner will be provided on our part. And another important thing is whatever you have just checked out, the other beneficial features of Plus, they all are here with Iconic as well. Next thing is we have got different batches for your grade 11, commerce, science, humanities. गौरव अभी तक मैंने इस मंथ का प्लस कंडक्ट नहीं किया है सो बिकॉज यू हैड अ प्रॉब्लम नो लास्ट टाइम with the plus timing, so I wanted to speak with each one of you in our special class, and once we are done with that, then only I will give all of us, including my own self and to each one of you out there, the timings for plus, right? So that would be an easy thing for all of us. Yeah. Next thing is herein we will going to cover every inch, every corner of your syllabus. Another important thing is, as I always tell you, right? When we grow up, we start focusing more on those huge giant books like Adi Sharma, R.S. Agrawal, things like that. But CBSE somehow still prefers our NCRT books, right? The questions they come from NCRT, isn't it? So that is why we have got one batch itself which will going to cover only your NCRT books. Clear? And it is some right there. Hi Nidhi, good evening. It is right there with your science, commerce, and with your humanities as well. Right? Another thing is CBSE also believes in not creating robots. Rather, they want to create human beings who are so good with almost everything. Right? So just for the overall development of a human being, of a student rather, herein Unacademy has given us nahi Gaurav Archana, there was some technical glitch, so because of which I wasn't able to conduct it, but that will be continued tomorrow itself. Yeah. Okay, so now herein we will going to have Vedic math, doodling, public speaking, origami, magic tricks, poetry, storytelling, robotics, mnemonics, and debating. So all these things are lined up, right? So whatever I have told you, it's about Plus, that you have India's best top educators, interactive live classes, live tests and quizzes, and creative corner. But Iconic is coming up with, personal mentors, live doubt solutions, parent connect, study planner, and what all were there with Plus, they are already there with your Iconic as well. So if you have made up your mind, if I have convinced you enough, so all you need to do is you need to download this app, and once you are done with downloading, you can use my code to get the subscription, which is Ambika, Ambika, right? And this is the cart value of all your courses, and you will going to get a 10% discount. Now, another thing is how you will going, that was like all about the app, but where to get this app? It's very easy. All you need to do is go to your Play Store, download this app, and that is what you're supposed to write there. Unacademy Learning App, right? That's what we're going to write there, and that is how it will going to look like. Yeah, there was some problem, Nidhi. Yes, there was strangely a problem there. So it crashed somehow, but it's okay. We'll resume from whatever we have done yesterday. We're going to resume from there itself. Right? Another thing is you can also enroll yourself. You can also join us. You can also get the notification of when what all classes are there at exactly this particular Telegram link, which is Quest 11 CBSE Science, and therein you're going to get the information. Right? As I've already told you, you can use my code Ambika to get 10% discount. Now, hi Aman. So first of all, I have okay. Many of you have attended yesterday's class, wherein we have already discussed about our first chapter of our Hornbill, which was your that was the portrait of a lady, right? So in today's lecture, we will going to talk about our poem So the very same way we have done, like we have checked out each of the paragraph. I have given you a short summary of each of the paragraphs. We have done the NCRT questions. We have also attempted the quiz as well. Right, in the similar fashion, we will going to deal with today's poem, which is a photograph. So as you already know, okay, first of all of you are requested to sit with a pen and paper, or perhaps with your book, right? And you can jot down the important points if you feel like, if there is any. Clear? So first of all, as you already know, हाँ जी अमन, so जैसे कि आप लोग को पता है that this poem is being written by Shirley Towson, who belonged to England, right? And then she has done her education in literature itself, and she was very much influenced by Celtic alternative. What are Celtic? They are basically, they believe in some, they are Jews though, and they have some, they think, okay. Gaurav, so what we did yesterday, in yesterday's session, we simply discussed portrait of a lady. I have taken each and every paragraph and I was simply explaining that, right? So that's what we have done. And in today's lecture, we will going to do the same with a photograph. So that is your poet, Shirley Towson. Now, the quick summary or the introduction of this poem is that, so herein she is simply recalling her mother and the memories which are being associated with her mother. Now, it's a poem of a flashback. Right now, she's thinking that when her mother was alive, that mother was simply checking out a photograph of her own childhood when she went, where she went to a beach with her two cousins. Right? In this poem, she recalls her mother and her memories while looking at a childhood photograph when her mother was 12 years old or so. So that time, the mother herself was simply 12 years old when she went to a beach. Hi, hi entrepreneur. Hanji Aman, I will continue in Hindi, don't worry. Now, so she has been deceased. Deceased matlab that she died. Unki death ko, it's been 12 years. So now she can't explain the grief, the pain which she is going through after she has lost her mother. Aman, if I'm going to use Hindi and English both, will it be fine for you? Right? So now this is a beautiful poem wherein Shirley Towson is basically writing, wherein she's recalling the memories which is associated with her mother. Now in those memories, she is simply telling all of us that her mother was used to look at a photograph in which she herself went for a beach, right? And that time the mother's age was simply 12 years old. And ironically, that is the same year, that is the same span of time in which, the death of her mother has taken place. Clear? Now that was a photograph which I have showed you previously as well. Now, let's check out each of the each of the stanzas individually. So if you want to write it down, you can do that as well. So that is why I was requesting. Yes, Aman, Nidhi attends almost every class and she's a regular student. Right. So herein, I wanted all of you to use perhaps the space of your book or perhaps any of those pages which you can keep it safely. So if you find out any of the difficult words, you can write it down. The first stanza goes, the cardboard shows me how it was when the two girl cousins went paddling, each one holding one of my mother's hands, and she, the big girl, some 12 years old or so. So first of all, this cardboard refers to your photograph. If you want to take a screenshot of this particular slide, you can, right? So cardboard is basically a paper board in which the photograph was pasted. Paddling means, when you're walking on a on a beach barefoot. Now shallow water क्या होता है बच्चा? जब हम बीच पे जाते हैं, so वाटर का जो लेवल होता है वो काफी डीप नहीं होता है, वो काफी शैलो होता है, मतलब we can walk on it, right? Because there is some sand around it, right? When we go deep into it, it just goes very, 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 very deep, right? जितना जितना हम आगे जाते जाते हैं. So now the mother along with her two cousins were paddling. right? What they went paddling. Paddling means that they were bare feet. They weren't wearing anything in their feet, and the water was shallow because वो beach के एकदम edge पे थे. Big girl, that means she's referring simply to her mother. Now, the explanation of that paragraph was an old photograph of the poet's mother, which was pasted on cardboard, makes the poet recall the old memories of her mother's childhood. No, entrepreneur, there wasn't any class today at 6 because there was some technical glitch. Just for just say I wasn't able to conduct the class. The same will be continued tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. So now herein, who is the poet? That's Shirley Towson. So she's simply checking out the image, the photograph, or that photograph was being there on a cardboard, right? Which is actually in that photograph, what all we can see, the childhood memories of her mother. The photograph is a depiction of her mother's enjoyable moments at a sea beach with her two cousins who were younger to her. So now, by simply checking out the photograph, one can simply see that the mother was enjoying that moment of her life with her two cousins, right? And what is the age of her mother? Simply that was 12. They were walking in shallow water with bare feet near the beach. And now वो लोग वहां पे बीच के पास में walk कर रहे थे and they weren't wear anything in their feet. The mother was standing in the middle and holding hands of her two cousins. So I've just showed you an image, right? So the mother was standing in the center. जो mother है Shirley Towson की, she's standing in the center and she's holding hands. She has a grip of the hands of the other two cousins who was standing on each side. और वो दोनों cousins, they are standing. Yes, Aman, I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to use both the languages. Don't worry. Please pay attention and this will surely going to help you out. Don't worry. Okay, the poet's mother was 12 years old then. So उस time पे जब poet की mother वहां पे beach पे गई थी, so her age was simply 12. It shows that the photograph was very old, but the poet has kept it very carefully as it reminded her of sweet memories of her mother's childhood. So obviously, now हमें already पता है that poet की mother की death को, deceased को, it's been 12 years, right? So 12 years पहले कभी poet की mother ने वो photograph check किया होगा, और that photograph was clicked when poet's mother herself was 12 years old. So that we can see that this image, this photograph was really old and it was very dear for the poet and for her mother as well. It shows that the photograph was very old, but the poet has kept it very carefully as it reminded her of her sweet memories of her mother's childhood. So in fact, after the death of her mother, poet ने इस वाली photograph को, she has kept it very closely, she has kept it very safely and securely with herself. Right? The photograph also indicates how enjoyable her mother's childhood was. And we can simply see that the mother was having a gala time. I have used a term here, gala. Gala means a very happy and a cheerful time with her two cousins. Here goes the second stanza. All three stood to smile through their hair at the uncle with the camera. A sweet face, my mother's. That was before I was born, and the sea, which appears to have changed less, washed their terribly transient feet. Now, please keep a direct note of this particular line, right, which is your terribly transient feet, which is again your alliteration also. Abhi hum log discuss karenge the poetic devices which are being used in the poem, but I'm simply telling it to you that T, the sound is coming again and again, like there, terribly transient. The sound is repeating. That is why it is a clear example of our alliteration. Now, still means without moving or shaking. That, what was the line? It says, and 3 stood still to smile through their hair. So now, because how we even smile, when somebody's clicking our picture, we stand still, isn't it? So in the same way, the poet's mother, along with her 2 cousins, was standing still there. What happened, Aman? Why you're so anxious? Relax. At least try to understand. I'm using basic English here. I haven't used any of those difficult words, right? अगर कुछ word समझ में नहीं आया, please do let me know. Next is smile through. So now she is smiling. All the 3 cousins, they were having smiling faces, and which those smile has been captured by the camera. Their hair, which was flying over their faces. Terribly means extremely, or transient का मतलब क्या होता है? Which is temporary, which does not last for a very long time. Now let's read the line, the stanza again. All three stood still to smile through their hair. Now another, if you have checked out, it says stood still. Sir, the sound is repeating. Another example of alliteration. Smile. Stood still, smile. I mean, I did not get what you're trying to say. Yeah. Yes, it was a windy day. Yes. At the uncle with the camera, a sweet face, my mother's, that was before I was born. And the sea, which appears to have changed less, washed their terribly transient feet. Now, it says, the photograph shows that, hi, good evening. The photograph shows that all 3 girls, now how many girls were there? The mother along with her 2 cousins, right? The poet's mother and her 2 cousins stood still and smiled at the camera when their uncle clicked their photograph at the sea beach. So now like a couple of, no, I think you're late by 10-15 minutes if I'm not wrong. It's okay, but you can join in. It says that now the cousin were holding the hand with the mother and the uncle was clicking the photograph at the sea beach. As the weather was windy at that time, Nidhi just reminded us that yes, the weather was windy. That is why their hair were flying over in the air, right? See, we have got a line also, no, wherein it is being mentioned, a sweet face, my mother's, that, okay, through their hair. So that means we can simply check out कि उस time पे मौसम कैसा होगा, right? So it was a windy day, right? And that is why because of the air, the hair were flying. Again, I have told you multiple times, children, it's like really important. The plural for hair is hair. We cannot write hairs. Please make it a point. This word does not exist at all. Clear? The expression on the faces of the poet's mother and her cousins was that of happiness and enjoyment. So now, because अब उन लोग के pictures click हो रहे थे, so everybody was super excited. Everybody was having a great smile on their face, and they were enjoying that phase. The mother was looking very pretty at that time, and the photograph was taken a long time ago. So indeed, yes, the mother was enjoying that. In fact, the other 2 cousins were also enjoying that moment of a short trip to the sea, right? And they were laughing through that picture. Everything has changed since then. So now, यहाँ तक जो हमारा poem थी, it was going into a flashback. Now it has come to the present time. Sujal, I have told you multiple times, with did, you are supposed to use the first form of the verb, right? So it is, why didn't you take class on Unacademy today? You got my point. See, you have used, no, the helping verb did. So with did, we are supposed to use the first form of the verb, right? That is why it will become, ma'am, why didn't you take the class on the app, right? Okay, there was some technical glitch. That is why I wasn't being able to do that. Okay. Now, abhi tak jo poem thi, that was in the flashback. Now, the poem and the poet, they both comes into the present time. Everything has changed since then. Her mother grew up. Now she was dead, and the poet was reviving her memories. Reviving means recalling her memories. The only thing that has remained unchanged is the sea, which was washing the feet of all three girls. Now, as you already know, I mean, we change, we grow old, right? We have seen so many changes, but nature remains the same. If you will go to any of those places which you visited, and mind it, when I'm saying places, that means something which is natural, natural things surrounded to it. So they still remain the same, right? In the same fashion, the three cousins who were right there and who were actually enjoying that moment. Now these three girls have grown up. Perhaps they are no more, but that sea is still there. That sea which washed away the feet of those three cousins. The mention of the word transient indicates the ever changing lives of human beings as well as the shortness of their stay. ओ माय गॉड अमन, इससे ज्यादा हिंदी। ओके, सो अभी हमने जब वर्ड देखा था ट्रांजिएंट, उसका मतलब क्या होता है? समथिंग विच इज टेम्पररी, राइट? विच इज लाइक विच लिव फॉर अ वेरी शॉर्ट पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, right? So that is why the poet has used here the word transient, just to show, just to make the whole human civilization remind that we human beings are here for a very short span of time. Our stay here in this world is very, very, very short lived, right? So transient indicates the ever changing lives of human beings as well as the shortness of their stay on this world, in contrast to the eternity of nature. Again, I have just given an example that nature will be here, nature was here before the human civilization, and nature will be there perhaps अगर हम उसको छोड़ देंगे, अगर हम उसे बख्श देंगे तो. The way we humans are dealing with nature these days, oh my god, it will genuinely going to, bash us back for sure. Anyway, so now herein the poet is simply trying to say that हम लोगों की life यहाँ पे transient है. It is very temporary. It is short-lived. Unlike, और ये एकदम contrast है to the nature which is eternal. वो कहीं नहीं जाने वाला है. Eternal means everlasting, which will never die. The girl's life changed drastically during this period, but the sea has not changed. So obviously, the mother, along with her two cousins, she visited that sea. That time, the mother's age was simply 12 years, isn't it? So, वो उस time 12 years की थी. Years later, she was checking her own photograph. और वहां पे now Shirley Townsend perhaps was right there जब उसकी mother वो photograph देख रही थी. Now the mother is dead, right? And now only thing which is being left with Shirley Townsend is the photograph. Clear? So things have changed. All these things are temporary. Which is permanent here? That is your nature. Your nature, I meant the natural nature. The girl's life changed drastically during this period, but the sea has not changed. The stanza beautifully explains the transient nature of human beings. So yes, we actually came to know कि हम लोग की life कितनी ज़्यादा short-lived है in comparison to the nature. Let's move to stanza 3. It says, some 20-30 years later, she would laugh at the snapshot. Again, Nidhi, mind it. It is she had, okay? She had. Or she would. She had laughed or she would it will go with had. She had laughed at the snapshot. See Betty and Dolly, she would say, and look how they dressed us for the beach. The sea holiday was her past, mine is her laughter. Please ये वाला question chances है कि RTC में आ जाए, reference to context में आ जाए. So please, please, please listen to it carefully. Both rhyme with the labored ease of loss. Now, snapshot means a photograph. Dressed up means she was simply making fun that how their parents have made them dress for the beach. Rye means disgusted. Labored means when you are doing labor, जो हम बोलते हैं बहुत ज़्यादा extra efforts डालते हैं अपने हर काम के अंदर, right? So who put extra effort, extra hard work, and ease means comfort. You got these points? Labor means somebody who puts extra effort in any of those works, and ease means comfort. Now let's check out the same stanza again. It says, some 20-30 years later, she would laugh with a snapshot. See Betty and Dolly, she would say, and look how they dressed us for the beach. Yeah. Um, and who are they? They are basically the parents of the cousins. The sea holiday was her past. Now, for whom that sea holiday was the past? It was past for the poet's mother. And mine is her laughter. And मेरे लिए क्या past है? To see my mother's laugh. Oh my god, Aman, relax. Okay, so what we have covered in this poem till now, ये जो photograph poem है, Shirley Townsend ने लिखी थी for the memory of her mother. Now poem start होती है that there's a cardboard. वहाँ पे उस cardboard के ऊपर एक photograph pasted है जिसमें she could see 3 girls are there, right? और वो 3 girls they are holding hands with each other. उन्हें एक दूसरे के हाथ पकड़ रखे हैं अमन, and now they are being clicked by one of the uncles who were there with them to go to the beach. Now वहाँ पे describe किया हुआ है that how the hair were flying up in the air because it was a windy day, and you know and they all were enjoying that sea holiday. But अब क्या हो गया है? She is also explaining. That was the first stanza. The poem goes ahead, and now she is saying that her mother is no more, and she has used the term transient feat, terribly transient feat, wherein she is explaining, वो explain कर रही है that how come nature is permanent. Nature comes up with the whole idea of eternity. वो कभी खत्म नहीं होता है. But we human beings are transient here. We are here for a very short period of time. Her mother, she has lost her mother, but that sea is still there. Clear? Now we are dealing with the third stanza. Are you with me now, Aman? Is it fine with you? Okay, now it says, even 20-30 years later, the mother would look at the photograph and laugh nostalgically. Nostalgically मतलब क्या होता है? हम जब किसी भी पुरानी चीज को देखते हैं तो हमें नॉस्टैल्जिया हो जाता है, हमें फिर से वहां जाने का मन करता है, right? So therein, after 20-30 years, the mother would check out the photograph and she would laugh nostalgically, remembering the happy memories of her past. So again, जैसा हम लोग के साथ होता है, how we all react to it. Oh my God, हमें ऐसे कपड़े पहनाया करते थे. Like that's what I say to my parents. That's how terribly you used to make us dress. I mean, and like we laugh by checking out those pictures. So that is what, in fact, the poet's mother had also done. Mother would look at the photograph and comment on the dresses worn by the cousins Dolly, Betty, and herself. Remember the name of the 2 cousins, that was Dolly and Betty. So now again she was simply commenting like, hey, check out the way our parents have made us dress for that beach, beach stroll. Okay, stroll का मतलब क्या होता है बच्चा? All of you can use it. STROLL. That means going for a short walk. Right? Now, sea holiday was her mother's past, and her mother's laughter has become a thing of the past for the poet, as her mother was now dead. So that sea holiday was basically a thing of past for mother. You remember जैसे वो mother वो photograph देखकर how nostalgically she was laughing, और वो ये बोल रही थी like check out how her parents had made us dress for the beach. Now जो वो mother का reaction था, that was a thing of past because that mother is no more, right? That was a thing of past for our poet Shirley Townsend. The poet still remembers how her mother would laugh at the photograph, remembering the sea holiday with the fondness as well as sense of loss, because that time would never come back. Again, I think we all have grown to that level wherein we do understand that whatever time we have lived, that will surely never going to come back. So we should live each and every moment of our day, of our time. Another thing I want to tell all of you, please, 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 please use this. Fondness matlab yaad mein. I'm like very fond of it. Matlab I love it. Fondness, right? Another thing which I want to tell you is that please, 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 please use this term carpe, C-A-R-P-E, carpe diem, D-I-E-M, right? It's a phrase, okay? और इसका मतलब क्या होता है? Seize the moment or seize the time, right? Whatever you are doing in the present time, do it full-fledgedly. Put your heart into it. It's a beautiful. There's a movie, Dead Poet Society. I repeat, that is the name of the movie, The Dead Poet Society. That was being released in I think 1985 or 1919, something like that. So that this term was being used, and it's a French term or Latin term if I'm not wrong, carpe diem. Or I mean, you should use it. Like carpe diem का मतलब क्या होता है? Seize the moment or seize the time. That is what the poet is also trying to say to all of us, that whatever moment you are living in the present time, live it full-fledgedly, right? Because you never know what will going to happen to you next. In the same way, poet feels nostalgic thinking about her mother and her laughter, which has become a thing of the past. So how the mother was very much, and how she was nostalgic when she checked out that image. In the same way, thinking of her own mother, because that mother is no more, right? She has become nostalgic. She's almost there on the verge of crying. The word labored and ease are opposite to each other, but describe the same entity, that means loss. Now, labored ease का मतलब क्या है? They are contradictory terms, और मैं आपको, I will tell it to you right now that herein the poet has used oxymoron. You remember in our special class, in fact, here also I give you an example of happily married, right? So now it is being said that one who is married cannot be happy. I mean, that's simply a way to remember the term which even I used it, right? So यहाँ पे labor का मतलब क्या होता है? The one who is doing lots and lots of efforts, lots and lots of work. वहीं पे ease का मतलब क्या होता है? Comfort. So यहाँ पे ये दोनों words एकदम contradictory है. अगर ये contradiction आता है, so इसे हम poetic language में oxymoron बोलते हैं. Here comes the last paragraph or last stanza of our poem. Now she's been dead nearly as many years as that girl lived. So what was the age of the mother when she was being put there? When she was being clicked by the uncle, it was simply 12 years, isn't it? और अब उतनी ही years हो चुके हैं poet की mother को, की death को. And of this circumstance, there is nothing to say at all. It's silence, silences. Now यहाँ पे it's being repeated, right? The word is being reused. Right, so यहाँ पे इतना ज़्यादा silence हो गया है after the absence of the mother, because now she is out of words. She cannot even explain what is she going through. Clear? Circumstance means situation. Silence makes somebody unable to speak. Now let's just check it out what that last stanza was all about. It says, the poet recalls that it is nearly 12 years since her mother died. So as we already know, it's been almost 12 years since she has lost her own mother. The poet is consumed with grief. Grief means sadness, but is left with no words to express her loss and pain. So although she is being consumed, obviously if you will going to lose any of your close and a dear one, that would be a thing, we will be short of words. Right? So in the same way, she cannot even express what is she going through. The poet is totally absorbed in memories of her dead mother. And now she is simply rethinking, recalling, and all the memories of her dead mother is coming into her mind. The painful silence, again, the spelling of painful is F-U-L. Don't make it F-U-L-L. Aman, that is not at all important. Kindly pay attention. The painful silence of this situation leaves the poet speechless. Again, she is out of words. She has no words to describe what is she going through right now. The poet can feel the grief but is unable to express it through words. The silence caused by death makes the atmosphere gloomy when no one is able to utter words. और इतना ज़्यादा silence create हो गया है poet की mother की death के बाद that पूरा का पूरा atmosphere has become dull and nobody feels like talking. Right? Now, let's just see what all poetic devices are being used in this poem. First of all, there was a usage of allusion. Allusion का मतलब क्या होता है? It is a reference or an incidental mention of something either directly or by implication. So यहाँ पे हम एक चीज को refer कर रहे हैं to describe something else. For example, in the first line of your poem itself, the cardboard shows me how it was. So यहाँ पे cardboard का simple मतलब क्या है बच्चा? It simply means a photograph. You got my point. Allusion का मतलब क्या होता है? That we are using one thing to describe the other side of it, right? So यहाँ पे cardboard का मतलब क्या था? A photograph. So herein, the first poetic device which we have checked out. Okay, Aman, choice is yours. You decide what you want to do. Next is alliteration. Alliteration मैंने आपको बताया था जब poem में use हुआ था. The same sound is repeating itself, right? Stood still to smile. Sir, sir, and sir, right? Stood still to smile. The same sound is repeating. That means alliteration. Next is terribly transient. Ter, alliteration. It's silences. Sir, sir, sir. The same sound is repeating itself. That means we have got alliteration there. Clear? Next is transferred epithet. So what do we mean by transferred epithet? Is a description that refers to a character or event but is used to describe a different situation or character. So अगर आपने एक चीज को पिक किया है बट आप उसको वो चीज जिसके लिए यूज की जाती है आप उसके एकदम ऑपोजिट बात कर रहे हो. Clear? Transient feat. Transient का मतलब what did I tell you? It was temporary. Now how come temporary feat? That means our human life is very short-lived. यहाँ पे feat का मतलब क्या है बच्चा? Human itself or human life itself. You got my point? So यहाँ पे when the poet has used transient feat, so यहाँ पे feat का मतलब क्या था? That was human. Right? That how our life is very short-lived on this earth. You got what is? हाँ जी मैं वही सोच रही हूँ. Thank you. मुझे भी वही लग रहा था. But it's okay. Let's just see. कुछ देर के लिए. हाँ, I agree. अच्छा, you tell me, you got what do we mean by transferred epithet? जहाँ पे we are using one thing, right, to denote something else. यहाँ पे feat का मतलब क्या था? That was human. Next is oxymoron. I told you that is easy to keep in mind. जब हम दो contradictory चीजों को जो एकदम opposite एक दूसरे से हम उनको साथ में लेके आ रहे हैं. Like you are looking terribly beautiful. So terribly का मतलब ही क्या होता है? Badly, like next level bad. And we say you are looking terribly beautiful, right? So यहाँ पे terribly और beautiful क्या है? They are your oxymoron, right? When labored ease is being used in this poem, labor का मतलब क्या होता है? Somebody who do lots and lots of hard work, right? जो बहुत 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 काम करता है. और ease का मतलब क्या होता है? Comfort, right? All of you should be at ease in your house, right? So I hope सब लोग बहुत comfort में हैं अपने घर पे, right? So यहाँ पे labored और ease जब साथ में use हुए, so that means we are clearly mentioning that as oxymoron. Oxymoron means when you are comparing two things, when you're writing two things together. Just a second. Yeah. Next is personification. Now, what do we mean by personification? That we are giving human life attributes. I repeat that we are giving human-like attributes to non-living things or perhaps to animated objects, to any other thing which is not human. Now, the example, it silences. So, यहाँ पे it का क्या reference है? That means the death. That death has created silence, right? So, herein we have used a personification. Clear? So, that was all about the whole poem. If you have any doubts, you can still write and I will try to answer it. Yes? And if you guys are ready, so we can begin with the NCRT questions of this particular poem. And post that, just like yesterday, we will going to do a quiz together. Clear? Plus, ma'am, please उसका कुछ करो. क्या हुआ? Did he? I just blocked him, no? कुछ problem हुआ अभी फिर से? Okay. Now, let's just check out the first NCRT question. It says, what does the word cardboard denote in the poem? Right? Cardboard, can anybody tell me? I just told you. Okay, Nidhi, and in fact, everybody can tell me. I just told you what poetic device is being used for cardboard. Is it personification? Is it transferred epithet? Is it allusion? Is it simile? Is it metaphor? What cardboard is trying to say to us when it comes to our poetic devices? Come on. मैंने delete कर दिया ना वो message. That is being blocked. Don't worry. That is being blocked. Nobody can see it now. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't pay attention to such losers in life. Relax. Oh yes, Nidhi, that's correct. It means a photograph. The word cardboard denotes the photograph pasted on a hard, thick paper. So वहाँ पे जब photograph और in fact जब उस cardboard का word का use हुआ था, that simply meant photograph. This word has been used to refer to a practice in the past when photographs were pasted on cardboard and framed with glass front to preserve them. So that is a practice which people used to do when there were no exactly those photo frames. So वो लोग cardboard के ऊपर they used to paste a picture and that's how they used to keep it safe with them. Now, next question is, what has the camera captured? It's a very important question. So the camera has captured the beautiful childhood moments of poet's mother who went for a sea holiday with her two cousins, Dolly and Betty. The girls were pedaling. Can anybody tell me the meaning of the word pedaling? What do we mean by the word paddling? Yeah? We have used there the word paddling. Can anybody tell me? I have told you what we meant by the term. It means walking barefoot. Yeah? So the girls were walking in shallow water. Very good. Yes, barefoot. Paddling in the water, enjoying the moment. The photograph clicked by the mother's uncle. Yes, Nidhi. Shows the girls' innocent smiling faces while their hair were flying over their faces. Right? So that what all moment being described in the poem, you have to describe it here as well. The whole moment, that how the three cousins were holding their hands, and how the because of air, because of the windy day rather, the hair were were flying in the sky, right? And how they all were so happy. So you need to mention that only. The next question is, what has not changed over the years? You all know the sea has not changed over the year. Does this suggest something to you? So yes, it just suggests that how humans have come up on this earth with a short life in their hand. Let's just see this answer. The lines and the sea, which appears to have changed less, depicts that the sea have stayed the same over the years. It has not changed at all. So yes, there was no change which was being made to the sea. These lines suggest a sharp contrast to the mortal human life. Now, obviously, there's a sharp contrast between the life which we humans are having and the life which nature is having. We have come up here with transient life, and nature itself is immortal. Human life is transitory and temporary, whereas the sea, yes, we can say that sea is immortal. Yes, we can. Human life is transitory and temporary, whereas the sea symbolizes permanence, immortality, and eternity. Right? The poet makes use of the phrase terribly transient feat to highlight the ephemeral nature of human life. Ephemeral means that will soon going to end. Next question is the poet's mother. Sorry, yeah, it is with single S. I'm so sorry. The poet's mother laughed at the snapshot. What did this laugh indicate? So, why did she actually laugh, and what was that laugh indicating to all of us? The laugh indicated her joy at remembering an incident connected with her past life. So, when she checked out that snapshot, she was really joyful. She was genuinely happy to see that. Hi, Lakshman. When she was quite young and free from the tensions and worries of life. So, yes, that time she was simply happy because she was simply living the life which she always dreamt of, perhaps, and there were no responsibilities attached to her. Clear? Next question is what is the meaning of the line both rye with the labored ease of loss? So the sea holiday and the laughter of the poet's mother are incidents of the past. How the poet was, how the poet's mother was checking at a snapshot and she was so moved. That was a moment of past for her. And checking out the smile of her own mother is a thing of past for the poet now. Yes, all the time you have to keep in mind that you are telling it both the ways. Clear? You are keeping both the situations pretty active in your answer. There's a sense of loss associated with them. Both are amusing yet disappointing as the state of feeling. Comfortable or relaxed is unnatural or forced one. This sense of loss is quite painful to bear. So they both have lost something or the other. The poet's mother has lost her childhood, and the poet herself has lost. Lakshman, I have just done that. I have covered the whole poem and I'm simply discussing the question answers. You're a bit late, so no worries here. You can check out the whole video. Yes, and Abhi, now we're going to do a quiz together. So if you're going to stay till that time, you will be super sorted what the whole poem was all about. Yeah? Okay. The next question is, what does the this word circumstance refer to, or situation? This circumstance refers to the present situation of the poet, wherein the poet is absorbed in the painful memory of her dead mother. So वहां पे जब circumstance की बात हो रही थी, right? So that time she was simply talking about the painful loss, the death of her mother. Looking at the photograph and thinking of her mother's laughter, the poet also realizes that it has the same number of years since her mother died as her mother's age in the photograph. So ironically, it's the same years. Jitna time mother ka us age mein thi, that was simply 12. In the same way, it's been 12 years since her mother's death. Clear? Yeah, Lakshman, Abhi, I'll give you, we're done. We're left with just one question and I'll brief you how exactly you can you can be part of quiz. Just give me a minute here. Okay, it says the three stanzas depict three different phases. What are they? I mean, this question may come for your long questions if there are any chances for it. Okay, so now the first stanza refers to the childhood days of the poet's mother when she was 12 years old or so. The first stanza was talking about the mother when she herself was 12 years old, and that time she went for the beach holiday with her two cousins and uncle. Second stanza refers to the poet's childhood days when her mother had become an adult. So in the second stanza, now the poet herself is a child, and that time the mother was simply checking out the photograph, right? And she is commenting like, see how our parents had dressed up for us for the beach holiday. The last stanza talks about the poet's adult life wherein her mother is no more. Now, how many years has been completed since the death of her mother? It's been 12 years. The stanza depicts the poet looking at the same photograph and recollecting her mother's laughter. So the poet is looking at the same photograph and she's trying to gather the old memories associated of her mother when she herself was checking that image, that photograph, that cardboard. The loss of her mother puts her in utter grief. She has no words to explain the terrible pain of her mother's death. So again, she is out of words. She is out of words to explain how terribly sad she is at this particular moment. Right, so that was all about this beautiful poem. Right, now it's time to do a short quiz. As you already know, if you have attended the previous lecture, you know how it functions. Right, I will give you certain questions, yes, and how you need to answer. For example, if you agree that with one, your option A is the correct one, so that is how you will going to write. If you think that with 2, option C is there, so that's how you will going to write. Clear? Are we all ready? Shall we begin with this quiz? It's very simple. If you have attended this class thoroughly, let me tell you, and we have just done it, right? So everything is pretty fresh in your brains. Do apply that fresh memory here. Clear? So let's get started. Here goes the first question. Who is the poet or poetess of the poem A Photograph? Is it Shirley Towson, Rudyard Kipling, Elizabeth Jennings, or Marcus Nathan? I told you how you need to write your answer if you think with one. Your option is C. Very good, Nidhi. Very good, Sujal. Yes, Lakshman, it is A. Yes, right. Okay. That is definitely Shirley Towson. Perfect. Here goes the second question. What is the poem A Photograph about? Like what it is all about? Entrepreneur, you need to write the answer as well. What one? It is supposed to have an answer, no? So write A also. Here goes the second question. What is the poem A Photograph about? About poet's childhood memories, tribute to poet's mother, poet's photograph, or poet's father? Very good, Nidhi. Others, what are your answers related to this question? Write it down. Okay, Lakshman, Sujal, you all are going with B option. Perfect. That this poem is simply a tribute to the poet's mother. Very good, entrepreneur. Perfect. Next question. What was the age of the poet's mother when the photograph was taken? What was the age of the poet's mother when the photograph was taken? 11 years old, 13 years old, 12 years old, or 14 years old? Nidhi is the fastest. Perfect. That is okay. What about the rest of you? Lakshman is also going with the 3. Yes, C. Sujal, entrepreneur. Perfect. That is 12 years old. Again, that was the same year. इतना time हो चुका था poet को अपनी mother के death के बाद. Okay. Fourth question. When did her mother die? I just told you. Okay. When did her mother die? 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 13 years ago, or 12 years ago? I just told you though, you can do it. Okay, Aman. So please don't create trouble in the class. Yeah, let's just be sensible. Let's just act like adults. Yeah. Okay. So everybody is going with the option D, which is 12 years old. Fifth question, how many people were there in the photograph? How many people were there in the photograph? Not there for the beach. Rather, how many people were there in that photograph which was being clicked by the uncle? 2 girls, 3 girls, 2 girls and 1 boy, or only her mother? Nidhi is right with her answer. Let me see with each one of us. Lakshman, good. Sujal, good. Yes, okay. Right, so that is definitely your B option. And they were the mother along with her 2 cousins. Yes, entrepreneur, perfect. Which material was the frame of the photograph made of? That is the first line of your poem itself. First line and I think third word itself. Second word itself. Of cardboard, B is wood, C is steel, or D is plastic. Sujal, very good. Okay. Yes, Nidhi, yes, perfect, bacha. What about the rest of us? Yes, entrepreneur, indeed, that was a cardboard. Perfect. Who were on both sides of her mother? There were 2 other cousins, right? So what are the name of those cousins? Cousins Betty and Dolly, parents, cousins Dolly and Adam, or friends? What do you think is the correct answer? Sujal, very good. Nidhi, very good. Okay, entrepreneur, perfect. Yeah, that was cousins Betty and Dolly. Very good, guys. What are the 3 of them doing in the photograph? So, what are they all were doing in that particular photograph? They were playing, they were standing beside house, they were holding hands, and went for paddling. What do you think? Very good, very good, very good. That's right, Nidhi, entrepreneur. Sujal, yes. Okay, yes, right. That's the correct answer, which is that they were holding hands and went for paddling. Next question. Who took the photograph of her mother with her cousin? Her grandfather, her uncle, her mother's friend, or her grandmother? Who was there? Like, who clicked the picture? Nidhi, very good. Sujal, very good. Yes, perfect. Yeah. Okay, entrepreneur, that's the uncle. What does the terribly transient feat mean in the poem? Like, what do we mean by this particular phrase? Her feet represent the mother who changed with time while the sea remained the same. Temporary situation, age is temporary, or none of the above. You have to answer this question keeping in mind what was there in the poem, the relevance. कहाँ पे ये वाली line use की गई थी? Oh yes, that is 10A, that her feet present the mother who changed less with time while the sea remained the same. 3 of you are correct. Next question. Okay, we have got only 20 questions, okay? After how many years did her mother laugh on seeing the photograph? So it's been how many years? After 21 years, after 23 years, after 12 years, or after 25 years? You can answer this question. It's the easiest of the lot, I believe. Very good, Sujal. Very good, Nidhi. That's going great. Okay. So that is indeed your 12 years. Wait, 23 years? Oh, yes. Okay, okay, okay. Sorry. Yeah. 2030? Any confusion, Nidhi? Okay. What was the favorite memory of her mother? Beach holidays, school memories, vacations, or none of the above? Oh, yes, that's 12th A, that she was terribly missing her Yes, very good. That is 12A. That is their beach holiday. What was the favorite memory of the poet? Okay, that's great. 3 of you have answered this question correctly. It says, what was the favorite memory of the poet? Her mother's memories, her mother's laughter, her own vacation memories, or her childhood memories? Okay, you are saying her mother's laughter. Very good, Nidhi and entrepreneur. Yes, that is the correct one. That Sujal. Okay, yes, her mother's memories. No, 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 no. No, Sujal, that will be her mother's laughter. There's a line also in the poem wherein she is being describing that her mother's laughter is a thing of past for her. Right? So you have to keep in mind that it was the mother's. Okay, was her past. Sorry, it says the sea holiday is. Sorry, the sea holiday was her past. Mine is her laughter. Right? So that is the laughter of the mother. What would the mother show to her daughter while showing her the photograph? So what did she exactly ask her to look at? How her parents dressed her for the beach, her cousins, her own childhood photograph, or the background? What do you think? 14th A, how her parents dressed her for the beach. Very good, entrepreneur. Yes, Lakshman, Sujal, everybody is right. Yes, that how her parents had dressed her for the beach. With that, let's move to question number 15. It says, what is the meaning of the word wry? Wry means ironic, cry, sad, or none of the above. Tell me. 15th पे हैं हम लोग. So tell me the correct answer for that. 15C, that is definitely. That is wrong, guys. It will be ironic, right? It is ironic. That how, it has become a thing of ironic because they both are. आपको याद है वो line ironic ease वाली, right? Sorry, ironic ease ही था ना वो. Sorry, what was the term? Labored ease of loss, right? So वहाँ पे राय का मतलब था कितना ironic है that how is she's actually what was the thing of memory of the past for the daughter? That was her mother's memory. And what was the thing of the past for the mother? That was the beach holiday itself. So now ये कितना ironic है that they are making that things have become so they are at ease, they are comfortable, but rather why are you deleting your messages? It's okay. Okay. 16th question. What oxymoron literary device was used in the poem? I told you there was one. Abhi, I have also given you an example of it. Right? So, what was the oxymoron which was being used in this poem? Terribly transient, through their both wry or labored ease. Oxymoron का मतलब होता है yes, that two contradictory things are coming together. Very good, Nidhi. Chotu, yes. Chotu, entrepreneur, right? Okay. Now that is definitely labored ease. Very good. Yes, Sujal, right. Yeah. What epithet literary device was used in the poem? Terribly transient, through their both wry or labored ease. Terribly transient. Right. Yes, that was your A option. Terribly transient. How many phases were depicted in the... Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. It says how many... Yeah. How many phases were depicted in the poem by the poet? So how many phases are being described? 1 phase, 2 phase, 3 phase, or 4 phases? Very good. Perfect, Bacha. Yes, that was 3 phases. Very good. All of you knows it. Yes, 3. No, Aman, that was supposed to be 3 phases, right? How come 3? That the mother was describing her own childhood, then the mother has grown up. I mean, she has become a mother now, And the third phase was when the poet herself was crying on the loss of her mother's death. That is why three phases. What was the last phase in the poem? uh, After her mother died, after she grown up, or after she's a grown up, after her mother is a grown up, or none of the above? Tell me. Yes, that's 19A, that after her mother died, so that was the phase 3 of their lives. Yes, perfect. Yeah. And here goes the last question for the day. What does she feel in the last phase? Pain and grief, happy and nostalgic, sad and nostalgic, and pain and nostalgic. So, what do you think is the right answer for this particular question? Very good, Nidhi. Oh, yes. Superb. Right, right, right. All of you knows it then. So, I hope we are super clear with this particular poem, right? There are no doubts anymore with any one of us. We have covered all of the stanzas again, right? I have already given you the meaning of the difficult terms. Along with that, we have checked out the NCRT questions. We are done with the MCQs. So nothing is left with this. मैं करवाती हूँ. इनफैक्ट हमने कल ही वहां पे क्विज किया था ना, right? That is what we did yesterday. I had a quiz. I've conducted the quiz on determiners and tenses. Okay, let me see that. After how many years did her mother laugh on seeing the photograph? Yes. Okay. Okay, the answer is supposed to be some 20, 30 years. Wait. So, wait. So, let's just make it as 21, 20 or 21, 20 or 3. Okay, so according to it, it is supposed to be in the second paragraph. Yeah, okay, that is 20 to 30 years. So that will be this, like 20, 23, like in between those particular years. That is why we have got a hyphen here, right? That is the reason why we have got a hyphen here. Clear? So I hope everybody sorted with this poem, right? Tomorrow we're going to begin with we are not afraid to die if we all can be together. So again, I will going to explain each of the paragraphs, the NCRT question. Yes, Sujal, we are not afraid to die if we can all be together, right? So that is what we are going to cover up tomorrow. Each and every topic, each and every paragraph will be dealt. Along with that, NCRT questions and again a quiz. Cool, then yeah. So that is it for this day, and I hope we are done with this thoroughly, right? And there are no doubts associated with it. Still, if you have any, you can write in the comment box and I'll try to answer them. Hi guys, my name is Ambika and you are here with me on Unacademy's YouTube channel, which is Let's Crack CBSE with us. So guys, you are here on Worlds, in fact, sorry, not on Worlds, but perhaps in present scenarios, India's largest learning platform, right? And let me give you a very clear idea about how Unacademy functions, what exactly Unacademy is all about. So let me tell every bit, every corner of Unacademy. So first of all, we have got two subscriptions here. So the first one is your Plus subscription and the other one is Iconic. So let me tell all of you about the Plus one. So herein, you can learn at the ease at the comfort of your house, and that too live. It's not about recorded lectures, which you have to watch, and if you don't feel like you can miss them out. All these lectures are live. Hi, entrepreneur. Right? So that is the first and the foremost feature of our Unacademy. Second is unlimited access to all our courses. So once you have enrolled yourself to our Plus course, you can check out n number of courses. Next is all this will be taught by the nation's best top educators. They are top-notch educators, right? So they are so, hi Sakshi. So they are so prolific in their own field. They're just so pro. They are so amazing in their own specific field, and these educators will surely going to help you out. Hi, Sujal, and I'm all good. How are you guys? So these educators will going to help you out in your journey of learning. Next is exhaustive coverage of syllabus. That means everything will be covered, be it your any corner, in fact, all those tiny paragraphs which are being mentioned in any of those books, they all will be covered, right? Next is regular doubt clearing sessions. So, I mean, I perhaps belong to that, to that group of people wherein I usually have doubts about almost everything. So those doubts, if you are somebody like me, so those doubts will be clarified by again those amazing educators. Next thing is live test series is also there. Another important thing is the study material will be provided to you in the format of the PDF. So you can download it, you can check them out n number of time whenever you feel like. Next is answer writing sessions. So specifically with English, this is the major problem that we know what the question is all about. We know like what exactly it is asking us to do. But the problem arises like, hey, how to do that? How to begin with that? So herein we will going to have answer writing sessions as well. So that was all about our plus. Now let me tell you all of you, everybody out there about the iconic subscription. So herein it has taken learning to the zenith, to the next level altogether. So herein, first of all, the most amazing and the most differentiating feature of our iconic is that we have got the personal mentors here. And by personal mentors, I mean that if you want a particular educator to help you out with any of those doubts, so that person will going to do that. That mentor will going to do that. Next is live doubt solving sessions will be there. Along with that, the weekly report will also be provided to you. Right, so in that weekly report, what all will be covered, like how many classes you have attended already, what is your performance in the class, right? If you have attended any of those tests or quizzes, so how exactly you have performed in that, right? So all these things will be covered in your weekly report. Next is parent connect. If your parents have any doubts related to any of your performance, so that is something wherein they can connect with us. Next things comes up is your study planner, and all the benefits which were right there for a plus, they are already here with iconic as well. Clear? So next thing is every batch is right there. Hi Nidhi, good evening. Right, wherein you will going to have both the languages, be it your Hindi or your English, because language is definitely not a barrier for us, and language is not the barrier for knowledge also. Right, so all these batches are right there in your Hindi and in English. So in whichever language you are comfortable with, howsoever you want to attend it, you can do that. And we have got the batches for your commerce, for your science, for your humanities, everything. Next is plus and iconic subscription. So I have already told everything about it, I believe, right? Whatever were the features of plus, that means India's best top educators, interactive live classes, live tests and quizzes, creative corner. I'll give you a very fair idea what creative corner is, right? So they all are there, but iconic is having all the features of plus. Along with that, you will going to have the personal mentors, live doubt solutions, parent connect, and study planner will also be there. So here comes the one which I was talking about, the creative corner. So we have somehow realized that we do not want to create those set of human beings who are just good with academics. We want an overall development of a human being. That's what CBSE also agrees with. So herein, Unacademy has come up with this complementary part of of your plus and of your iconic, wherein you will going to learn Vedic math, doodling, public speaking, origami, magic tricks, poetry, storytelling, robotics, mnemonics, debating, everything. And that is not from somebody who is like pretty fine, about these skills, rather with the creative experts. So these will be taught to you by the experts of the particular fields. So that was all about Unacademy. Now the question arises like, how can I enroll myself to it? It's very easy, guys. All you need to do is go to your Play Store. That is how the Unacademy icon will going to look like, right? type their Unacademy learning app, and this is what it will going to display there, and you can download this. Next thing is how you will come to know when all classes are being lined up for you. It's very easy. All you need to do is, again, go to Telegram. If you have it, well, good. If you don't have it, you need to download that app as well. And you can simply type there Quest 11 CBSE Science, and every relevant information about your course will be provided to you here, right? And another important thing is all of you can use my code, which is AMBIKA, Ambika, and with that you will going to get 10% discount. So guys, don't forget to use my code, right? So with that, let's move to today's agenda of the class, which is your chapter number 2 of your Hornbill, which is we are not afraid to die if we can all be together. Right? This is really a very interesting chapter. If you are somebody who is very active, who is pro with adventure, right? And we have already covered this chapter in our YouTube, in our special. Herein, I will give you a quick summary of this chapter as per the dates. You know, there are like many dates are being used in this chapter. So we will going to check out on what specific date, on which specific date rather, what all incidents took place. So I would request for that you can sit with a paper or a pen and you can jot them down. So first of all, the author of the story is Gordon Cook and Alan East, yes, and they both were from Toronto. Toronto is there in Canada, right? And these two authors, I mean these two parallel authors, have also worked for the, they have also participated in Royal Canadian Yacht Club. Yacht, you understand, those huge giant ships. So they have also participated in that, and they are actually the Canadian Olympic sailors also. They represented their own country in Olympics when it comes to sailing the boats, right? So that was all about Gordon Cook and Alan East. Don't ask me which one is who. I have no clue. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. So here goes a quick summary of this chapter. That is, in the story, the narrator and his family plan to set sail from Plymouth, England to duplicate the round-the-world voyage. First of all, there are certain words which you need to use while attempting the answer of this particular chapter. The first one is voyage. Voyage का मतलब क्या होता है? When you are sailing, I repeat, either from water or from air, right? Those mode of communication, or transfer or your movement, that is, for that two things you have to use voyage or voyage, right? So herein the narrator and his family, they decided to begin their sail. उन लोगों ने plan किया that we will going to begin our journey from Plymouth, England, to duplicate. Duplicate means the exact replica or to mirror the round world voyage which was made 200 years back by Captain James Cook. Plymouth is a name of a place, bacha, which is there in England, right? So that is Plymouth. So now they have decided, the narrator and his family. Okay, so narrator ka lineage kya hai? That there was this man in his family whose name was Captain James Cook, okay, who was his ancestor. So उन्होंने 200 years पहले एक voyage किया था, एक sail पे गए थे, wherein they have covered the whole world, right? So to duplicate, to create the mirror image of that voyage which took place 200 years back, the narrator and his family decided to do the same thing. This is a story of human endurance, selflessness, and courage in the face of adversity. So this whole story is about human endurance. Endurance means acceptance, like, whatever the situation, everybody has come up together, wherein they have, especially the narrator and his family. Sorry, not even the narrator and his family. In fact, all the sailors who were right there in that ship, they have worked courageously in the adverse, in the pathetic situation when they were into it, and selflessly. They were not simply considering themselves, rather they were taking care of each other also. So that is the basic concept of this whole story, that how in the face of adversity we should not go selfish, rather we should all work together for the benefit of everybody. In the catastrophic, I have already told you the meaning of the word catastrophic, which means in a very in a pathetic situation, in a situation which is full of calamities, a very disastrous situation, distasteful situation, right? That is the meaning of the word catastrophic, a pathetic situation. Their desperation to reach the land and their ultimate victory are presented in the story efficiently. So they were in this pathetic situation, and how badly they were struggling, how badly they have made almost, every effort to reach to the ground, to reach to the land. And that is the whole story about this chapter. We are not afraid to die if we can all be together. So that is, I have used this image just to show that these are certain terms which are being used repeatedly in our story. That is the main mast. So this is being called as the main mast of the ship. Next word which is being used multiple times in this chapter is keel and hull. So this is the bottom part of the ship which is called as hull and the keel. Right? ये वाले words बहुत ज़्यादा बार use हुए थे in the chapter. And the next term is chains, like how they have released the chains and things like that. So these are basic, technical terms which are being used in the concept of our ship. Now this is your Plymouth, England, जहां से इन्होंने अपनी sail start की थी. Again, Plymouth is basically a shore. It's basically an edge जहां से the writer, in fact the author and his family has decided to begin their voyage. And यहाँ से ये लोग cross करते हुए they have moved to the west coast of Africa to Cape Town. इन्होंने यहाँ से continue करके and they have moved gradually to the edge, to the tip of Africa, which is our Cape Town. यहाँ पे these two places are being mentioned in the chapter if you have checked it out, if you have read it. Now, here goes the story. We will going to cover the whole story as per the dates. Like कौन सी date को क्या सब हुआ था. So that is all we will going to cover here. The first one is preparation. That is what your whole first chapter is, the whole first page of the chapter is talking about, how they have prepared. The journey was planned for 3 years and a distance of 105,000 kilometers. So they were planning for this journey for 3 long years, and they were planning to cover the distance of 105,000 kilometers. And the second is route plan. So look, a plan क्या था? That they will going to start from England, और ये लोग England को cross करते हुए they'll move to South Africa through Indian Ocean, right? और Indian Ocean से cross करते हुए they'll move to Australia, the Americas, and finally back in England. So now you understand like how globe works, right? It is circular. So they have begun from England, they have moved to South Africa, right? वहां से they moved to Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean को cross करते हुए they came to Australia, और Australia से again to America. That is how the circle has been made, or to England, right? वहां पे, that is how, what is the name of the boat? That was the Wave Walker, which was 23-meter long, 30-ton wooden hulled beauty. These are the terms which are being used in the chapter. Sailors, now who all sailed into it? That is the narrator, his wife Mary, son Jonathan, who is 6 years old, and daughter 7, whose name was Suzanne. Another 2 sailors were there, and they were Larry Vigil and Herb Siagler. So that is all which is being mentioned in your first page of the book. Now, Larry Vigil was American and Herb Siagler was Swiss. You can remember it that Siagler is having the, that is simply a way to learn it, Herb Siagler, that is it is beginning with S, right? So that begins with Swiss, and Larry Vigil, the one who was from America. Now, the story goes ahead. It is now July 1976, और यहाँ से इन लोग की voyage start होती है, and that's wherein they begin with their journey. Voyage begins from Plymouth, England. That is something which we already know now. Good weather and cheerful days. So अभी तक weather बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा है, and now it is like happy days for all of them. From England via west coast of Africa. So ये लोग England से move करते हुए they have moved to the west coast of Africa. And यहाँ पे they have met Larry Vigil and Herb Siegler. We already know with which particular country they belong to, right? Now, in the Indian Ocean, December 25. So finally, it's a day of Christmas, right? Voyagers reached 3,005 kilometers east to Cape Town. So I have showed you Cape Town is at the tip of Africa. They have reached there and they are at the east of Cape Town. The weather was still atrocious. Atrocious means it was pathetic. It was it was really bad. The weather was still atrocious, yet they had a wonderful holiday complete with a Christmas tree. So थोड़ा सा जो weather था वो खराब होना start हो गया था, right? But still they somehow managed to have a great Christmas Eve. New Year's Day saw no improvement in the weather. और ऐसे करते करते finally it's New Year's Day, right? Which is like after 5 days of Christmas. और अभी तक भी weather में there was no improvement. That means the weather was still atrocious. Hey, अभी तक सब कुछ समझ में आ रहा है? Did we lose the track by any chance? Do we have any questions till now, guys? Yeah, I mean, it's going fine, right? See, we are covering it day-wise, I mean date-wise. So I hope that will be comfortable for all of us. Yeah. Okay, so here goes the story. Clear? Right, okay. Yeah, here goes the story. So now it is 2nd January, which is 1977. That is 2nd January. New Year is done, Christmas is done, and here comes the 2nd of January. Gigantic waves in the morning. Gigantic waves means huge waves entered. Sailing with only a small storm jib and were still making 8 knots. 8 knots क्या होता है बच्चा? जैसे कि how do we calculate, kilometers, meters when we are perhaps walking, when we are perhaps driving on the road, right? So knots is basically a way of measuring the water. I mean, I have covered this lap. हम लोग जो swimming करते हैं, that's what we say. So for larger term, it is knots. Ship rises to the top of each wave. Or up now, they have, high, huge waves. Another thing in the whole chapter, waves are being considered as something which have always worked against the sailors. And there is one more term which is being used for the word wind, which is gales. It is Gales. Oh my god, it is because of mouse. It is looking so pathetic. But sorry guys, I'm blessed with good handwriting. So now don't doubt that. Anyway, so with each wave, hi Soumya. So with each wave, ship भी उनके साथ उतनी ही high pitch पे चली जाती थी, because that is what the high waves were there for, or because there were gales. Gales means wind. Strong wind was there, जिसकी वजह से ship इतना height पे जा रही थी of the waves. Endless enormous seas rolling towards the ship, और इतनी ज़्यादा waves ship की तरफ they were started moving. The screaming of the wind and spray painful to ears. अगर आप लोग, if you have ever been in an airplane, right? So airplane में जैसे ही it starts, it actually gives that screeching sound to our ears. In fact, अगर हम कभी भी किसी भी mountain range पे जाते हैं in our car, I repeat, in the car, okay? So now, अगर we're going to pull our window pane open, right? We'll pull it down. So अगर आपने वो आवाज सुनी है हवा की, that is so screeching. It's like that somebody is yelling in your ears, right? So that was the sound of the wave there. Now here comes the fighting of the sea, or they are fighting the sea. The storm jib dropped. A heavy mooring rope in a loop across the stern lashed. So now जो rope थे वो भी somehow they were trying to get loosen up. Double lashed everything. So अब क्योंकि इतना ज़्यादा सब कुछ lose हो चुका था, ship के सारे parts were losing. So now they have double lashed up everything. Went through life rift drill. Attached lifelines. Don't oilskins and life jackets. So now they have board the life jackets and they have spilled out those oilskins there on the ship itself. That is what we have covered till page number 14 of our book. The story goes ahead now. It is January the 2nd and it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Waves higher than the ship. और अब waves की height इतनी ज़्यादा हो चुकी है that it has crossed the height of the ship itself, and they are following the ship as well. The wave hits back of the ship. The wave breaks the starboard right side. So now जो wave इतनी ज़्यादा high waves है, इतनी ज़्यादा heavy waves है that they have broken down the the side of the ship. The ship was about to capsize. Capsize means इतनी ज़्यादा high waves थे that there were chances that ship will be drowned. It will be sinked inside the water. Mary, the narrator's wife, took the steering wheel. You remember that the author himself says that you take care of the steering wheel. So she managed, she was there with steering wheel till the time they did not reach, to the maximum time when they were there on the ship. Larry and Herb pumped the water from the deck like the madmen. If you remember those lines from the text. So now Larry and Herb, the two other sailors, the two other helping hands, they were pumping the water from the deck like two madmen. And immediate action required. Now the the narrator needs to think of something so that he can somehow, manage, he can somehow settle down with the whole situation. वाटर लेवल रोज थ्रेटिंगली और वाटर का लेवल और ज्यादा इंक्रीज हो गया था. इनफैक्ट जिस पंप को लैरी और हर्ब यूज कर रहे थे टू पंप आउट द वाटर, दैट ऑल्सो स्टॉप्ड फंक्शनिंग. विद दैट दे मूव टू इलेक्ट्रिक पंप और फाइनली दैट एक्चुअली वर्क फॉर देम. ऑल रेडियो सिग्नल्स ब्लॉक्ड और इतना ज्यादा पानी था, इतनी ज्यादा हाई वेव्स थे. द वेदर वाज आल्सो नॉट इन देयर फेवर, right? So that ways they have lost the connect with the radio also, and that is how they lost the connect with the people, with the base also. Sue, the daughter, she also got the bump on her eye, so her eye also got reddened up, right? Now the story goes ahead. It is now, we are on page number 15 of your book, the last paragraph. It is January the 3. They somehow survived 48 long hours, right? So they have survived 2 long days in that miserable, in that atrocious weather. Auxiliary engine failed. I hope you all know what auxiliary means. In grammar also we have auxiliary verbs. They are basically the helping verbs. So that is the meaning of the word auxiliary, which means that, the helping engine. Hi Priyanshi. So the helping engines, they also failed and they did not work for them. Now it is on page number 16, that is January 4th, the third paragraph. So finally the water level dipped, but they were still unable to hoist sail. Hoist means that they were unable to move their sail ahead on the mast for fear of the ship's possible wreckage. Now they had a very clear idea, they had a very fair idea that the ship is being broken to the next level. There are many wreckages on that particular sail, on that particular ship. Hoisted the storm jib, headed to the direction of Isle Amsterdam. Isle means an island. I repeat, isle is a term which is being used for island. Okay, so that is isle, that is island Amsterdam. Not very certain about it. So now he was making wild guesses that in that particular direction there is supposed to be this tiny island, right? That was simply a wild guess. He wasn't sure about it though. And finally, at exactly 48 hours of a struggle. Now here comes January the 5th, right? Now let's just see what happens on January the 5th. As you all know, we have checked out, date wise. So the struggle began from 25th of December itself, but somehow they managed till New Year's. But the story begins further, the story takes the pitch further, और उसी के साथ their life also became miserable from January the 2nd. Now each day they were counting, each day they were trying to, make their things pretty comfortable. So that is why when it is being mentioned that they had their meal exactly after 48 hours, that 48 hours is being considered from 2nd of January. You got it? Now it is January the 5th. Weather went on deteriorating. So the weather still goes worse and worse and worse and worse. Jonathan says, Daddy, if we are all dying, we are not afraid to die because we are all in this together. So those are the words which are being spoken by a cute 6-year-old Jonathan. and more water flowed in, and with time, lots and lots of water started moving inside the ship. Sue made a card with her family in the ship as a caricature. So caricature means a beautiful, let's just say a cartoon, right? So that is what Sue actually made. Sue, the official name is Suzanne. So that makes a beautiful, that she made a beautiful card for her family. Narrator went to sleep after predicting the ships reaching Isle Amsterdam. So our narrator made a wild guess that they will surely going to reach to the Isle Amsterdam, and exactly at 6 o'clock they finally reached there. So that was all about our chapter, right? We have checked out, we have checked out the whole summary of the chapter in the format of the events which took place, right? Otherwise, you must have read the chapter before also. If you haven't, you can check my previous I think in the month of October or September, I have made a video on this chapter, so you can check it out. Once you are done from there, you can revisit this if you feel like, right? And it's time to begin with the character sketch of this particular chapter. So herein we will going to check out the different characters which are being here in this story, right? The first character was the narrator. So the name of the character or the narrator is Gordon Cook, who himself is 37 years old, right? Who started off on a world voyage with his wife and two kids. So he started the voyage, he started his journey with his wife and his two kids. He was the lover of adventure and thrill. So he was somebody who was a true lover, who was a die-hard fan of adventure and thrill. He adopted practical approach. So now how can we say that he adopted the practical approach? Because if you will going to check out the first few lines of the chapter itself, it says that they have, in their leisure time, in their free time also, they used to practice. They have practiced for 16 long years, right? How they can duplicate it. So in fact, in their free time, they were simply planning. They went for voyage. They went for adventures. He adopted practical approach. He was pretty much active. He was pretty much, he was actually having a practical approach, a very reasonable approach in whatever steps he was taking in those calamitous time or in those catastrophic time. He remained alert and strong-willed. This is something which we definitely know. He never lost. For a very microsecond, yes, indeed, he left the hope. But when his son Jonathan and his daughter Sue made those beautiful gestures, the will which was being lost for a fraction of seconds was actually gained back. He is optimistic throughout the story. Optimistic is somebody who is positive throughout the story. He was an expert of finding direction. And how we can say that? Because he was the one who told that Isle Amsterdam is like, this knots away from where we are. So yes, he was good with finding directions as well. Another thing, children, these are simply the bullet points. Whenever you are writing the character sketch, don't forget to write that in a paragraph. In English, it is not at all acceptable to write your answers in bullet points. You can elaborate these points in your own words and try to pick out the content from the text. Like put an example also, like how you can say that he was an optimistic throughout the story. So you need to pick out an anecdote, an incident from the story, and then you can validate your point. Next is Mary. That is, she's the lover of the exploration and adventure. And who was Mary? She was the wife of our author, right? Gordon Cook. She was brave to hold the wheel until the storm ended. So she was the one who was taking care of the wheel throughout the time till the storm did not end. Mary could beat death through her strong willpower and presence of mind. So she did not show any kind of she was not at all petrified throughout the time, and she somehow managed her own calm and compose, and she simply handled the wheel on her own. Next is our two another characters of the story, the cute little children of our author and his wife. They are Jonathan and Suzanne. So Jonathan was somebody who was simply 6 years old, and Suzanne was 7 years old. They showed amazing maturity during the worst situations, right? And how can we say that? That they never panicked. Rather, they were the pillar of strength for their father. Despite being young children, they remained strong and composed. Yes, they were young, but they never acted according to their age. Rather, they showed maturity throughout their phase. Despite serious injuries, both the children show courage and patience. This is something which we already know because Suzanne got surgeries once they reached to the land, right? But during that phase, when they were on their voyage, she never showed any sort of troubles at what pain she was going through. The fighting spirit shown by them gives amazing strength to the narrator, right? Now, the theme of this chapter is family bonding and courage. So, yes, because the family was together, yes, they have somehow managed it out, and we can clearly see this, we can clearly say this by picking out certain anecdotes from the story. And they were in a very pathetic situation, they were in a very catastrophic situation, but they never lost their courage. Message of the story is unity is strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. So that is the basic theme or the basic message of the chapter. Now guys, tell me, do you have any doubts till now? I mean, we have tried to cover up the whole story, right? We are done with the themes, we are done with the character sketch, and we are done with the summary of the chapter. Now it's time to check out the NCRT questions. Once these NCRT questions will be done, we will going to have a quiz, right? Just the way we are doing in those previous lectures also. So in the same fashion, we will going to check out the quiz here as well. So shall I go ahead with your NCRT questions? Okay, the first question is, list the steps taken by the captain to protect the ship from rough weather. Begin to check the flooding of the water in the ship. So these are the two basic questions. That is question number 1 of your NCRT book. The first one was to protect the ship when rough weather began. In order to protect the ship from rough weather, the captain decided to slow it down. So he dropped the storm jib and lashed heavy mooring rope in a loop across the stem. Then they double fastened everything and went through their life raft drill. These are the certain terms which we have to learn while attempting the answer for this particular chapter, because yes, they are technical and yes, you have to remember them. Second question was, to check the flooding of the water in the ship. Larry and Herb started pumping out water. This is something which we already know. The captain stretched canvas and secured waterproof hatch covers across the gaping holes. So canvas, you understand, ship की वहाँ पे cloth लगा हुआ होता है. So the captain, he scratched it out and he tried to cover those holes जो कि ship पे हो गए थे by fitting in the fabric of that canvas. When the two hand pumps blocked an electric pump short circuit, he found another electric pump, connected it to an out pipe and started it. So two pumps failed miserably, but then somehow they got the another electric pump, and that's proved as a rescue for them. Question number 2 is, describe the mental condition of the voyagers on the voyagers होना चाहिए ना, or is it voyagers? Yeah, it says of the voyagers, Gers, who are the voyagers who were there on the voyage on 4th and 5th February. So we have checked out date wise like what exactly happened. So this way it will going to help you out in answering the question as well. So on January 4th, the voyagers felt relieved after 36 continuous hours of pumping out water. So that happened exactly on January 4th, and they had their first meal also. Yeah, first meal 48 hours. Yes, okay. They had their first meal in almost 2 days. Their respite means their comfort was short-lived. They faced dangerous situation on January 5. Fear of death loomed large. They were under great mental stress. So that happened on January the 5th. Question number 3 is, describe the shifts in the narration of the events as indicated in the 3 section of the text. Give a suitable title to each one of it. This question is not so important, but if you want to take a screenshot of it, you can. It says the first section describes a peaceful journey from Plymouth, England to 3,500 kilometers east to Africa, which is Cape Town in Africa. The narrator is relaxed and full of confidence. So in the first phase, the narrator was so relaxed and he was having full confidence that they were surely going to cover it up. As the weather deteriorated means become very bad. They faced gigantic waves. Gigantic means huge waves. They took precautions to save themselves and struggle with the disaster. The narration becomes grim. So जब वो अब इस वाली सिचुएशन में आए तो narration भी change हो गया. Starting में narration कितना soft और कितना soothing जा रहा था, but जैसे जैसे story आगे बढ़ती जा रही है, जैसे जैसे calamities आती जा रही थी, so narration भी मतलब words भी थोड़े से difficult होते जा रहे थे. We could figure out that yes, there was a tension, right? So that is how you can frame this answer. You can take a screenshot if you want of this particular answer. Next comes on talking about the text, wherein we have to discuss the questions. The first question is, what difference did you notice between the reaction of the adults and the children when faced the danger? This is something which you should know. I mean, yes, there was a difference in the way both of them dealt the same situation. There's a lot of difference between the way in which the adults and the children reacted when faced with the same danger. The adults felt the stress of the circumstances but prepared themselves to face the danger. So yes, adults were more in stress because they wanted to keep themselves secured, and they were supposed to take care of the others also. They took sufficient precautions to protect the ship when the rough weather began. They equipped everyone with lifelines, waterproof clothes, and life jackets. So that is all we have checked out with the adults. Now let's check out what happened with the children. The children suffered silently and patiently. This is the most important line of this whole answer, that yes, indeed, the children also suffered, but they suffered silently. They did not show their pain to their parents. Sue did not want to bother her father with her troubles. John acted courageously, and he was not afraid to die because he was with this mindset that we can survive this because we all are in this together. Clear? The second question is, how does the story suggest the optimism? What do we mean by optimism? Somebody who is positive helps to endure the direst stress. So direst means to the extreme. So अगर हम लोग optimistic है, अगर हम लोग positive है in our life, so how we can come out from the bad of the situations? You can take a screenshot of this answer. This will surely going to help you out, and you can frame your own answers. These are simply, if you have no concrete answer, you can use this. But आप लोग पूरा text पढ़ के अपने खुद के answers भी you can frame them. Third question is, what lessons do we learn from the hazardous experiences when we are face to face with death? Again, these are the answers which you can frame on your own. Although this answer which I have just provided you will also work for all of us. But अगर आपके पास अपने answers है, because these are subjective answers, they can vary from each other. So, you can frame your own answers as well. And the last question is, why do you think people undertake such adventurous expeditions? Expeditions means journey in spite of risks involved. Again, you can frame your own answers कि लोग ऐसी journeys क्यों plan करते हैं, ऐसे adventures पे क्यों जाते हैं जहाँ पे उनकी खुद की life stake पे है. So that can be the possible answer. But again, as I've already told you, you can frame your own answers as well. And yes, you can take the screenshots of these particular answers, right? So yes, that was it. And it's time to move to the quiz of the day. As you already know, how do we do our quizzes? That you are supposed to, just a second. Yeah. So you are supposed to go with so that's how you're supposed to begin with. That you need to write, let's just say your answer for the question is first A. So that is how you will going to write in the comment box. Clear? That is what we are doing in our previous classes as well. So there's no doubt associated with it, I believe. Yes. Nidhi, let me read the question first. Okay, the first question is, from where did the ship sail for the voyage? From which end? America, Mexico, Germany, Plymouth, England. Oh yes, my kids, you guys are really right with this answer. Indeed, that is Plymouth, England. Yes, three of you are right. That is Plymouth, England. Clear. Here goes the second question. Why did the author decide to go for a round the whole voyage? Like, what was the reason behind it? To duplicate the voyage made 200 years ago by Captain James Cook, to see the world, to settle down in different country, yeah, to show his children the world through ship. Nidhi is going with 2A. Yes. Okay, what about entrepreneur? Right, okay, that's great. And what about you, Sujal? What do you think is the correct answer? To duplicate the voyage made 200 years ago by Captain James Cook. Yes, that's the correct answer. Clear. Here goes the next question. What was the occupation of the author? Perfect, Sujal. Yeah. Here's the next question. What was the occupation of the author? Was he a businessman? Was he a sailor? Was he a teacher or none of the above? Okay, Nidhi has opted for businessman. Right, okay. Entrepreneur is also going with the A option. I think there is some error with your network, Sujal. Is it so? Because your answer is right. Okay, that is definitely yes, he was a businessman, and that is being mentioned to all of us in the first few lines of the chapter. Fourth question. What was the name of the ship of the author? Amazon, Wave Walker, Wave Ship, या फिर Sailor Ship? What is the correct answer for this question? Nidhi is going with Wave Walker. Nidhi is the fastest to answer these questions, huh? That's great. I am impressed. So, okay, entrepreneur Sujal, indeed, yes, that was Wave Walker. Abhi tak everybody is correct, whatever they have attempted all the questions with, right? Here goes the next question. What part of the journey was pleasant for them? Pleasant means it was joyful, it was fine for them. First leg from England to Cape Town, last part of the journey, first few months या फिर never. What do you think is the correct answer for this question? I mean, were there any pleasant time for all of them? कोई भी एक part था which was joyful for each one of them? Okay, Nidhi has already opted for her answer. Let me see what the others have for us. Okay, right, entrepreneur. Sujal, what is your say in this? Okay, that is first leg from England to Cape Town. Yes, that was something which was pretty joyful for all of them because there were no calamities, there were no bad or atrocious weather. Next is, what were the names of the two crewmen whom the author hired? Right, so what were the name of those two helping hands or crewmen? Shelley and Cable, Larry Vigil and Herb Siagler and Shelley Cooper, Larry Vigil and Adam Moore. Okay, Nidhi. Nidhi is going with option B, Larry Vigil and Herb Siagler. Okay. Total Entrepreneur is also fine with 6B, right? Okay. Sujal, I'm still waiting for your answer. All right, Bacha. So all of you knows it well. Indeed, yes, it was Larry Vigil and Herb Siagler. Good. Okay. Next question. Why did the author hire the two crewmen? Like, why did he do it? To take rest from long the voyage, to help tackle one of the world's roughest seas, the southern Indian Ocean, because he could no longer sail the ship, या फिर he wanted to spend some time with his family. Nidhi is so quick, yeah. It is to help, okay, entrepreneur, right, okay. Yes, to help tackle one of the roughest seas, and that was the southern Indian Ocean. Very good, three of you. Yes, it is the correct answer. When did the waves start getting gigantic? From which particular date the waves got high, right? From January 25th, from January 2, from November 30th, या फिर December 31st. What do you think? I told you this answer. I mean, we have dealt with this date already. Very good, Nidhi. What about the rest of you? Entrepreneur is also going with the option, right? Okay. Sujal, what is your answer? Yes, that was January the 2nd, because I told you that on Christmas, yes, that on Christmas till New Year they somehow managed. But once they were done with the New Year, from 2nd of January, their trouble began. What did they do to slow down the boat in the storm? Stopped sailing, dropped the storm jib and lashed a heavy mooring rope, just dropped the storm jib, या फिर did nothing and waited for storm to calm down. We have discussed this particular line also. Nidhi is going with drop the storm jib and lashed a heavy mooring rope. Okay. Entrepreneur is also going with 9B. Sujal, what is your take on this particular answer? And yes, that's the correct one. Okay, perfect. That is drop the storm jib and lashed a heavy mooring rope. What was the first indication of disaster? Around 6 p.m. when winds dropped in sky grew darker. Next morning when the ship started creaking, creaking means टूटने की आवाज आने लगी थी. When it started raining या फिर when winds were strong. This is one of the episodes which are being clearly mentioned in the chapter as well. अगर chapter line by line पढ़ा था तो you can answer this. Oh, sorry, sorry. Yes, I think that's my problem. I'm so sorry, Sujal. You have to bear with it. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, Nidhi is going with 10A. What about the rest of you? Huh? Entrepreneur is also with 10A. That's going great, right? And yes, all of you are fine with A. Sujal, right? I got your answer. Agreed. What happened after the first indication of the disaster? Like what exactly happened when they actually saw the first indication of the disaster was right there? A wave appeared vertical and almost twice the height of the other waves. It broke the ship from inside. The ship turned upside down. या फिर it didn't affect the ship. What do you think is the correct answer? Very good, entrepreneur. Yes, this is a particular line which is being taken from the text itself. Right, okay. Yes, Nidhi. Sujal, can you please answer this? Yeah, it is. A wave appeared vertical और वो जो wave वहां से आ रही थी, it actually looked like double the size of the height of the other wave. How did the explosion affect the ship? जो explosion हुआ था, that how exactly it affected the ship? A torrent of green and white water broke over the ship. The ship started sinking. The ship turned upside down. या फिर none of the things which were being above mentioned happened. No, Nidhi, that's the incorrect answer. Anybody who knows the correct answer? Nidhi, think again. Tab tak I'll try to figure out the line which is being mentioned in the chapter. Anybody else is there to answer this question? I'm slipping out with those lines. Nidhi is going with the ship started sinking. Oh, sorry, Nidhi, you were correct, you were correct. That is 12A, 12A, 12A. 12A is the correct answer. That is a torrent of green and white water broke over the ship. That's the correct answer. Yes? No. The ship started sinking. ये पहले नहीं हुआ था. पहले water ये जो था the green और white color का कुछ एक substance वहाँ पे अंदर आने लग गया था. Something spilled out. Yeah. Why did the author accept his approaching death? Like what exactly happened which made the author think that his death is right here? Pirates had attacked the ship because he was injured by the explosion. He was thrown in the sea या फिर he was stabbed. Okay, I'm waiting for the answer. Kareem C, yes, because he was thrown in the sea, definitely. I mean, there were no pirates, okay? That he was simply thrown in the sea. Very good, right? Entrepreneur, that's wrong. Although he was injured, but वहाँ पे कुछ explosion नहीं हुआ था. He was being taken by the wave to the other edge of the ship, right? So because of which he was thrown in the sea. That is the correct answer. What did the author see when his head popped out of water? So अब जब उसको पानी के अंदर धकेल दिया था waves ने, so what did he see? The ship was sinking. The ship was nowhere to be seen. The ship was near capsizing. Now capsizing means sinking. Her mast almost horizontal, या फिर it was still standing. Okay, Nidhi. That is like my child, huh? Very good, two of you. That is, the ship was almost about to sink. Yes, Sujal. Perfect. What happened to the author's body when he managed to reach the deck? So finally, he came out from those waves and he is right there on the deck. Deck is the front part of the ship. So now what exactly happened to his body? His head smashed again. His left ribs cracked, mouth filled with blood and broken teeth. He broke his leg or he broke his left hand. Very good, Nidhi. Okay, somebody has not let me complete the question. That was so quick of you, huh? So, yes, entrepreneur. Yes, Nidhi. That is, yes, Sujal, perfect. That his left rib cracked, his mouth was filled with water, and there were broken teeth. Who said we are sinking? He is his crewman, Mary, his daughter, or his son? Sujal, okay, sorry, 16th. Okay, right. Yeah, that's B according to Nidhi, right? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, entrepreneur. Yes, that was Mary, his own wife, who said that we are almost sinking. Perfect. What was the condition of the ship? Broken timbers, starboard side, bulged inwards. Bulged inwards means अंदर की तरफ पूरी का पूरा ship का part घुस गया था. Clothes, crockery, charts, tins and toys sloshed. Slosh means यहाँ वहाँ बह रहे थे. Their personal belongings were missing. Water filled in every room and their clothes were missing. या फिर we can't say. It's 17th question now. Like, what exactly happened? Broken timbers, starboard side, bulged inwards, clothes, crockery, charts, tins, and toys sloshed. Okay, Nidhi, yes, right, entrepreneur. Sujal, I'm waiting for your answer. That is perfectly A. That there were broken timbers, starboard side, bulged inwards, sab kuch. They were sloshing in the water. What had happened to Sue when the author entered their room to check on them? Like, what exactly was wrong with Sue? Her head hurt as there was a bump. She was unconscious. Her legs hurt, या फिर she was fine. She was completely doing fine. Come on. Pick up the correct answer. It's the easiest of the lot, I believe. Like, what exactly happened which made the author think that his daughter is so strong? That her head hurt as there was a bump, she was unconscious, her legs hurt, या फिर she was fine. Come on, pick up the correct answer. Come on, Nidhi, entrepreneur, Sujal, lock your answer. Tell it to me ASAP. Okay, according to entrepreneur, it's 18th A, which is her head hurt and there was a bump on her eye, on her head as well. Right. Okay. Yes, Sujal, that's 18A. Perfect, Nidhi, perfect. What was the age of Suzanne and Jonathan? 8 and 9 years old. See, first of all, Suzanne's age is being asked and then Jonathan's age. Keep that in mind. Clear? 8 and 9, 7 and 6, 10 and 7, या 4 and 6. First of all, they're asking for Suzanne's age. Oh, okay. Now is it fine, Nidhi? Yes, okay, that's 19th B. That Suzanne was 7 years old and Jonathan was simply 6. How did the author manage to stretch the canvas? Like, how did he do it? By repairing the holes, by asking the crewmen for help, it happened on its own, या फिर the problem got over as the storm had passed. Like what exactly did he do? You know, he stretched away that canvas and he filled up. Oops, sorry. Oh, I just told you the answer. Sorry. Yeah, that is okay. Perfect, Nidhi. Right, entrepreneur. And Sujal, what is your answer on this? Perfect. That is by repairing the holes. What happened after the hand pump started to block up with the debris? Debris means जो I mean कुछ भी तोड़ने के बाद जो कचरा बच जाता है, that is being called as debris, the unwanted material which is being left floating around the cabins. What happened after the hand pump started to block? क्योंकि hand pump पे क्या हो रहा था? Now जो जितना भी सामान यहाँ से वहाँ फैल रहा था, it got blocked inside those hand pumps floating around the cabins. Okay. The author connected an electric pump to an out pipe by taking out water with the help of bucket. By repairing hand pumps, या फिर the author found another hand pump. Okay, all of you are going with 21A. Right, Sujal, you there? Right. Oh yes, that's the correct answer. The author connected an electric pump to an out pipe. Perfect. Hi, Shadakshi. Here goes another question. Where did they decide to reach to save themselves and the ship? So what was their final destination to protect themselves? Was it Australia? Was it Isle Amsterdam? Was it Mumbai, India, or was it Japan? This is the easiest of the lot, I believe. Okay, Nidhi. That is okay. Can anybody write in the comment box what do we mean by the term isle? I just told you what do we mean by isle जब हम लोग ने पूरा chapter revise किया था. It's okay, Sujal. Only thing we want is like you attempt those answers. It's okay. They are reaching to me late. It's fine with me. No problem. Yeah. Okay. Can anybody give me can anybody tell me the meaning of the word isle? I told you. I told you when we were discussing the summary of the chapter. No, no trial to it. In fact, we don't know this. Okay. I think there is generally some network error, yeah. So isle means an island. Oh my god, what's with this? Just a second here. Oops. Isle means an island. No. Isle means an island. Yeah, now is it fine? It's island, okay? Yeah. What was their first meal in 2 days? Was it meat loaves, bread and milk, noodles, corn, beef, and cracker biscuits? What did they eat for the very first time in those after those 2 long days? Meat loaves, bread and milk, noodles, okay, corn beef, and cracker biscuits. According to Nidhi, that's the correct answer. Okay. Entrepreneur is also going with option D. And Sujal, I'm waiting for your answer so that I can tell you. Okay, that's 23D. Perfect, corn beef and cracker biscuits. Who said we are not afraid of dying if we can all be together? You and Mummy, Sue and I. So basically, who is I here? John, crewmen to each other, Sue's or mom. Okay, that is Jonathan. Clear. Very good. Indeed, that's the correct answer. That is Jonathan himself. Right? Who said that we don't need to worry about it at all because we are in this together. Yes, entrepreneur. Right? That's the correct one. Sujal, you're there? Okay, perfect. When did they reach Isle Amsterdam? So when did they reach? When did they land to Isle Amsterdam? Around 6 p.m. in the evening, never reached there, at 11 in the next morning, or they decided to take different route. 25A, okay. As per Nidhi, it is 25A. Okay, that's going great. That's going great. Perfect. Sujal is also going with 25A, and entrepreneur is also fine with A. So yes, that's the correct answer. How all of you can be wrong together? Never, right? So it is around 6 p.m. in the evening. What was the status of the ship on January 3rd? Like what exactly happened to the ship on January 3rd? You remember January 2nd ko ship pe there were giant gales, heavy waves were there. So now they're asking for January the 3rd. Pumps had the water level sufficiently under control. Condition was getting worse. They were still struggling to control the pumps. Yeah, everything was just right. Sujal, okay, waiting. Oops, yeah. I'm waiting for the 26th answer. What exactly happened? No. January the 3rd. Okay, Nidhi is going with they were still struggling to control the pumps. Okay, or okay. Herein, Sujal, what is your take on this answer? What do you think is the correct answer for this question? Uh-huh. That is definitely that conditions were getting worse. January 2nd से ही इन लोग की situations बहुत खराब होने लग गई थी. Yes, very good, Sujal. And somehow the situation was got worse later as well. How long? Yes. Okay, it says how long did they take for the ship's testing and fitting? कितना time लिया इन लोगों ने ship को test करने में और उसको fit करने में? Month, few days, 2 years या फिर few weeks? इन लोग ने कितने टाइम तक शिप की टेस्टिंग की, कितने फिटिंग्स एंड ऑल? दैट इज यस, perfect, Nidhi. What about the rest of you? What is your take on this particular question? Oh yes, entrepreneur. That is the correct one. Sujal, you there? Okay, that's the perfect one. The months. It says where had they reached on 25th of December? So where were they on 25th of December, the Christmas Eve? No, sorry, not even Christmas Eve, the Christmas Day itself. 3,500 kilometers east of Cape Town. They were suffering the waves away from Cape Town. 2,500 kilometers from Cape Town, yeah, but they have reached Cape Town. All of you are going with 28A, and yes, that's the correct answer. Here goes the second last question of the day. What happened when the author's head smashed into the wheel? He was hurt but steady. He flew overboard, sinking below the waves. He was not hurt. He gained control immediately. 29. His head was smashed. Like what happened immediately after that? 29th, guys, 29th. Oh yes, he flew overboard. Right. Nidhi, entrepreneur, and Sujal, he flew overboard, sinking below the waves. Perfect. The last question for the day. What does May Day call mean? Call made in the month of May. Distress call for help. Both A and B, या फिर none of the above. It's the easiest of the lot, I believe. Right? What do we mean by this Mayday call? Perfect. That was distress call for help, which he was trying to make to connect with the base camp, but somehow he was unable to do that. Perfect. Entrepreneur. Yeah, that's the correct one. Right, so with this, we are done with We Are Not Afraid to Die. What is the name? Perfect, like exact word to word. We are not afraid to die if we can all be together. Yes, Sujal, that's the correct answer. Right, so we are done with the first chapter. The second chapter, a photograph poem, is also being covered. Tomorrow, we'll go with Discovering Tut. Right, another thing, guys, if you haven't enrolled yourself to Plus, please kar lijiyega, because I will be there dealing with tenses. So if you have any problem regarding that, you need to download the app and do. हाँ जी, आज in fact उसको block कर दिया था ना? You remember? कल उसको block कर दिया था. That is why he's not here today. So yes, do download the app and you have to use my code, which is Ambika, which will surely going to give you 10% of discount. So guys, I hope to see you tomorrow, all of you. Yes. And with the next chapter, again in the same fashion, we will going to do the summary, the question answers. Along with that, the MCQ will be done. So you will be super fine with the chapter. There will be no doubts related to it. Yes. And with that, I'm going to take your leave. Hey guys, my name is Ambika and you are here with me on Unacademy's YouTube channel, which is Let's Crack CBSE with us. So guys, first of all, let me tell you that you are here on nation's best learning platform. And there are certain features of this particular app which I wanted to tell each one of you about. So first of all, let me give you a very clear idea about our Plus subscription. Once you will going to enroll yourself with Unacademy, you need to opt either for Plus or for our Hi Nidhi, good evening, and either for Plus or for Iconic. So let me give you a very fair idea that how Plus subscription works and what are the very amazing features of Plus. At the first place, you can learn at the comfort of your own house. You don't need to travel. You don't need to hop from one place to the other coaching center. You can instead invest their time in learning, right? So the expense of traveling, the time wastage will be managed here when you will going to learn from the comfort of your house. Next thing is unlimited access to all your courses. So once you have enrolled yourself to Unacademy, you can check out n number of courses which are right there for you. Next thing is the teachers. The educators right here, they are so prolific, they are so amazing. They are like, demigods, they are like superheroes who are very, 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 very amazing and who have got the superpowers to deliver, the knowledge in a very appropriate manner. And these educators will surely going to help you out in understanding of the topic, and these educators will going to cover all the courses which is being given by CBSE. Every corner, every part of it will be covered by these educators. Next thing is that regular doubt clearing sessions are also there for you. Live test series is as well mentioned there, and all the study material will be provided to you in the format of the PDF. Yeah. Next is answer writing sessions are also there, and specifically with English. Hi, entrepreneur. I'm so sorry, just a second. Yeah, and specifically with English, we need some sort of guidance, right? So herein we have got the answer writing sessions as well. Next is mentorship and guidance. So these all are there with your Plus subscription, right? Next is a different subscription platform, which is your Iconic. Iconic is amazing. It is iconic in every way. Right herein, it actually redefines the whole concept of learning and teaching. The first very amazing feature of Iconic is that you will going to be taught by the personal mentors. So you can have your own personal mentors, right? And they will going to help you out in the understanding of the topic. Next is we will going to have live doubt solving sessions. Another important thing is herein we will going to provide you a very detailed information about your performance, like how many classes you have attended, how you have performed in those tests and quizzes. So weekly reports will be provided to you. Next is Parent Connect. So if your parents want to discuss about your performance, they can do with us. And this feature is only and only available with Iconic subscription. Next is Study Planner. So study tracker plan, like how you have, like what you have covered, how your studies is going, what a particular topic needs more attention. So study planner is also right there. And whatever were the benefits of Plus, they are already present in your Iconic. Next thing is we have got different batches for different streams. So whichever stream suits for you, whichever stream you are part of, you can enroll yourself to that. Next important thing is we have got the Ncrt batches as well. These batches will going to cover only and only content of your Ncrt book, right? Whatever is there in your Ncrt, so that part will be covered in these batches itself. Clear? Herein, the lectures will be there in Hindi and in English. If you are comfortable in Hindi, so you can attend those classes in that particular language. If you are comfortable with English, you can attend that particular subject, that particular topic in that specific field, right, in English. So choice is totally yours, because we don't want to create an environment wherein one language is superior than the other. Rather, we want to, hi Ankit, rather we want to create a world wherein learning is more important. Language should not be a barrier there, right? Another important feature is that we have a creative corner. So as you already know that CBSE wants all of us, like how as a human being we should act. We are supposed to be good with every other field, just not academics, but we need to be, hi Sujal. So we need to be amazing with almost every other field as well, right? So therein we have got creative corner, wherein Vedic math, doodling is free hand sketching, public speaking, origami is how you can with the usage of papers, how you can frame out different things. It is something more of your things related to craft, magic tricks. Hi Soumya, magic tricks, magic, okay, poetry, storytelling, robotics, mnemonics. Mnemonics are ways, the tricks which will help you going to out that how you can remember things, how you can frame a short form of it, and you can use that. And next thing is debating, and these all will be covered by the creative experts. So this is something which is really amazing, right? And next is, so whichever thing is fine with you, whichever subscription is fine with you, you need to use that. Either it is plus or iconic. The amazing part of iconic is that the features of plus is already there, so you can use which one is comfortable with you. And for that you can use my code, which is Ambika, to get a 10% of your discount, right? Another thing is how you can download this app. It's very easy how we download our games, right? So in the same fashion, you can do that. Go to your Play Store, type Unacademy Learning app. This is how it will going to look like, and you need to download this. Next questions arises at what time the classes are being scheduled, and that information will be provided to you on our Telegram app, and the name of that channel is Quest 11 CBSE Science. So you can check it out there as well. Again, you can use my code to get a 10% discount on your subscription, and which is Ambika. So guys, do use this code. Yeah. So let's start with today's session. So first of all, let me tell you guys that I have come up with a series on summaries of the chapters, right? Herein, I will simply going to cover up the summaries of the chapters, because we have checked out line by line. I've explained the chapter line by line to all of you. Now it's time to quickly check out the summary, and along with that, we will going to cover the Ncrt questions. Once that is being done, the next agenda is I will going to ask certain questions to you, and which you need to answer. So first of all, let's simply check out the characters, because herein, okay, before that, let me give you a summary of this chapter. Give me a minute. Okay, here it is. Discovering Tut, the saga continues, is a chapter which gives us in-depth insight of Tutankhamun, the last ruler of the powerful Pharaoh dynasty in Egypt. So this whole chapter gives us a very clear idea about the last ruler of Egypt, of Pharaoh dynasty. Who is a Pharaoh? That is a king. And what was the name of that last ruler? That was Tutankhamun. He was a teenager when he died, and his death was a mystery. So when he lost his life, when he died, he was simply a teenager. And everybody made their own assumptions about his death, because nobody had a very clear idea that what was the reason behind his death. It was actually a mystery. It was something which is a puzzle for all of them. Some speculated means they made their own wild guesses that he was murdered. So some thought that he was murdered. He ruled in Egypt and its empire for centuries. And this ruler, Tutankhamun, who was simply a teenager himself, that ruled the whole Egypt. Imagine the whole Egypt, and for like almost centuries. And not obviously he can't rule for a century. but his own dynasty. In 1922, his tomb was discovered by Howard Carter. Again, guys, बहुत ज़्यादा problem यहाँ पे start होता है that 1922 में क्या हुआ था और Howard Carter ने क्या किया था. So it's very easy. Howard Carter actually discovered his tomb in the year 1922. And who was Howard Carter? A British archaeologist. Archaeologists कौन होते हैं? जो चीजें they dig out things from the soil, and अगर उसमें से कुछ if they find out things, right, they check it out. So they are basically the scientists who deals with the archaic things. After 80 years, now once 1922 में हार्वर्ड कार्टर ने फर्स्ट टाइम ये टूम ढूंढा था ऑफ टटनखामुन, राइट. उसके एग्जैक्टली 80 years बाद he was taken from his resting place. Resting place means वो जो टूम था जिसमें he was being buried, वहां से he was taken out for the CT scan, which offers to solve the mystery of his life and death by creating a forensic reconstruction. So now they decided that they will going to check out the reason, they will going to find out the reason that why he was being killed. So first of all, तट की body को ढूंढा गया in 1922. उसके exactly 80 years बाद उसकी body का CT scan हुआ just to find out the reason, like what exactly happened with him when he was alive. Tut's father or grandfather, Amenhotep III, was a very powerful pharaoh. Again, the meaning of the word pharaoh is a king. So whosoever that was, either the father or the grandfather, Amenhotep, that was a powerful ruler who ruled over a period of 40 years. So this particular ruler, Amenhotep III, he ruled for 40 long years. His son, Amenhotep IV, or this particular son, you all know about the history of Mughals, right? How we got Humayun say we have got Akbar, like not exactly Humayun say Akbar, but from where that Mughals, they have ruled. So then we have got the whole lineage, right? But the most, every Mughal maybe was fine some way or the other, but the last one, Aurangzeb, has actually killed the family name of Mughals, right? Because he actually kept his own father in prison, right? And he was the reason for lots and lots of disaster in India. He was the reason why there was a downfall of Mughal empire, right? So in the same way, अगर हम वही चीज को यहाँ पे relate करें, so अभी तक ये जो Pharaoh dynasty, it was ruling all over the Egypt. But one son, hi Shilpa ma'am, yes, so that is one son, and whose name was Amenhotep IV. He thrived him and began the strangest period in the history of Egypt. So this particular character, Amenhotep, who was, let's just consider as the Aurangzeb, he killed the whole beautiful history of Egypt, and he actually acted like Satan. He actually acted like an evil person for the Egypt. He promoted the worship of Aten, the sun disk. And this man, he actually started worshipping the sun god. He changed his name to Akhenaten, meaning servant of the Atens. Or Isne, in fact, he simply did not even, he did not destroy it. He does not destroy the whole process of worshipping. Rather, he changed his name also. And now he kept his own name as Akhenaten. And Akhenaten का मतलब क्या होता है? Servant of Athens. And who is Athens here? That is the sun. He also moved the religious capital from Thebes to the new city of Akhenaten which is called as Amarna. Now, Thebes is, children, considered as a place wherein we have got lots and lots of churches, right? Thebes is one such place which is called as, which is called as a religious spot. But now this character, this Akhenaten, he actually moved his capital from Thebes to now. उस टाइम पे उसने उस सिटी को क्या नाम दिया? Akhenaten. अपने खुद के नाम पे he named a new capital, and that new capital in present 21st century is called as Amarna. Are we sorted till now? Any doubts till now? Further, he attacked Ammon, a god, smashed his images and closed his temples. Hi Sakshi. Yeah. So further, what did he do? He actually, he smashed away, he distorted, he smashed away all the other idols, all the other images of the other gods, right? Another mysterious ruler succeeded him after, he died. So once he has lost his own life, another ruler ruled there, and he did not rule for a very long time though. Next, Tutankhamun, also known as Tut, sat on the throne and ruled for 9 long years. So now this teenager comes into a picture whose name was Tutankhamun, and this teenager, although simply ruled for 9 long years, but then he lost his life and nobody knows what exactly happened to him. He worshipped god Amun in the old ways. So now, when Amenhotep was there, he started worshipping Aten, right? उसने पूरे के पूरे capital change करवा दिया Egypt का, right? And in fact, he demolished the temples of the city as well. But when Tut came back to the throne, when he was being declared as the king, as a new ruler, so now he started the whole format, the old format of the previous time. And he now started worshipping God Amun, जिनके पहले temples को destroy करवा दिया गया था in the old ways. However, he died mysteriously. And unfortunately, we don't know how he died, but he died mysteriously. When Tut's mummified body was discovered. In our previous lectures, guys, I have already told you that what was the reason of mummification. So, ये बोला जाता था in Egypt that these pharaohs, these kings, and in fact not in Egypt, rather everywhere in the world, these rulers, they used to call themselves as the messenger of God, right? कि इनको God ने सीधा भेजा है to help the mankind. In the same way, Egyptians have this concept of mummification, jahan pe once the king is being dead, he's being declared dead. So now wahan pe unka jo tomb hota hai, वो बनाया जाता था, those pyramids, right? They used to frame those pyramids. And in fact, I also told you in our special class and here on YouTube also that अगर कोई भी king का प्रिंस बॉर्न हुआ करता था, सो उसी टाइम पे वो लोग उस प्रिंस के लिए उसकी डेथ के बाद उसको कैसे बरी किया जाएगा, वो पूरा प्रोसेस स्टार्ट हो जाया करता था. नाउ सपोज कीजिए इफ अ प्रिंस इज बीइंग बोर्न टुडे, सो आज से ही उसके बरी कैसे किया जाएगा, कैसे टूम में बरी होगा, वो पूरा का पूरा टूम बनाया जाता था, वो पूरा पिरामिड बनाया जाता था, राइट? अब नाउ इमेजिन कीजिए फॉर एग्जाम्पल विद टट. सो नाउ जब टट की डेथ हो गई व्हेन ही वाज अ टीनेजर, सो उसके बाद उनको एग्जैक्ट 60 डेज मिलते थे टू कंप्लीट देयर वर्क ऑफ मेकिंग दैट टूम. क्लियर? और उस वाली 60 डेज में देयर इज लॉट्स एंड लॉट्स ऑफ चेंजेस व्हिच वर बीइंग मेड टू द बॉडी. और उस पूरे प्रोसेस को बोलते हैं ममीफिकेशन, जहां पे उनको व्हाइट उसमें रैप दे यूज्ड टू बीइंग रैप्ड इन दैट व्हाइट फैब्रिक which was used to be made of linen, right? और कैसे बॉडी एनाटमी जो प्रीस्ट जाना करते थे, सो वहां से कैसे लंग्स एंड द अदर पार्ट्स यूज्ड टू बी डिग्ड आउट फ्रॉम द बॉडी, क्योंकि वो स्टेल हो जाते थे, वो सड़ जाते थे, सो दे यूज्ड टू टेक देम आउट. So this whole process is being called as mummification. When Tut's mummified body was discovered, he was laid with lots of gold, wealth, and everyday items like a bronze razor, games, clothes, cases of food, and wine. So again, he was a teenager, right, when he died. So uski body ke saath, Tut ki body ke saath, there was a bronze razor. Like how teenager boys, they get those tiny little beard and mustache, right? So just to clear it out, they kept a bronze razor. Along with that, again, he was a teenager. Certain games were also being kept with him. His clothes, his cases of food and wine was also being buried with his own body. Carter discovered him after searching for many years. So finally, in the year again 1922 May, his body was being discovered by Howard Carter. After researching on the treasure, so first of all, he researched on these treasures, jitna bhi gold, bronze, silver bari kiya gaya tha. He decided to investigate his 3 nested coffins. और तट की बॉडी को कैसे रखा गया था? it was being covered in 3 coffins, right? Shroud, you remember? जब किसी की भी डेथ होती है, so उसके ऊपर white fabric, white कपड़ा डाल दिया जाता है, so that is called as shroud, right? So body को shroud में भी cover करते थे, but सबसे last वाले coffin में होती थी body या फिर mummy, और उनसे ऊपर वाले जो coffins होते थे उसके अंदर बाकी चीजें रखी जाती थी, which is being believed कि जब ये जो king है, जब ये heaven में जाएंगे तो इनको इन सब चीजों की जरूरत पड़ेगी, right? So that is why they used to keep them, the priests used to keep such things with the coffin or with the mummy. Some parts of the Tut's treasure in the tomb were already looted, and unfortunately जितनी कुछ part जो कि Tut की body के साथ निकाला गया था, वो already people have, I mean obviously there was a theft, there was some sort of loot which took place, and that is how the few important parts were being, the few important treasures were also being removed from there. His tomb was rock cut 26 feet underground. So now जब उसका tomb निकाला गया, जब वो tomb, because it was being there in Egypt, right? So now there is lots and lots of sand. So it was being buried 26 feet underground, which had wall paintings. और जब उसको निकाला गया, so everywhere around there were beautiful wall carvings on there. On the outer coffin, Tut's face was gilded. So now Tut का जो face था, उसका exact replica was being made on the first coffin, right? In the first coffin, he found the garlands of olives, lotus petals, and cornflowers. और ये सब चीजें क्या describe करती है? That Tut lost his life in the time of perhaps in the March or April, because इस वाले टाइम पे ही ये सब चीजें अवेलेबल होती है, राइट? जो मौसम होता है उसी के अकॉर्डिंग वो लोग वहां पे वो चीजें उसके श्राउड पे ड्रॉ किया जाता था, एम्ब्रॉयडरी की जाती थी, या फिर उन चीजों के गार्लेंड्स, यू अंडरस्टैंड, वो माला बना के दे यूज्ड टू कीप. सो जब वो बॉडी निकाली गई तब इन लोगों ने देखा कि ऑलिव्स, लोटस पेटल्स और कॉर्नफ्लावर्स वहां पे थे. सो दैट मीन्स तट की जब बॉडी बरी की गई, so that was a time of March or April. It showed that he was married in the month of March or April. The third and final coffin put Carter into trouble. The raisins used to cement Tut to the bottom of the solid gold coffin was hardened enough, making it impossible to move. Now, another important thing, guys, that जब Tut की body को रैप किया जाता था, इनफैक्ट किसी भी फेरोआ की बॉडी को जब रैप किया जाता था उस व्हाइट लिनन के अंदर, सो वहां पे क्या यूज, ओके अभी तो वी हैव गॉट फेविकॉल, राइट? उस वाले टाइम पे कोई एक स्टिकी मटेरियल रिक्वायर्ड होता था जिससे कि वो पूरा का पूरे मम्मी को एकदम टाइटली रैप कर सके, राइट? सो वो लोग यूज किया करते थे रेजन्स. आई रिपीट, दे यूज टू यूज रेजन्स. नाउ वो लोग रेजन्स को मेल्ट करके और वहां पे लेयर लगाया करते थे, एंड दैट इज हाउ दे यूज टू यूज दैट पर्टिकुलर फैब्रिक टू कवर इट अप. नाउ जब ये लोग ने टट की बॉडी को देखा और वो उस कॉफिन में से वो, और दैट कॉफिन वाज मेड अप ऑफ गोल्ड. इमेजिन दैट ह्यूज कॉफिन वाज मेड अप ऑफ गोल्ड. और अब जब वो टट की बॉडी को वहां से निकाल रहे हैं, दे आर अनएबल टू डू दैट. व्हाई? बिकॉज कॉफिन से टट की बॉडी इज बीइंग अटैक्ड बाय रेजिन. और रेजिन क्या है? वो रेजिन इतना ज्यादा थिक हो चुका था, इट लुक लाइक सीमेंट, कि वो उस बॉडी को अब वहां से पुल नहीं कर पा रहे थे, वो उससे स्टिक हो चुकी थी. He put the coffin in the sun for several hours in hope for the resin to loosen up, but it didn't work. So now what did they decide? That let's just keep this coffin out in the sun. Again, it's Egypt, guys. It is the most hottest place, isn't it? So now they decided कि जो sun की rays होगी, उससे the resin will going to melt, और उससे body automatically we can take it out. Finally, he removed the raisins with the help of chisel and hammer. So finally, वो जो sun की rays थी, वो भी raisin को melt नहीं कर पाई, और इन लोगों ने finally decide किया, Carter and his team, that they will going to chisel and hammer. Chisel, you understand? We use nail and we use a hammer to dig out things, right? So that is what they decided. उन्होंने body को chisel करना start किया, खुरेदना start किया, so that they can dig out the body from the coffin itself. Carter felt he didn't have any other choice, as to if he hadn't cut the mummy from limb to limb, thieves would have looted the gold. So now Carter decided कि अगर हमने body के साथ ऐसा नहीं किया, so जो thieves होंगे ये लोग वहां से सारा का सारा gold they will going to take with them. So that is why he decided to chisel the body, or gold. Where was the gold? That coffin itself was made up of gold. So he was thinking कि ना जो thieves होंगे they will going to remove every part of Tut to get that coffin which was made of gold. So rather he decided let just chisel the body. हम body को थोड़ा सा let's just use hammer and nail and let's just separate the body from the coffin. His men first removed his head, then they cut off every joint. After removing the body parts, they placed it on the layer of sand in a wooden box and put it at the original place. So that is how they performed this whole function. In 1968, the mummy was x-rayed by an anatomy professor, revealed few facts. His breastbone and front ribs were missing. So finally 1968 के अंदर टट की बॉडी को इन लोगों ने एग्जामिन किया, उसकी बॉडी एक्सरे होती है. एनाटॉमी का मतलब क्या होता है बच्चा? The one person who understands the functioning of the body. He is not a physician, but anatomy matlab you don't need to be a doctor to understand it. It's another set of a study which is required, right? So which understands ki where is the liver, where is the other parts of the body. So this particular जब टट की body को examine किया गया, x-ray हुई, तब पता चला that unfortunately his breastbone and the front ribs were missing. Now, later on January 5, 2009, Tut was taken for CT, which is computed tomography scan, which takes hundreds of x-rays and creates a three-dimensional image. So finally they have taken Tut's body. Again, Tut की body first time कब discover हुई थी? In the year 1922. So exactly after 80 years, it's now 2009, और अब उसकी body को CT scan किया जा रहा है, and hundreds of x-rays were being made. The night of the scan, the workmen carried his body from tomb in a box. So जब ये finally this moment was right here, the workmen took his body in a box. So they had a box और उन्होंने उसके अंदर टट की body को ले जाकर they were trying to use it for the scanning. They climbed ramp and stairs and lifted in on a hydraulic trailer that led the scanner. So वो लोग scanner की तरफ उस body को ले जाने लगे. The scanner stopped working, which paused the procedure. और जब ये लोग ऐसा कर रहे थे, so finally scanner ने काम करना बंद कर दिया and the whole procedure was unfortunately stopped. After using a pair of spare fans, the scan was finally done. So finally they had got some spare fans जो scanning के लिए काम में आते हैं. They used it and yeah, that's how the scanning was done. After 3 hours, his body was taken back to his tomb, where his body is resting in peace. So finally his body was being taken to the tomb again, and now where it was lying in peace. So yeah, that was all about the chapter. Guys, any doubts till now? Any questions we have related to the chapter? Okay, so I hope everything is sorted. Yeah. Okay, so now it's time to check out the character sketch. So the first character of the story is Howard Carter. Who was Howard Carter? He was an English archaeologist and Egyptologist who became famous all over the world after discovering the intact tomb of 18th dynasty pharaoh Tutankhamun King Tut. So Howard Carter ने क्या किया था? That in the year 1922 he discovered the tomb of Tutankhamun, that is King Tut. Carter was innovative and scientific in improving the methods of copying tomb decoration at the age of 17. In 1899, Carter was appointed to the position of Chief Inspector of the Egyptian Antiquities Services. He supervised a number of evacuations at Thebes. So that is not so important. This is the extra information. If you want, you can use it. Next is King Tut. That is the next important character of our story. So King Tut, whose actual official name was Tutankhamun, was the 11th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt. So he was the 11th king. Pharaoh means king of 18th dynasty. He was made famous due to the discovery of his completely intact tomb by the British archaeologist Howard Carter in 1922. So perhaps he had lost his name, but फिर से, how he became famous after his death, because his hidden tomb was being discovered by this British archaeologist whose name was Howard Carter. Tut was a teenage heir to the royal throne of Egypt. The family had ruled Egypt for centuries, but Tut died young. So his family altogether ruled for almost centuries, but unfortunately Tut died at a very young age. He was the last of the family line. His father or the grandfather Amenhotep III was a powerful pharaoh who ruled for almost 40 long years. So though it is not being clear that Amenhotep III was his father or was his grandfather, but that ruler ruled for 40 long years. His son Amenhotep IV succeeded him, but he shocked the country by attacking Amen. Again guys, Amenhotep IV को आप कैसे याद रख सकते हो? Keep recalling Aurangzeb of your Mughal Empire, how he has brought the shame on the whole Mughal dynasty, right? So in the same way, Amenhotep IV has brought the shame to his own family name and to his own country. He is the one who attacked Amen, a major god, smashing his images. He demolished his images and closing all the temples. His family had ruled for centuries before the boy King Tut ruled for 9 years and then died unexpectedly. Egyptians believed that they could take their riches with them. King Tut was lavished with glittering goods, precious collar, inlaid necklaces, and bracelets, rings, amulets. Amulets मैंने आपको काफी बार बताया था. Amulets are basically those हमें जो thread बांध दिए जाते थे हाथ पे, या फिर in जिसे हम मोली बोलते हैं, या फिर in Muslims we have those tabis. They are basically called as amulets, जो कि हमें बोला जाता है कि बुरी नजर से बचाते हैं. So they have got the amulets also, and these things were being buried with King Tut. A ceremonial apron, sandals, sheets for his fingers and toes, and an iconic inner coffin and mask, all of pure gold. And all these things used to be of pure gold. In 1922, Howard Carter, a British archaeologist, discovered Tut's tomb after years of futile searching. So this archaeologist was searching for the tomb of Tut, and finally he discovered that in the year 1922. Its contents remain the richest royal collection ever found and have become part of the pharaoh legend. और जितनी चीजें जब तट की बॉडी को निकालते टाइम जितना सब गोल्ड मिला, that is being considered as the richest royal collection. इतना ज्यादा सामान, and has never been discovered with any of the other pharaohs. Tut's body was also buried with everyday things he would want in afterlife. And the people of Egypt, they used to believe that our kings will be in need of, the basic things of their lives in afterlife also. So they kept those things like board games, a bronze razor, linen undergarments, cases of food and wine. So all these things were being kept with the body as well. So now, do we have any questions related to this chapter till now? Because once we will going to begin with these NCRT questions, the next thing will be the quiz. So if you have any doubts, you can ask me right now, because once the NCRT questions will be done, the quiz will be right there, and I want all of you to attempt those answers pretty carefully. Right? So if you have any doubts, I can answer them. No? Okay. First question is, give reasons for the following, right? King Tut's body has been subjected to repeated scrutiny. Scrutiny means critical examination. King Tut's body has been subjected to repeated scrutiny because right from the time of the discovery of his tomb in 1920 by Howard Carter, the modern world has been curious to find out what happened to King Tut. So everybody is curious, everybody wanted to know. और हर बार किंग टट की बॉडी को बहुत ज्यादा critically examine किया जाता था. So the question is like, why? What is the reason to do that? So that is why, because he died at a very young age. So this is the reason that why his, when his tomb was being discovered, it was a very remarkable moment. He died unexpectedly. No one knows how the boy king lived and died. His death has been obscured in mystery, with murder being the most extreme possibility. So everybody was, they were all were making the wild guesses that he is being murdered. So that is why, curiosity kills the cat. So that is why they so badly wanted to know. And when his tomb was being found out, people were really excited. Second is Howard Carter's investigation was resented. Howard Carter's investigation was resented because he destroyed the original state of the mummy. Resented means it was being stopped. Why? Because he actually, the original state of mummy was कि वो वहाँ पे उस raisin से वो body attach हो चुकी थी with the gold coffin. तो उसने उसको chisel करना start कर दिया था, and that is how the whole body was being destroyed. His man cut off the mummy's head and severed every major joint of the body to raise King Tut from the coffin. और जो कार्टर के जो men थे, उन्होंने obviously the way I told you कि उन्होंने पूरी body को chisel करके उसके individually they have taken out the head, they have taken out the other joints of the body, और उन्होंने उसको उस तरीके से coffin से निकाला था. Then they reassembled the remains on a layer of sand in a wooden box and put the body back. So finally इन्होंने फिर से जब they have done with their own investigation, so finally उन्होंने body को फिर से reassemble किया और एक wooden box में रखा. और इन्होंने जो body के बचे हुए part थे उसको मिट्टी के अंदर they have kept it there. Right? Moreover, Howard Carter did not use scientific methods while excavating King Tut's mummy. And unfortunately, Howard Carter ने कोई भी scientific methods use नहीं किए थे. Excavating means taking out the king's body, right? उन्हें तो simply chisel करना start कर दिया था. It resulted in great damage to the mummy, and that unfortunately damaged the whole look of the mummy. Third question is, Howard Carter had to chisel away the solidified raisins to raise the king's remains. Now raisins you already know, पुराने ज़माने का kind of a फेविकॉल, right? जो कि जिसकी वजह से जो पूरी body थी वो एकदम it has got stuck to the coffin, right? वो एकदम solidify हो गया था. I mean guys, imagine the plaster of Paris जो POP होता है वो कितना solid हो जाता है ना once we, in fact for that matter, cement, right? Cement also gets very solidified. So that is how a raisin is kind of a फेविकॉल जिससे कि की पूरी body के ऊपर वो white linen का cloth, वो shroud भी डाला जाता था, right? So yeah, it is. Howard Carter had to chisel away the solidified raisins to raise the king's remains because the ritual raisins had hardened, cementing King Tut to the bottom of his solid gold coffin permanently. So unfortunately, जो King Tut की body थी और वो cement का जो coffin था उससे एकदम चिपक चुकी थी. So right, just to take it out, he was supposed to chisel it away. King Tut's, yeah, it's a type of gum. That's what I'm saying. और वो direct tree से extract होता है, अंकित. जैसे कि like tree से, if you have checked out those that white kind of a liquid comes out, no? So raisin भी वहीं से the gum is being taken out, and that is how they have used it to cover up the whole mummy. King Tut's body was buried along with gilded treasures. So this is something that is for sure right there. King Tut's body was buried, along with gilded treasures because in that time the king was very wealthy. And people thought and hoped that they could take their riches with them in their journey after life. It is not mandatory neem tree, bacha. It is not. It can be any of those trees, right? Which is obviously found out there in Egypt. I have sincere doubts कि neem trees Egypt में होते होंगे, but whatever the tree was, उसको extract करके उसका resin निकाल के, and that's how they used to use it. Okay, so now Egypt के लोगों को लगता था that once the king will going to die, so वहाँ पे उनके साथ उनकी जितनी भी riches है, they can also travel with them, and that is why they used to keep them with the dead body. Hence, King Tut was buried with all the things that he used in his daily life and the things that he would need in the afterlife. Yeah? Okay. The boy king changed his name from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamun. And what is the reason behind that? The boy changed his name from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamun because he wanted to restore the old ways. And what was the reason? What exactly he wanted to restore? जितना सब destruction Amenhotep IV ने किया था, so he wanted to revive it, right? Amenhotep IV had shocked the country by attacking a major god, Amen. It was a time of unrest. The boy tried to establish the old faith by renaming himself as Tutankhamun, which means living image of Amen. Yeah? Okay. List the deeds. Yeah. Lists the deeds that Ray Johnson to describe Akhenaten as wacky. And wacky is a term which is being used for Akhenaten. Yeah. Ray Johnson and wacky, somebody who is weird, who is pretty pathetic, who is bad. Yeah, Ray Johnson described Akhenaten as wacky because what he did was nothing less than crazy in those times. Obviously, उसने वहां पे temples को attack कर दिया था, उसने demolish कर दिए थे temples को, and he actually removed the capital of the city, which was Thebes, to some other capital, and he actually dismantled the idols, the portraits of gods as well. He promoted the worship of Aten, the sun disk, changed his own name, and moved the religious capital from the old city of Thebes to the new city of Akhenaten, now known as Amana. So at the present time, in the present scenario, this place is called as Amana. It is now. He further shocked the country by attacking a major god, Amen, by smashing his images and closing his temples. His reign was a horrible time. Reign means who was ruling at that particular time. So that was considered as a very horrific moment for all the Egyptians. What were the results of the CT scan? King Tut's mummy was the first one that was being scanned. Okay, so like he was the first one to die. In the same way, after his death also, his body, his mummy, was the first one which was supposed to be scanned. The CT scan machine scanned the mummy from head to toe and created 1700 digital X-ray images in cross section. King Tut's head was scanned. Okay, this is not so important, so we can leave that because lots of irrelevant information which is not so important from your exam point of view is right here, so we can leave that. This is also not so important, so we can leave that. Explain the statement. Okay, it says explain the statement King Tut is one of the first mummies to be scanned in death as in life. Okay, I just told you that he died at a very young age, right? और जब death हुई, so जब CT scan की बारे में बात आई, so his mummy was the first one to go into that scanning. King Tut was the last ruler of a powerful family that had ruled Egypt for centuries. He came to the throne when he was not even a teenager. At a very young age, he contributed tremendously in restoring the past glory and old ways. However, he met a very early death in mysterious circumstances when he was simply 18 years old. Since the discovery of his tomb in 1922, the modern world has speculated a lot about that. So, how he died at a very young age. So, when he was there, in fact, death ke time pe bhi, he was the first one. First one means obviously teenage is not a perfect age for somebody to die, right? So he was the first one. And in the same way, when it comes to CT scanning also, he was the first one to move into that. Yeah, so that was all about our beautiful chapter. Now it's time to quickly check out the quiz. So I hope already each one of you, because हम बहुत दिनों से ये try कर रहे हैं, that how you all have to perform the quiz, right? So that's easy. आपको कैसे answer करना है? For example, if you think that the correct answer for first is A, so that is how you will going to write 1A. If you think for second it is C, so that is how you will going to write. Clear? So are we shall we begin with the quiz? Hey Nayan, short summary इससे भी ज़्यादा we will going to do it sometime later because अभी थोड़ा detailed summary कर रहे हैं. When exams will be closer, we will going to cover up only the important points from there. This is the time wherein we can actually analyze the whole chapter, no? So that's what we are doing. Yeah. Okay. The first question is, who was Tutankhamun? A geologist, a scientist, an Egyptian king, or a historian? Come on, answer this question. Nayan is going with C option. Perfect. What about the rest of you? Sujal is also going with the C. Nidhi, Ankit. Perfect, guys. Perfect. Yeah. And that is indeed, entrepreneur is also fine with C. That is, he was an Egyptian king. Perfect, guys. Perfect. Here goes the second question. Okay. Ayush is also going with 1C. That's right. Here goes the second question on your screen. When did Tut die? When he was a teenager, when he was old, when he was in middle age, or when he was a child? Come on. What do you think? What, like, at exactly what age did he lose his life? Nidhi is going with the second A, when he was a teenager. Nayan is with A. Hey, Nayan, I would request that kindly mention the question number as well. That is how you need to answer this. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Ayush, Ankit, entrepreneur, Soumya, Sujal. Perfect, guys. Perfect. That is when he was simply a teenager. Soumya, we are done with first. We are also done with second as well. Yeah. Okay. Third question is, who discovered Tut's tomb and when? Right? So who, and I have been telling you about this year multiple times. So I'm expecting the correct answer here. The first option is Adam Cooper in 1901, Howard Carter in 1922, Howard Carter in 1930, Sam Shaw in 1890. Nidhi, Sujal, Ankit, entrepreneur. Okay, right. The rest of you. Nayan is no, Nayan. That is not at all Adam Cooper. It is supposed to be Howard Carter, and the year itself was 1922. Yeah, that was 1922. Keep this in mind because first time Tut का body तब find किया गया था and exactly 80 years बाद उसका CT scan हुआ था. Yeah. So that's incorrect, Nayan. Okay, fourth question. When was Tut's body was taken for CT scan after being found? I just gave you the answer. And okay, yeah, Ayush, you're also right. Here's the fourth question though. After 1 year, after 80 years, after 50 years, or after 30 years? Yeah. Okay, entrepreneur, Nidhi. Hey, entrepreneur, your answer is incorrect, bacha. It wasn't 50 years. Just now I told you. Wait. Yeah, that is okay. Nayan, again, your answer is incorrect, bacha. It is after 80 years, right? First of all, the body was discovered in 1922. उसके बाद 80 years बाद फिर से वो body निकाली गई थी. So that is definitely 80 years later. Yeah? Cool? Okay. For how many years did Amenhotep III rule Egypt? For how many years? Yeah, okay, Ayush. Now here's the next question. For how many years did Amenhotep III rule Egypt? For 5 years? For 20 years? Nayan, and actually you have attended this class pretty late because अभी हमने पूरा का पूरा chapter revise किया था, and I hope, I mean, you can check the same session again if you feel like, and that is why I discuss every corner of the topic, because अभी हम लोग के पास काफी time है, and we'll have no time post it. Guys, we are on question 5. Ankit, entrepreneur, and Sujal, you are unfortunately wrong. Yeah. Anybody who knows the correct answer? And that is basically 40 long years. It was 40 years. Okay. Here goes the next question. Okay. Question number 6. It is, who promoted the worship of Aten, the sun disk? Tutankhamun, Amenhotep III, Amenhotep IV, or none of the above? What do you think? Oh yes, Nidhi and Ankit, that was D. That was D. Okay, what about this question, bacha? Who promoted the worship of Aten? Ankit, no. Ankit, no, 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 no. It is about Aten, bacha, Aten. Yeah, that is all right. That is Amenhotep IV. Perfect, guys, perfect. What name did Amenhotep IV change to? So he changed his name. No, Ankit, that is again wrong, bacha. Sujal, that's the correct answer. Hey, it is Amenhotep 4, not 3. 3 to shayad grandfather ya father the na. That is 4th. Yeah? Okay. Question number 7 is, what name did Amenhotep 4 change to? To Amarna, to Atal, to Eknatan, or Amenhotep 3? Nayan is going with 7C. Okay. What about the rest of you? Nidhi is also going with 7C. That's okay. Let me just, we'll tell you the answer later. What about the rest of you guys? Entrepreneur is also fine with C option. Okay. And. Okay. So, yeah, Sujal, Ankit, everybody. Perfect. That is definitely C. For how many years did Tutankhamun rule Egypt? The question is, for how many years? Yes, Ayush, that's the correct one. Now, eighth question is, for how many years did Tutankhamun rule Egypt? For 9 years, for 11 years, for 2 years, or for 5 years? I myself is eliminating C or D option. Now, you need to choose between A or B. What two? No, I have eliminated that option. Very good, Nidhi. Very good, entrepreneur. Yeah, Sujal. Perfect. Very good, Ankit. Yes, it is. It was for 9 long years he ruled. Perfect, yeah. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, the next question is, what was found with Tutankhamun's body? So, what exactly did they found? Yes, Ayush. Perfect. Ayush, hey, something is wrong with your internet. Kya? Thodi late I'm receiving your answers. Can you please check it out? Okay. It was, what was found with Tutankhamun's body? Gold. Egyptian gold coin? Nothing as such. Gold, wealth, bronze, razor, games. Oh my god. Clothes, cases of food, and wine. Hey, all of you are right. Yes, that was option D. No, Nayan, again it is option D. Yeah, simply not just Egyptian gold coin, but all these things were literally being kept, were buried with his body. What would you describe how would you describe Tut's tomb? Gold plated, rock cut, wall paintings with gold plate, या फिर rock cut 26 feet underground, which had wallway paintings on it. Very good, Ayush. Now we are on question number 10. I mean, I agree that it was gold plated, but you have to go with the appropriate answer जो ज़्यादा information reveal कर रहा है आप लोगों को. So pick out that particular one. Very good, Ankit. Amazing. That's great. Okay. What about the others? We know the answer. All right. So that is 10th D. Ayush, we will surely going to take that as well. But first of all, I wanted to try out these quizzes because we are done with summary and the character sketch and everything. So Menti quiz will be there for sure. But abhi ke liye, this is what we have got. But Menti ke liye ज़्यादा chapters हम लोग consider करेंगे. What was in the first coffin? Garlands of olives, lotus petals and cornflowers, flowers and coins, gold, wealth, bronze laser, games, clothes, cases of food and wine, या फिर it was empty. It is talking about the first coffin, guys. Please, please, please. Consider this question. They are asking for the first coffin. That is more important to keep in mind. First coffin. Okay. That is incorrect, entrepreneur. They're asking for the first coffin, bacha. No, Sujal, that's incorrect again. Nayan, that's the correct answer. That garlands of olives, lotus petals, and cornflowers were right there. Yes, Nidhi, perfect. Why did the third coffin put Carter in trouble? Like, what was the problem with the third coffin? It was empty. The raisins used to cement stuck to the bottom of the solid gold coffin, which was hardened enough. The material found inside was already looted, या फिर none of the above. Ayush, you're also right. Oh yes, perfect guys, perfect. And that is indeed the correct answer. Very good man, very good, impressive. All right, that is 12B. That because of raisins, वो पूरा का पूरा solidify हो गया था, and that was actually a troublesome period for Carter. How did Carter remove the raisins? So Carter ने finally raisins कैसे remove किए? With the help of chisel and hammer, with the help of chemicals, with the help of machinery, या फिर with the help of manpower. This is the easiest of the lot. Raisins का मैंने आपको meaning बता ही दिया था. Amazing. Ankit, answer नहीं लिखा, सिर्फ points लिखकर छोड़ दिया. Perfect. Yeah, that is 13A with the help of chisel and hammer. How did Carter cut the body of Tut? First head and then limb, every leg and then head, first legs, head and then limbs, limb or head, hand only. So what exactly, like how exactly he dismantled his body? Where, oops, no, that's wrong, Nidhi, that's wrong, that's wrong. That is wrong, guys. First head and then limb. So first of all, the head was being removed, और उसके बाद the later body parts were being removed. Okay, so that is first 14th A. Yeah, 14th A. Perfect, perfect. What did Carter and his men do after cutting down his body? So once they have cut down the body, now what next did they do? They set it for X-ray. They examined them carefully. They placed it on the layer of sand in a wooden box, या फिर they clicked photographs. No. All of you, okay. Only Ankit is right. Otherwise, all of you, Nayan, Sujal, Ayush and Nidhi, all of you are incorrect, guys. They place it on the layer of sand in a wooden box. So उन्होंने पूरी की पूरी body को sand पे लेटा दिया था. Body के parts उन्हें chisel किए थे उनको, और उनको फिर उसने wooden box में डाल दिया था. Right? So that is the correct answer, which is option C. Very good, Ankit. Yeah, entrepreneur. That's C option. When was the mummy examined in X-ray by anatomy professor? In 1945, in 1986? Yeah, now it's correct, guys. In 1945, in 1986, in 1968, या फिर never. Although this question is not so important because itna year-based question nahi aayega. Only thing you need to keep in mind is the year 1922 because that was the time when the body was discovered for the very first time. 16, very good, Ankit. No, hey, we are doing 16, Nidhi. No, Nayan, that is incorrect, bacha. That is incorrect. Yeah, we are doing 16th, and the correct one is in the year 1968. Right, in the year 1968. Okay. What facts were revealed when the mummy was x-rayed in 1968? What facts were revealed when the mummy was x-rayed in 1968? Yeah, now it's fine, Nidhi. His several possessions were missing. His hip bone was missing. His breastbone and front ribs were missing. या फिर his feet bone was missing. ये point अभी मैंने जब हम लोग जब summary कर रहे थे, I told you guys this particular point. Ayush, we are on 17th now. There is some problem with the internet, I guess. Very good, Ankit. Entrepreneur, Nayan. Very good, guys. Very good. Yes, that's the correct one. His breastbone and front ribs were missing. Perfect. When was... Yes, Ayush. Now it's okay. I have received it on time. When was Tud's body taken for CT scan in 21st century? Now it is about 21st century, guys. अगर 1922 में फर्स्ट टाइम डिस्कवर हुआ था, उसके एग्जैक्ट 80 इयर्स बाद उसका सीटी स्कैन हुआ था. So you can calculate it accordingly. January 5, 2005, January 10, 2007, June 9, 2001 या फिर February 12, 2009. Like somewhere उसके आसपास. Very good, Ankit. Very good, entrepreneur. Amazing, 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 Sujal. Yes, that's perfect, guys. January 5, 2005. Perfect. What does CT scan stand for? Very good, Nidhi. Amazing. Perfect. Here's the next question. CT scan का full form क्या है? Computed telegraphy, computed tomography scan, scar topology या फिर computer technology? Very good, entrepreneur. Nidhi, perfect. That's right, guys. Hey, Ankit, that's incorrect. Entrepreneur, you were right. Why did you delete that message? Ankit, that's incorrect, bacha. Very good, Nayan, Sujal. Perfect, guys. Perfect. That is computed tomography scan. How did the workmen lift the body for the scan? Through the stairs, on a hydraulic trailer, through sliding, या फिर through lift? What did they exactly use to, let the body go for scanning? Chapter अगर ठीक से पढ़ा था, so you can answer this question pretty clearly. I'm so sure with that. We are on 20th. Um, Very good, Nidhi. Why there's a question mark? Yes, you are right. Yes, yes, yes. Very good, Nayan. Indeed, that is on a hydraulic trailer. Perfect, bacha, perfect. Yeah, cool. Entrepreneur is also correct. Sujal is also correct. Very good, guys. Ankit is incorrect because the correct answer is option B, bacha. Ayush, you are right. Perfect. Okay. Why did the procedure stop in between? Like, what was the reason for this sudden interruption? As spare pen a fan stopped working, as a light went off, as a lift broken, या फिर none of the above. I told you this point pretty clearly. I know this. मैंने अभी अभी जिक्र भी किया था इसके बारे में. Very good, Sujal. Perfect, bacha, perfect. Yes, entrepreneur, Nidhi. Three of you are really correct with the answer. Very good. That is a spare fan stopped working. Ayush is okay. Ankit, you are incorrect, bacha. That is not D. It is a spare fan stopped working. The next question is, when was Stud's body taken back in his tomb after CT scan? So after a day, after 3 hours, after 12 hours, या फिर after 5 hours. Yeah. Nayan, we are on 22 now, bacha. We are on 22, guys. 22, 22, 22. Come on, answer, 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 answer. Hey, there's some problem here. It is after 3 hours exactly. No, 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 no. Hey, Nidhi, you're correct there. It is definitely after 3 hours. Yes, Ankit, entrepreneur, two of you are, no, not after 5 hours, but after 3 hours. Yes, Sujal, you're also correct. What is the cemetery of Stut called? वो जो जहाँ पे वो tomb था, what that cemetery is called as? Valley of the Kings, Tut's resting place, resting peace, या Valley of Flowers. It's the easiest of the whole lot of questions, I believe. 23, very good, Nidhi. Perfect, मेरा बच्चा. I mean, you are right there. Great effort, बच्चा, great effort. 23, hi, Zayed. Okay, that is 23A. Perfect, 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 perfect. Valley of the Kings. Very good. Yeah. 23B, no, that's wrong, Nayan. That's wrong. Okay. How did Tut die? So, how did he die? It is a mystery. Due to heart attack, due to cancer, या फिर during a war. Like, what was the reason? Why did we lose him? Is it still a mystery, or by any chance he got the heart attack due to cancer? या फिर, he fought a war and in which he somehow mysteriously lost his own life. Very good, very good, all of you. Oh wow, that's great. It's a mystery. Perfect, guys. Who said the mummy is in very bad condition because of what? Very good, Ayush. Because of what Carter did in 1920s. So was it Carter himself who said this? Zahi Hawass, an anatomy professor, या फिर a Egypt historian who basically said these words? No. Okay, 25A. How can Carter himself say this, Bacha? That's A. That's Carter. No, he did not say it. I'm eliminating Carter. Now choose. Uh, Entrepreneur. No, it was Zahi Hawass who said this. Right? It was Zahi Hawass. Yes, Sujal. Perfect. Now it's fine. Tut was led to rest laden with platinum, aluminium, gold, या फिर silver. No, bacha, that was Zahi Hawass. Okay, that's the correct answer is Zahi Hawass. Okay, the next question is Tut was led to rest laden with platinum, aluminium, gold, या फिर silver. Perfect. This is the easiest of the lot. I think ये सबसे ज़्यादा easy question था. Yeah, that is definitely gold. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes, it was gold. When was Tut die? 22,000 years ago, more than 33,000 years ago. Yeah, Nayan, that's correct. More than 10,000 years ago, या फिर more than 16,000 years ago. I mean, you simply can make a wild guess here because I have sincere doubts. आप लोग को ये आंसर पता है या नहीं है? Even I am not sure though. 27B. Oh wow. That's right, Ayush. That's right. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. No, no, no. Wait. It is 27B. All of you knows that. Entrepreneur, you are incorrect. Ankit, you are incorrect. That is more than 33,000 years ago. Yeah. 28th question. What was Tut lavished with? Gold, silver flowers, lots of jewels. Yes, I used to know that perfectly well. Glittering goods, precious collars, inlaid necklaces, bracelets, rings, amulets. ये ना ये point continue हो रहा है. There's no another point. A ceremonial apron, sandals, sheets for his fingers and toes of all made up of pure gold. Yes, Sujal, it is more than 33,000. Yes. So बचा but फिर हम यही वाला option choose करें ना, more than 3,000 years ago. Yeah, 28 is C. Perfect guys, perfect. Yeah, entrepreneur, Ankit, Ayush, you guys are perfect with this answer. That is definitely C. Okay, here's the 29th question of the day. How has archaeology changed through the decades? Focuses more on treasure, focuses more on physical findings, focuses more on time factors, focusing less on treasure and more on the fascinating details of life and mysterious death. Sujal, hey, 33,000 simply means more than, like somewhere there itself, right? So that is why we have opted that answer. Yeah? Okay, so for 29, all of us are going with, oh wow, okay. So Nidhi, Ayush, Ankit, entrepreneur, perfect guys, perfect that they were focusing less on treasure. उनको ये नहीं था कि there is being treasure, but rather they were more fascinated towards this whole idea of life and why somebody died. Perfect. And here goes the last question of the day. Who is Osiris? God of nature, God of afterlife, God of seasons, या फिर God of universe? And that is the last question for the day. Very good, Bacha, Nidhi, superb. What about the others? 30th, you're confused? Why? It is B. Very good, God of afterlife. Osiris is basically the god of afterlife, जो कि stars का formation भी होता है. No, Nayan, that is B. God of afterlife. Right? Constellation stars को भी हम Osiris बोलते हैं. So that is basically god of afterlife. Yeah? So I think now this chapter is very clear, right? We have done with the chapter discovering Tut, the saga continues. So we have done with the 3 chapters of our Hornbill, which was portrait of a lady. We are not afraid to die if we all will be together. Another was a poem, ma'am, for tomorrow. Thank you, Ayush. Thank you so much. Sujal, for tomorrow, we will going to discuss the laburnum top. Yeah, that's the agenda, I believe. Yes, laburnum top will be discussed tomorrow. That was a beautiful poem which was written by Ted Hughes, right? Thank you, Ankit. Thanks a ton, guys. So I'll see you tomorrow with another topic. So that is how we will going to cover the summary of the chapter. The NCRT questions will be covered. Ayush, timings are 7:30, right? 7:30. तो जब तक हम लोग we cover the summary, the characters, along with that the NCRT questions, and then 20-30 questions on based on the chapter. So that's the way how this class functions. Yeah. So guys, don't you forget to use my code, which is Ambika, and please enroll yourself to Unacademy. And with that, I will going to take your leave. I hope you genuinely enjoyed the class. Thank you guys. Thank you. Have a nice time ahead and see you tomorrow with another topic. Yeah. And keep on studying. And if you haven't downloaded the app, do download it and use my code, which is Ambika, Ambika. Right. With that, I'm going to take your leave. Do take care of yourself. Bye-bye. Hey guys, my name is Ambika and you are here with me on Unacademy's YouTube channel, which is Let's Crack CBSE with us. So, let me tell you one thing very clearly, that you are here on the nation's largest and the bestest learning platform. So, first of all, let me tell you what Unacademy is all about. And we have got 2 different, very interesting and a very pretty attractive features, which are right there with Unacademy. So I'll tell all of you about that as well. So first of all, as I've already told you, that Unacademy is a platform which actually helps you out in your academics, be it any sort of academic, if you're in school, if you're in college, whatever you're preparing it for. Unacademy have all the other streams which will surely going to help you out in making your studies, in making the journey of this voyage of learning pretty interesting for you. So first subscription which we have, which is Plus. So let me give you a very fair idea that how Plus functions. So herein we can learn, like, you can check out n number of things with Unacademy right by the hi Sujal, good evening, at the comfort of your house. Hi Nayan, hi. So that is clearly pretty well. Like, you don't need to travel from one coaching center to the other, at least which we all did. Hi, Ankit. So, this is something which you don't need to do. Don't waste your time in traveling and moving from one place to the other. Rather than that, we can study at the ease, at the comfort of your house. So once you have enrolled yourself to Unacademy, the next very interesting thing is the unlimited access to all the courses. So once you have enrolled yourself here, next thing is you can check n number of courses which are right here, and you will be taught by the nation's best, amazing, the top notch educators. They are so prolific in their own specific fields, like literally guys, I'm not exaggerating, trust me. They are so amazing in their own specific genre. They are so amazing in their own specific streams. They are like, those demigods, those superheroes who are here to help you out with all your, in the journey of your studies. And these educators will going to cover each and every corner, like every corner of your academics, of your books will be covered, will be dealt by these educators. Next is, whenever you study, we do have doubts. Like, no studying is complete without doubts. So to clarify your doubts, we have regular doubt clearing sessions. Next thing is to evaluate like how you have performed, and for like if you have understood the topic pretty well or not, we have the live test series. And the study material which will be right there provided by us will going to be there at your end in the format of the PDF. You can download that and you can check it out n number of times. Next is answer writing sessions. So with English, we do need, some sort of help in writing our answers. We get like what the question is asking us to do, but the only problem, arises when we don't know like how to answer those questions, isn't it? So we have typical answer writing sessions as well for you. So that was all about Plus. And once you will going to check out on our platform that we have got the NCRT batches as well. So these NCRT batches will going to definitely cover the NCRT books, because when we grow up we believe that those giant huge books are more important, but CBSE may questions will surely going to come from the NCRT. So we have got NCRT batches as well, and we have the lectures in both Hindi and in English. So whichever way you are comfortable, if you want any help, like if you want to be if you want the teaching to be done in Hindi, you can attend the classes that way. If you want the teaching to be done in English, you can attend those specific classes. So they are right there in Hindi and English. Language is not a barrier for any of us. So that was all about Plus, right? Let me tell you about Iconic. Iconic, redefines the whole concept of studying and teaching altogether, right? So herein, whatever were the features of Plus, we already have it. But along with that, we have got, hi Divyanshu, along with that, we have got the personal mentors. So if you want any of the personal mentors, they will surely going to help you out. We have live doubt solution lectures for you, Parent Connect and Study Planner. So they all are there, and you should enroll yourself to either with Plus or with Iconic, and we have got the Creative Corner as well. Right? So if you guys are really interested, if you really want to check it out, then please guys do download the app. And once you have downloaded the app, you can use my code, which is Ambika, Ambika, Ambika. And with that, you will surely going to get a 10% of discount on your enrollment. So please, 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 please do use the code, and please welcome to the world of Unacademy. So in today's lecture, I have begun with the series on, providing you the summary. Along with the summaries, we do check out the characteristics of any of the characters if we have any in the chapter. Along with that, the NCRT questions. And at the end, we try out almost 20 to 30 MCQ questions. So which ways you are pretty sorted, you are pretty clear with the whole chapter. So landscape of the soul, herein, this chapter, it's very easy. it talks about the importance or the beauty of painting, what paintings or in fact any sort of art can do in our lives, right? Imagine like you want to convey it to somebody. I mean, and first of all, we have got different varieties of art. We can express our feelings, we can express our emotions in the format of the paintings, in the format of the sculpture. Like without music our life is so incomplete, right? So we have got music as well, we have got literature also. They all are different genre of arts, right? They do appeal to us in variety of ways, isn't it? So this landscape of the soul is basically, it is talking about how our like what exactly art do to us, to our spirit, to our mind, right? So I am going to give you a very quick and a very brief summary of landscape of the soul. So let's just check it out. Landscape of the soul or landscape to soul summary will help you learn about this chapter in a very simple and easy manner. This chapter comprises of two parts and Natalia Truvorsi is the author. The author has taken the first part from the landscape of the soul, ethics and spirituality in Chinese painting. So author ने क्या किया है बच्चा? In the first part of this chapter, you will going to see that there is a very clear cut difference between Chinese art. It's okay, no problem, entrepreneur. So in this particular form of art, in this particular chapter, you will going to see that this chapter is being divided into two parts. So the first part is basically a comparison between Chinese painting and the European painting. और जो second part है वो it is talking about it's an excerpt basically, it is being taken from the article जो कि हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में 2005 में प्रिंट हुआ था और उसका नाम था Getting Inside Outsider Art, right? Getting Inside Outsider Art. So that is being mentioned on page number 36 and 37 of our book, right? So the whole chapter is basically talking about the two things. The first one is about the paintings and the second one about the art and the sculptures, and we'll check it out. Getting Inside is an article that was published in Hindustan Times in 2005. It was written by Brinda Suri. The main theme of this chapter is about arts. It revolves around the art of painting told through the help of various stories. So हमें ना कि art कैसे हम लोगों की life it can bring a change, it can bring a difference to our lives. और वो हमें कुछ stories के through बताया गया है. We learn about Chinese painters and their work as well as the story behind them. So few of the Chinese painters are being described here, are being discussed here, और उनकी story क्या थी, like how they become so famous, like how they became so famous. So those stories are also being told here. Similarly, the second explores the concept of art brute, meaning the art of the ones who have no right. So इसके बारे में भी we will going to check it out. So that is the summary of the chapter. Landscape of the Soul is a comparative study of a Chinese and European paintings. So as I have already told you that this whole chapter, we have got a clear-cut summary, clear-cut differences between the Eastern and the Western form of painting. When I said Western, guys, when I said West, it is Europe. Yeah, right? It is Europe. And when I said East, so East में यहाँ पे I'm simply referring to Chinese or the China, the Chinese artists. Clear? The lesson discussed the doctrines. The doctrines मतलब क्या है? The principles, the concepts of Daoism reflected in the Chinese paintings. So we will also going to check it out. What is Daoism? Comparative study of Asian and European paintings. Focus on Eastern and Western style of paintings. So Eastern, I have already told you, that is our China, not our China, but China, and Western is basically European. So उन दोनों का comparison है in the first part of the chapter. Art represents culture. So अगर आप लोग ने कभी अजंता लोरा caves देखे हैं या फिर आपने कभी भी if you have checked out different places in India, so हर जगह पे we have got different different sort of arts, because art क्या करता है, it represents your culture. difference between Chinese and European paintings, or हमेशा बच्चा do keep this thing in mind that paintings, that art do reflect your culture. और वो दोनों का जो कल्चर में डिफरेंस है वो हम लोग उनके पेंटिंग से इजीली वी कैन डिग इट आउट. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी हैव गॉट द चाइनीज पेंटिंग्स. Chinese painters want the viewers to explore their mind through their paintings. So Chinese painters क्या चाहते हैं कि अगर आप उनकी पिक्चर्स देख, अगर आप उनके फोटो, आई एम नॉट फोटोग्राफ सॉरी, अगर आप उनकी पेंटिंग्स देख रहे हो, so you need to explore, you need to move into their own mind और आप उससे उस पेंटिंग को देखिए. They are deeper in meaning, deeper than what is painted on canvas. सो नाउ चाइनीज पेंटिंग सिर्फ इतना सा नहीं है कि एक पेंटिंग ड्रॉ की हुई है और वो जितना हम देख रहे हैं सिर्फ उतना ही है. रादर दे हैव अ वेरी डीप मीनिंग रिफ्लेक्टेड टू इट. इफ यू कैन टेक आउट पेज नंबर 34 ऑफ आवर बुक विच इज Hornbill, so वहां पे there is this painter Wu Daozi, उसका explanation है that how Wu Daozi has painted a beautiful landscape, और वहां पे when he has shown this beautiful painting to the king, I repeat, when he has showed this beautiful painting to the king, what exactly happened? Therein he told the king, like, check out what all you can see. So the king said that I can see the mountains, I can see the sky and things like that. So उसने क्या किया? There was a cave at the foot of the mountain. He said that can you see it? Or he clapped with his hands. That the cave's door opened and the painter moved inside it. So that is a concept, that is a story which is being revealed in our chapter. That was something which happened with Wu Daozi, right? Another is a story of of a very एकदम ये था चाइनीज पेंटिंग के बारे में, जहां पे क्या है कि जो पेंटिंग है जितनी वो दिख रही है उसके अंदर भी उसका डीप मीनिंग हिडन है और आपको वो पेंटर ही बताते हैं, right? They are deeper in meaning, deeper than what is printed on canvas. Painter wants the viewers to see what is hidden in the painting. Next comes our Western painting. So Western painting एकदम opposite है. Chinese में अभी हमने क्या देखा? That the painter wants you to move into his own brains और आप फिर उस painting को देखो and then imagine it. But Western में क्या हो रहा है? जो draw किया हुआ है that is right there. वो reality draw करते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है कि जो like you have to dive deep into the mind of the painter और तभी आपको painting समझ में आएगी. No. Okay, so it is not the scenario, rather they are very realistic. It produces the actual view. तो उन्होंने कुछ भी देखा वो exact उसी को represent करते हैं अपनी painting में. Who? The Western artists. They are based on realism. They want the viewer to see the actual views to be depicted through the eyes of the creator. So creator कौन है यहाँ पे? Painter. Painter ने जो draw किया है आप उसी की नजरों से देखो, मतलब जितना ड्रॉ किया हुआ है that is all the painting is all about. उसके अंदर कोई deeper layers और deeper meanings नहीं है, right? Which we saw in Chinese painting that they have got deeper meaning, deeper plus hidden meanings attached in their paintings. But Western में it's totally different. The Eastern artists want their viewers to see the art through the mind of the creator. So Chinese, Eastern मतलब Chinese, वो लोग क्या चाहते हैं? That you move into the mind of the creator and then check out the whole painting. ऐसे ही Western painting का एक example दिया हुआ है. There was this place called as Flanders. So वहाँ पे which is in northern Belgium. So वहाँ पे there was this painter who had drawn he had drawn it was some giant animal. It was a dragon. So वहां पे उसने dragon draw किया, but उसने dragon के eyes नहीं बनाए. Why? Because he thought that this dragon will come to life and it will going to fly away. Right? In the same way, we have got another story from Western culture. which is there was this blacksmith. There was this, the blacksmith. So he actually loved the painter's daughter. So उसको एक पेंटर की डॉटर से प्यार था. But imagine like पुराने जमाने में बॉलीवुड में क्या होता था. And okay, Bollywood में क्यों, like it, casteism, such things were always there around the world. So this painter did not like that his daughter would going to be loved by the blacksmith. So the blacksmith went to this painter's room. वहां पे there was this painting जो already drawn थी. उसने वहां पे जाके fly का image बनाया. या प्लीज नयन, मैं दोनों लैंग्वेजेस यूज कर रही हूँ. आई होप इट विल गोइंग टू हेल्प यू आउट. या ओके, सो नाउ उसने वहां पे जाके एक फ्लाई का इमेज ड्रॉ किया और इट वाज सो रियल, इट वाज सो रियल दैट द पेंटर केम एंड ही ट्राइड टू स्वैट इट अवे. उसने उसको हटाने की कोशिश की. सो वंस ही जस्ट चेक्ड इट आउट दैट इट इजंट द रियल फ्लाई, इट वाज बीइंग ड्रॉन बाय द ब्लैकस्मिथ. So that's how he got this opportunity to marry the daughter of the painter. Now the title highlights the spiritual aspect of the Eastern paintings. So यहाँ पे जो title है Landscape of the Soul, वो basically Eastern painting की ये थर्ड स्टोरी है. यस, ये थर्ड स्टोरी है. फर्स्ट वॉज वो वू डाउजी वाली, वो जो पेंटर होता है जो कि चाइनीज स्टोरी है. सो उसने वहां पे एक लैंडस्केप ड्रॉ किया हुआ था. ही शोड इट टू द किंग. द किंग पिक्ड आउट, ओके देयर इज अ माउंटेन, देयर इज अ स्काई, देयर आर बर्ड्स, थिंग्स लाइक दैट. सो फिर वहां पे उसने पॉइंट आउट किया दैट एट द एज, एट द फुट ऑफ द माउंटेन देयर इज अ केव, एंड ही क्लैप्ड हिज हैंड, द केव ओपन, द आर्टिस्ट मूव्ड इनसाइड इट. That is first Chinese painting ka description or story. Second is about Flanders, jahan pe he has somebody in Flanders had drawn a dragon, but usne uski eyes nahi banayi thi because he thought it was looking so real, it was looking so lifelike that he thought ki ye dragon will going to get a real life agar ye eyes iski bana di to, matlab it will come to real life. The third story was about the blacksmith and who loved the daughter of a painter. Yeah, these were three stories which we have covered. So the title which we have got, The Landscape of the Soul, वो basically Eastern paintings के वहां से उसके reference में लिया गया है. The painter wanted to show the spirit dwelling in a cave. So वहां पे वो जो cave था जिसका clap करते से ही door open हुआ था, so painter wanted to show कि यहाँ पे there is one spirit which lives. The artist entered in the cave and painting disappeared. So जैसे ही artist उसके अंदर जाता है वैसे ही the painting got disappeared. Chinese work of art reflection of the spirits of artists. So basically Chinese work of art क्या है? It shows the spirit of artists कि वो लोग कितना ज़्यादा they have got another layer of description, another layer of hidden meaning in their painting. They are deep to understand. Now this was the first part of the chapter. इसके बाद अभी कुछ और concepts भी है which we will going to check it out. The next is an article from Hindustan Times also presented. So that is right there on our page number 36, Getting Inside Outsider Art. So उसमें क्या बात हो रही है? आर्ट ब्रूट और रॉ आर्ट की. वो किसके रेफरेंस में है बच्चा? सो दे आर बेसिकली कॉल्ड रॉ आर्ट और आर्ट ब्रूट का मतलब क्या है? आउटसाइडर आर्ट. अब आउटसाइडर आर्ट क्या हो सकता है? सो इसका एक्चुअली इट हैज अ कॉनोटेशन दैट दोज पीपल हु डिड नॉट रिसीव, I repeat, those people who did not receive the formal education of painting and art, but still they are good because they are talented, उनको इन लोगों ने बोला है outsider artists या art brute. I repeat, those people who have not received the formal education of painting of art, but they are so talented that they have created something, something different, something unique. So those people are being called as the art brute or raw artists. Clear? So यहाँ पे they are specifically talking about Nek Chand, right, who has got a rock garden in Chandigarh. He has made that rock garden with the waste material, with the recycled stuff. Right? Now it's time to check out the themes in the story. So actually I have already taught this chapter on YouTube to all of you. So once we have like already checked it out, so now आज सिर्फ summary discuss हो रही है, and later we will going to check out the MCQs and the NCRT questions. The first theme is about Daoism. So what is Daoism? It is a Chinese philosophical and religious tradition. और Daoism का मतलब क्या है? The other way. So Dao का मतलब क्या है? This word is basically Dao, the origin of the creation. कि कुछ एक नई चीज originate हो रही है. Creation मतलब क्या है? Any new work of art. I repeat, work of art. Daoism is a spiritual approach to living. So these fundaments are right there on your page number 36. Right? That is what it is trying to talk to you. It is line number 3 of our book. It says, and I quote here, this concept, okay, line 3 is basically complementary poles reflecting the Daoist view of the universe. So यहाँ पे there is a very clear difference, a very different view of the universe. उसको हम बोलेंगे Daoism. अब यहाँ पे next concept था Shan Shui का. So Shan Shui का and it is again there on page number 36 of our book. Yeah, it is the concept expressed as Shan Shui, जिसका मतलब है mountain water. ये जो word है Shan Shui, इसका मतलब क्या है? Mountain water. Now, used to represent the world landscape by an artist. So, landscape में क्या है बच्चा? There is a mountain and there is a water. Right? Landscape का मतलब ही क्या होता है? That we have got the mountains and the water. Chinese landscape paintings are centered on mountains. Mountains are regarded as sacred places. और Chinese art में बच्चा mountains को ना बहुत ही ज़्यादा religious spot consider किया गया है. Right? Mountains are those, you know, like जहाँ पे सिर्फ saint लोग जाके रह सकते हैं. Next, यहीं पे we have got another concept of yin and yang. ये बहुत ज़्यादा important concept है, and this might come in your exam as well. So according, again, ये पूरा का पूरा chapter ज़्यादा focus कौन से art form पे कर रहा है बच्चा? They are actually focusing more on Chinese art form. Yes, according to Chinese philosophy, everything is classified into masculine and feminine. So according to Chinese philosophy, हर चीज का, you know, like everything has a gender. कुछ भी यहाँ पे neuter नहीं है. Everything has got a gender. So it is masculine, which is manly, and feminine, which is female. I repeat, yin और yang क्या है बच्चा? Yin का मतलब होता है something which is manly, and yang is something which is female. Right? I think I have not. Yeah, that is there. Yin is the one. Okay. So masculine का मतलब क्या है? Okay. So यहाँ पे जब भी हम masculine word refer कर रहे हैं बच्चा, अभी मैंने आपको बताया था Shan Shui. So Shan Shui में we have got mountain and water. Right? So अब जो mountain है बच्चा, that is masculine. Right? Our mountain is masculine. जो हमारा लैंडस्केप में माउंटेन है वो क्या है? बहुत ज्यादा मैनली. और जो वाटर है, सैन शुई का वाटर का कॉन्सेप्ट, दैट इज फेमिनिन. अब माउंटेन कैसा होता है? इट इज ड्राई, इट इज वार्म, इट इज वर्टिकल. दैट इज हाउ वी मेक माउंटेन्स. पावरफुल एंड एक्टिव. Right? So that is your manly side of the yin and yang. Right? हर चीज का एक gender है. Either it is masculine or it is feminine. So landscape में जब ये लोग landscape draw कर रहे हैं, वहां पे भी ये लोग यही concept बता रहे हैं that mountains cannot be drawn all alone without water. They need to go hand in hand. Right? So yin के बिना yang is incomplete, yang के बिना yin is incomplete. Okay? वहीं पे, so what is mountain? That is masculine. Dry, warm, vertical, powerful and active. यही चीजें माउंटेन को हम डिस्क्राइब कर सकते हैं. On the contrary, we have got feminine, which is water, which is horizontal, right? Which is horizontal, which is fluid, which is moist, cool and gentle. So, water की ये सारे characteristics है और women को भी ऐसे ही portray किया जाता है, right? That they are, they can adjust into every other situation. They are gentle, they are tender, they are soft-hearted. So, they are being called as yang. Okay, yang is mountain, so mountain is yang while the water is yin. I'm so sorry, I take my words back. Mountain जो है वो yang है, right? Mountain is basically yang, which is masculine, and yin is water. Yang is masculine and yin is feminine. Combination of yang and yin makes a perfect Chinese landscape. So, जब यिंग और यांग मिलते हैं, अगर आपने ये वाला इमेज अभी देखा, which is like, we have got yang is the manly part. So, sun को हमने क्या describe किया है? Which is masculine, right? और यहाँ पे which is definitely what are yang. This part is yang and this part is yin. You got it? Yin is a feminine side. So, combination of yang and yin makes a perfect Chinese landscape. So, combination mountains और water का जब मिलता है, तभी एक perfect painting बन पाती है, तभी एक perfect Chinese landscape बन पाता है, right? और जब ये combination और इन दोनों का interaction होता है, इस पूरे concept को हम बोलते हैं Daoism. Just point पे ये दोनों थोड़ा philosophical है बच्चा, but try to understand. Just point पे right Ankit, right. So I was simply telling it to you that just point पे आपका yin और yang मिलते हैं. Can you see this particular point, right? जहाँ पे masculine और feminine point है, उसको हम बोलते हैं Daoism, right? और इस Daoism का मतलब क्या है? One thing is heaven. Maybe your masculine or yin या yang में से कुछ भी एक heaven है, and the other thing is earth. जहाँ पे ये दोनों का combination हो रहा है, इसको pranayam is basically breathing exercise wherein we breathe in, we breathe out. तो when the moment जब हम उस breathing को hold करते हैं, that is being considered as what? That is being considered as Daoism. वो जो दोनों के बीच का गैप है, आई होप ये आप लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है. प्लीज मुझे एक बार बता दीजिए. यू गॉट द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ डायोइज्म, राइट? जहां पे यिन और यांग जिस पॉइंट पे मिल रहे हैं, उस पॉइंट को इन लोगों ने डायोइज्म बोला है. और उसी पॉइंट को ये लोग ने जो हमारा इंडियन कल्चर में वी हैव गॉट द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ प्राणायाम, राइट? ओके, थैंक गॉड नयन, जिसे हम प्राणायाम बोलते हैं, जहां पे हम ब्रीद इन ब्रीद आउट कर रहे हैं. सो जहां पे हम अपनी we hold our breathing, that is being called as Daoism, right? So that was all about the chapter. I hope आप लोग को ये समझ में आ गया है, right? Now it's time to check out the keywords. I would request that if you want to write it down. Keywords वो words हैं जो आपके chapter के beginning में लिखे होते हैं. They are basically your they are basically your phrases, right? The first one is anecdote. Anecdote का मतलब क्या होता है? It is basically एक कोई भी experience को डिस्कस करने को, उसे हम बोलते हैं anecdote. आपने कुछ experience किया, okay? और आप मुझे वो बता रहे हो, so basically आप मुझे एक anecdote share कर रहे हो अपना, right? From the text, the meaning of anecdote can be inferred as a short account of a particular incident or event, especially of an interesting or exciting nature. So यहाँ पे एक कोई भी एक there is a particular incident या एक event को describe किया गया है, उसे हम बोल सकते हैं anecdote. Next is delicate realism, which is there on page number 35 of our book. So it refers to the alluring quality of art which makes it seem real. Realism का मतलब क्या है बच्चा? Which is real, जो आपको देखने में ही बहुत ज्यादा real लग रही है, right? It is an interest in or concern for the actual or real as opposed to abstract. So इसी के साथ आप लोगों को शायद आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कभी टर्म मॉडर्न पेंटिंग. मॉडर्न पेंटिंग में क्या होता है बच्चा? इट इज ओपन फॉर इंटरप्रिटेशंस. आपको जैसे उस पेंटिंग को लेना है आप वैसे ले सकते हो, राइट? सो इन द सेम वे वी हैव गॉट कॉन्क्रीट पेंटिंग एंड एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पेंटिंग. एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पेंटिंग क्या होती है कि पेंटर ने कुछ भी ड्रॉ किया है और हमें वो शायद समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि पेंटर क्या कहना चाह रहा है अपनी उस ड्राइंग से, अपनी उस आर्ट से, राइट? सो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पेंटिंग के एकदम ऑपोजिट है रियलिज्म, डेलिकेट रियलिज्म. डेलिकेट रियलिज्म का मतलब क्या है? जो चीज जैसी दिख रही है पेंटर ने उसको सेम वे में प्रेजेंट किया है, राइट? एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पेंटिंग के अंदर क्या हो रहा है कि पेंटर ने कुछ भी ड्रॉ किया है और हमको इंटरप्रेट करना है या फिर हम शायद समझ ही नहीं पा रहे हैं कि पेंटर कहना क्या चाहता है. सो वी हैव गॉट वेस्टर्न स्टाइल ऑफ पेंटिंग which believes in realism. जो चीज जैसी है उसको वो लोग वैसा पोर्ट्रे करते हैं. Next is illusionistic likeness. So it refers to an adjective of the technique of using pictorial methods in order to deceive the eye. The reference is to an illusion created by the semblance of something. So illusionistic likeness का मतलब क्या था बच्चा? That इन्होंने एक ऐसा illusion create किया हमारी आंखों के सामने which could deceive us. You know, illusion आप लोग ने magic देखा होगा ना? So वो पूरा illusion होता है, isn't it? Which actually, the magicians try to cheat with their eyes, right? So this is called as illusionistic likeness. कि इन्होंने कोई चीज ऐसी use की है, which is creating an illusion of something else. Next is figurative painting. So a figurative painting refers to the metaphoric representation of a piece of art through the eyes of the creator's imagination. फिगरेटिव पेंटिंग का मतलब क्या है? अ फिगरेटिव पेंटिंग वो एक ऐसा रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, एक ऐसे आर्ट को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं थ्रू द आईज ऑफ द क्रिएटर्स इमेजिनेशन. कि क्रिएटर ने कैसे इमेजिन किया, राइट? जैसे कि मैं कुछ ड्रॉ कर रही हूं तो मैंने कैसे इमेजिन किया उसको वो लोग एग्जैक्ट उसको उसी वे में प्रेजेंट करते हैं. नेक्स्ट इज कॉन्सेप्चुअल स्पेस. It refers to relationships with the abstract than the factual representation. This is incalculable dimension of the understanding of concepts. So conceptual space का मतलब क्या है? कि आपको जैसे समझना है, जो आपका concept है, जैसे आपको वो painting समझ में आ रही है, you can try it out that ways. So these were the basic words which were being the basic phrases, I should rather put it that ways, which were right there in the chapter. Right? So now it's time to check out the NCRT questions और उसके बाद एक जल्दी से quiz conduct करेंगे. Question number 1 is contrast the Chinese view of art with the European view with example. Right? So हम लोग ने stories भी ले ली हैं, हमने examples के साथ देना होगा. So हम लोग Wu Daozi वाली story explain कर सकते हैं, हम लोग with Dracula वाला story, या फिर हम लोग Wu Daozi की story we can share it with the blacksmith's painting. Or next question is explain the concept of shan shui. So tabular presentation mein I have just tried to write the answer. So Chinese view of art enhances the essence of inner life and spirit. So Chinese painting क्या चाहती है कि वो it want to touch to our spirit, वो हमारी soul से connect होना चाहती है. और वहीं पे यूरोपियन आर्ट क्या कर रही है? इट इज सिंपली ट्राइंग टू गेट कनेक्ट विद द रियल थिंग, राइट? विच इज लाइक आवर आईज, उसकी कोई डीप मीनिंग्स नहीं है. इलस्ट्रेट्स अ परफेक्ट इल्यूजनिस्टिक लाइकनेस इन यूरोप. सो इल्यूजनिस्टिक लाइकनेस का मतलब क्या था? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ there's a curtain behind me, okay, there's a blind behind me. So ये जो चीज जैसी दिख रही है उन्होंने उसको सेम वे में प्रेजेंट किया. So उन्होंने एक illusion create किया that is it the real one या फिर is it something else, right? वो इतना ज्यादा clearly draw करते थे that it looked like a real thing. So it is a realistic thing. With European or with Chinese क्या है? That they want to touch to your spirit. They want to have connect with your spirit. This art wants you to enter the artist's mind to explore new dimensions of a spiritual and conceptual space. So now Chinese art क्या चाहता है? That you move, आप not writer, आप artist के mind के अंदर enter करो और फिर ही आपको वो painting समझ में आएगी. But here European view of art talks about that, जैसी जो चीज है वो वैसी की वैसी ही आपको represent किया जाएगा. Next is shanshui का meaning क्या है? Shanshui meaning mountain water refers to a style of Chinese painting that involves natural landscape, right? So shanshui का मतलब क्या था? Mountain water. और mountain और water को जब हम साथ में draw कर रहे हैं तो वो तो natural landscape बन गया. The landscape which is an inner one, a spiritual and conceptual space. It represents the two complementary poles, the yin and the yang. It is yang. Sorry for the error in the spelling. Yeah, reflecting the Daoist view of the universe. अभी हमने Daoism के बारे में भी check कर लिया है. Next is the emperor may rule over the territory he has conquered, but only the artist knows the way within. So generally, और ये ना Chinese art form में ये question था. So आप जब chapter पढ़ेंगे, अगर आपने पढ़ा है so it's well and good. If not, तो आप अब chapter पढ़िएगा and I hope you will going to get it out very clearly though. So यहाँ पे क्या है, like what does the emperors do, वो लोग कहीं मतलब it is so easy to win the kingdom, right? It is so easy to go for fights, to go for war. That is the emperor, which is like, it's easy to conquer the territory, but it is so difficult to conquer the heart of the people. This sentence explains the fact that even though an emperor might rule an entire kingdom and have power over his conquered territory, only an artist would be able to go beyond any material appearance. So यहाँ पे basically जो पूरा concept है that a king can rule over the kingdom, he can make the policies, he can show his power over the others. But यहाँ पे artist क्या करता है, हमें ये जो materialistic चीजें हैं उसके beyond जाके it tries to connect with our inner soul. He knows both the path and the method of the mysterious work of the universe. The true meaning of his work can be seen only by means known to him, irrespective of how powerful an emperor is. So, the next question is, who was the untutored genius who created a paradise? So, अगर आपने chapter पढ़ा है, so you can easily answer that. It is the term outsider art was coined by art critic Roger Cardinal in 1972 as an English synonym of art brute or raw art. So हम लोग already art brute और raw art के बारे में बात कर चुके हैं और ये label किसने create किया था? He was a French artist, Jean Dubuffet. Right? It refers to art created outside the boundaries of culture. It is an art by the untutored geniuses who have received no formal training and have no right to be called as artists. So, वो artists जो कभी who never attended those formal training to become the artist, but they have got the talent, they have got their own skills और उन्होंने अपने ही skills को use करके they have created some fabulous work in the field of art. Okay. The untutored genius who created Paradise was Ncrt, an 80-year-old creator, director who made the world-famous rock garden at Chandigarh. So, Ncrt never attended any of those formal schools, any of those formal education, any of those, studies like how to frame an art. But he was a born artist and he actually made the rock garden. He got the whole idea of creating thing like that. और इसको हम बोलते हैं outsider art, in which he sculpted with stone and recycled materials. He used anything and everything from tin to a sink to a broken down car to form an artistic piece. One of his famous creations are Women by the Waterfall. So वहाँ पे एक बहुत अच्छा there is a portrayal of women by the waterfall. So that is the best or the famous creation by Ncrt. The landscape is an inner one, a spiritual and conceptual space. So you need to explain this phrase. The phrase explains Chinese art form where a Chinese painter wants to enter his mind rather than borrow his eyes. So Chinese painter क्या चाहते हैं कि आप as a viewer you move into his own mind. On the contrary, British or rather European painters क्या कर रहे हैं? They want us to borrow their eyes कि वो चीज जैसे देख रहे हैं हमें भी वैसा दिखे. But Chinese painters क्या चाहते हैं? That you move into their own mind क्योंकि कुछ hidden meaning है उनकी paintings में. This is a physical as well as a mental participation. It is a landscape created by the artist to travel up and down and back again through the viewer's eyes. The landscape is not real and can be reached from any point. So that is the whole concept. You can check it out if you feel like. Yeah. So please, if you feel like, you can clearly check out on Google the different Chinese paintings and different European paintings. So yeah. Now, do we have any doubts related to this chapter? कोई भी question है हमें अभी तक भी इस chapter में, so you can post it down because otherwise we will going to begin with the quiz for this lecture. So shall we go ahead with that? Yes. Okay. Here goes the first question. Okay. First of all, let me tell you, if anybody is new here, that how you need to answer the question. That is, you need to write one. Sorry. You need to write one, and then if your answer is A, like this. If your answer is this, like that's how you need to answer it. What two forms of art did the author contrast in this chapter? There is a very contrast, a very clear-cut study, a difference between. Oh, Sujal, let me complete the question. No, so there is a clear-cut contrast between two things in this chapter: Indian ancient art and Chinese art. Chinese art and European art, American and European art, European and Greek art. Very good, Sujal, Ankit, and entrepreneur. Yes, it is. Very good, Nayan. It is Chinese and European art. Second question. Who did the Tang Emperor Zhuangzong commission to decorate a wall in the palace? So, Emperor Zhuangzong ने किसे invite किया था to cover up the wall of the palace? Exai Xiami, Wu Zikuzi, Wu Daozi या Wu Shomi? King has invited one of the painters to decorate the wall of the palace. Whom did he invite? Perfect. That is Wu Daozi. Perfect. Who was the Chinese emperor during the 8th century? We have just checked out his name. Tang Emperor Xuanzong, Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, Jianwen Emperor Zhu Zunwen, Tianqing Emperor Zhu Chang Luo. Difficult options for me to even read, but I think all of you knows the correct answer of this question. Perfect, yeah, perfect, Ankit, very good. And it is Emperor Xuanzong. Okay, here goes. Very good, Nayan, entrepreneur, perfect. Okay, where did the painter draw the attention in the painting? Right, जब Wu Daozi ने king को बताया कि now I want your attention to be at that particular point. Which point was that? He wanted him to check out the sun, the palace, the birds, a cave at the foot of the mountain. What he wanted to see. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That is a cave at the foot of the mountain. Very good, guys. You guys are like amazing. Next is, what happened when the painter entered the cave? जैसे ही वो डाउजी ने enter किया cave के अंदर, what exactly happened? The entrance closed behind him. The painting vanished. Nothing happened. It was only a dream. What exactly happened? The entrance closed behind him. बच्चा, you have to tell जब painter ने enter किया cave में. Let me tell you that C and D are not the correct one. No, बच्चा, सबसे पहले क्या हुआ? सबसे पहले the door, the entrance closed behind him. Right? The first thing, no, Ankit, entrepreneur, Sujal, it is, yes, Sujal, you were right in the beginning, but then you changed your answer. The entrance closed behind him, और उसके बाद painting disappear हुई थी ना? Okay. Now, what happened when the painter clapped his hands? The painting on the wall was gone and so was the painter. The emperor entered the cave. Painter falls, the wall collapsed. What do you think? Like, what must have happened there? Six A is Sujal's answer. Okay. Okay. Everybody is going with 6A. Right, guys, that's the correct one. Perfect. Next is, why didn't the painter want to draw an eye of a dragon? Why didn't the painter draw an eye on that dragon? He feared that the painting would not look good. He feared that the dragon would fly out of the painting. He feared that dragon will seem real. Because he didn't want it to work. What do you think can be the best suitable answer? Okay. That is B. He feared that the dragon would fly. Nayan and Ankit, you guys are incorrect here. That is not C. He feared that the dragon will seem real. वो तो बाद में he said. It is rather that it will going to fly out of the painting. It looked so real. It looked so real. So that was his first consideration. Okay. What do the books of Confucius and Zhuangzi teach? To guide his disciple in the right direction. Iska answer is right there on page number 34 of your book. Second paragraph. To guide his disciple in the right direction. Yeah, Nayan, you are. To not fear the superiors. To not to suppress your thoughts. None of the above. Perfect. That he wanted to guide his disciples in the right direction. Very good, Sujal and Ankit. You're right there. Perfect. Entrepreneur, very good, bacha. Perfect, yeah. Okay. Here goes ninth question. What was the name? Very good, Nayan. Very good. It says, what was the name of the blacksmith in the 15th century Antwerp? Adam Mulch, Sadin Metzes, Laurie Adam, Quentin Metzes. And the answer is right there on page number 35 of our book. Very good, Sujal. What about the rest of you? Do we know this answer? Very good. Ankit, no, it wasn't Adam Mulch. If you will going to check out page number 35, second paragraph, second line, Quentin Metzes. Yes, it is 9D, Quentin Metzes. Perfect. Why didn't the father approve of the love of his daughter and the blacksmith? Why did the painter father denied, why can't they two can love? Due to his profession, due to his caste, due to his appearance, या फिर none of the above? Why did the painter father did not approve of the love? Sujal, no, बच्चा caste नहीं होती है. It is basically a profession. Blacksmith कोई caste नहीं है ना, वो तो एक profession है. Right? So it will be due to his profession. Very good, Ankit. You are correct there. Right. What about the others? Do we know the answer? No. Okay. So only Ankit is right with his answer. That is due to his profession. Next is, what did Quentin do to get into apprenticeship into his master's studio? Like Quentin, Abhi, I just told you what he exactly do, right? Asked him to admit him to, drew a fly on his latest panel that looked real, gave an interview, drew a dragon. What exactly Quentin do? What exactly Quentin did, rather, because he wanted to be an apprentice. Apprentice क्या होता है बच्चा? The one who goes for internship, no? Very good, Ankit. Very good. Very good. Very good. All of you, Sujal, entrepreneur, everybody is right that he drew a fly that looked so real that he tried to spat it out. Next is, what did the two forms of art depict? Art, अब यहाँ पे किसकी बात हो रही है? Asia और Europe की. And it is not called as Asia, it is called as Asia. Asia, okay? A perfect illusionistic likeness in Europe, the essence of inner life and spirit in Asia. A perfect illusionistic likeness in Asia, the essence of inner life and spirit in Europe. Perfect art form in Asia and realness in Europe. It depicted nothing. It's very easy, I believe. That what was each of the arts are trying to depict the European as well as the Asian style of painting, of art. Perfect, Ankit. Very good, very good. That एक illusionistic likeness create किया यूरोप ने और एक inner life से connect करने का inner spirit के बारे में discuss किया Asians painters ने. In Asia, obviously, it's here, China is there in Asia. What does the word dio mean? Perfection, both the path or the method and the mysterious works of the universe, mystery or royal. It's very easy. You can easily answer this question. Dio का meaning क्या था chapter के अंदर? Perfection, both the path or the method and the mysterious works of the universe, mystery or royal. Very good, Ankit. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that it talks about the path or the method and the mysterious works of the universe. Right, 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 right. Okay. What does the Chinese landscape depict? So, Chinese landscape क्या show करता था? Like, what exactly it wanted to depict? They are not real and one can enter from any viewpoint. They produce an actual viewpoint. They are not imaginary या फिर none of the above. Chinese landscape क्या depict करता है? That they are not real but you can enter from any viewpoint. They produce an actual viewpoint. ये तो definitely नहीं है. Very good. All of you perfect. What does leisurely movement mean? Relaxed movement, hurried movement, pleasure action या फिर none of the above. मैं आपको पहले ही बता दूं leisure का मतलब होता है to get very comfortable, like leisurely, like बहुत ही ease में रहना, उसे हम leisurely movement बोलते हैं. So now you can pick out your answer. Okay, Ankit and Sujal, you guys are perfect with your answer. That is relaxed movement. Very good. Very good, Nayan, an entrepreneur. Next question is, what did the Chinese painter want the viewer to do? Chinese painters क्या चाहते थे from the viewers? He wants the viewer to enter his mind. He wants the viewer to admire his painting. He wants them to imagine the scene. He wants them to feel like they are inside of the scene. Very good, Ankit. Very, 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 very good. Perfect. 16D, he wants them to feel like they're inside of the scene. No, 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 no. That is not the correct one. No, 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 Nayan. That is that he wants the viewer, जो भी painting को देख रहे हैं, to enter his mind. कि now you come and enter into my mind, and then you can see what I tried to paint on the canvas. What does the concept of shanshui represent? So shanshui का concept क्या था? Imaginary place, worship, mountain water which when used together represents the word landscape या फिर none of the above. Shanshui हमने very good. Sujal, yeah, very good, very good. All of you are very right with your answers. That is mountain water, which when used together represents the word landscape. Perfect. What does yin mean? The question is about yin. Okay. Water, horizontal, resting on the earth, fluid, moist and cool. Mountain, vertically towards heaven, stable, warm and dry in the sun. Neutral action, none of the above. No problem, Sujal. I want you to know the correct answer. It's okay if it is reaching late to me, doesn't matter. But you should know the correct answer. That is the agenda of this class. Perfect. It is about yin. Yin is feminine. ऐसे याद रख लीजिएगा, yin, feminine. Right? They are rhyming. So that ways you can easily keep that in your mind. Perfect. That is water, horizontal, resting on the earth, fluid, moist and cool. Yang, mountain, vertically towards heaven, stable, warm and dry in the sun. Water, horizontal, resting on the earth, fluid, moist and cool. Neutral action, receptive, feminine aspect of universal energy. All of you knows this answer very good. Yeah, that's clearly the correct one. Perfect. What is the role of men in between heaven and earth? So यहाँ पे men का क्या role है? You know, between heaven and earth. तो यहाँ पे heaven में किसको portray किया है बच्चा? Mountains को, yang को, because ये लोग कैसे हैं? Vertical. They're trying to reach to the heaven. और water क्या है? It is Harshit, how you need to answer बच्चा? जैसे कि you need to write 20 and then write your answers, because it's YouTube and answers can reach to me pretty late. और earth पे water is horizontal, right? So in दोनों के बीच में, what do you think is the meeting point can be called as? He is in a path, he is a sinner, he is meant to do actions, he becomes the conduit of communication. No, that is incorrect, entrepreneur. What about the others? Actually, what is the role of men here? That he's trying to connect, he's trying to build a communication between the heaven and the earth. Clear? That is your option D. Next is, what was Francois Chang's expression? The center of the landscape, the eye of the landscape, the center of the universe, or the left side of the yang. So what exactly? And this answer is right there on page number 36 of our book, wherein the first whole paragraph is being ending up. He is in Francois Chang's wonderful expression, the eye of the landscape is the answer. Very good, Ankit, Nayan, Harshit, entrepreneur. Yes, that's the correct one. The eye of the landscape. Perfect. Where had the master hidden the masterpiece for the emperor to see? So where did he keep it? In a room, behind a screen, underground place behind, या फिर a cupboard? It's very easy. Chapter के beginning में ही there is the answer of this question. If you know it well. 22, I'm waiting. Very good, Harshit. Very good, Ankit. Okay, that is the correct one. What about the others? That is behind a screen, right? He kept his painting behind the screen. Perfect, Nayan. Sujal, yes, right. Entrepreneur, everybody's right. Where does the European figurative painting, what does the European figurative painting mean to the viewer? Like, what was the European figurative painting, like, वो viewers को कैसे show करना चाहते थे? Illusion, imaginative, exactly as he sees it from a specific angle, view of the painter. 23D is the answer of, okay. Everybody is coming up with different answers. Okay, so illusion, imagination, exactly as it sees from a specific angle, but it is supposed to be उन्होंने जिस एंगल से बनाई है आपको भी उसी एंगल से देखनी है, राइट? यू नीड टू बोरो देयर आईज. और चाइनीज में क्या था? यू नीड टू एंटर इनटू देयर माइंड्स. यू राइट इट. सो दैट इज एग्जैक्टली एज ही सीज. जैसे कि पेंटर ने जिस एंगल से बनाई है आपको उसी एंगल से देखना है. कंफ्यूजन बिटवीन ए एंड डी, इल्यूशन एंड व्यू ऑफ द पेंटर. बच्चा इल्यूशन मतलब होता है दैट जो दिख रहा है उसका like it is being created as an illusion. Illusion is basically uska kind of replica, right? And view of the painter is like how painter has drawn it. Yeah. What is the essential third element? So in shan shui or Daoism, what is the third element? Left void, middle void, yang or yin? I told you where exactly the yin and the yang will going to meet, right? That is which void they are talking about. Harshit, Sujal and Ankit are going with option B. Perfect, that is middle void. Okay. What is the third element compared with? Abhi, when we were revising the whole chapter, I just told it to you. Which is third element को किससे compare किया गया था? Prayer, travel, yogic practice of pranayam or nirvana. Right? I told you that they have taken the Indian concept as well. So what do you think can be an Indian concept here? Very good, Ankit. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Yeah. That is definitely yogic practice of pranayam. Perfect. That is yogic practice of pranayam. Antwerp, a master blacksmith called Quentin Metzys fell in love with a dash daughters. So, kiski daughter ke saath he fell in love? Emperor's daughter, painter's daughter, minister's daughter या फिर master's daughter. Antwerp में there was a blacksmith. उसका नाम था Quentin Metzys. So he fell in love with whom? With whose daughter? Sorry. Emperor's daughter, painter's daughter, minister's daughter or master's daughter. Ankit and Sujal, I have received your answers. Yes, that is very good. Entrepreneur. Sorry. Yeah, that is painter's daughter. Next is what according to the painter dwells in a cave. So cave में क्या है? A spirit, magic, mystery या फिर dragon. What is in there? जहाँ पे cave के अंदर आपको वो लेके जाता है. मतलब who calls you in there? A spirit, magic, mystery या फिर dragon. Very good. That's a spirit. Very good. Very good. How did the cave open? Cave कैसे open हुआ था? Painter said a prayer. Yeah, very good, guys. Now we have got the next question. How did the cave open? Painter said a prayer with a magic spell. Painter clapped his hands with a command. 28C. Painter clapped his hands with a command, with a magic spell. Painter said a prayer. So that is definitely your option C, that the painter clapped his hands. What path does the Chinese painter's art create? Horizontal, vertical, a path for your eyes to travel up and down, then back again in a leisurely movement या फिर stillness. So वो कैसा path create करते हैं आपके लिए? A path for your eyes to travel up and down, then back again in a leisurely movement या फिर stillness. Very good, Ankit, Nayan and Sujal. That is definitely, अभी हमने leisurely movement का वो एक question भी attempt किया था, right? So it was talking about leisurely movement. And here comes the last question for the day. Chinese art requires dash participation of the viewer, right? Entrepreneur, okay. So passive, emotional, active या फिर methodological. Chinese art में आपको कैसा, what kind of participation they want from the viewer? Passive, emotional, Ankit, okay, active. Yeah, Nayan, that's wrong, bacha. They want your active participation. They want your full-fledged participation to check out their painting, right? So, if you have any doubts, bacha, please you can write it here. All of you can follow us as well. You can follow the channel. You can follow me as well, so that you will going to get the notifications when the classes are being lined up for you, right? 30D. No, that wasn't Rupam. That's wrong, bacha. That's totally wrong. It is definitely C. Active participation of the viewer. Yes, right, entrepreneur, right. So I hope this chapter is very clear to all of you. In the same way, we will going to pick out the other chapters as well. And with that, we will going to cover up the summaries, the characters, the themes, NCRT questions, and at the end we will going to have 20 to 30 questions on the same chapter, right? So please do enroll yourself to Unacademy, right? And you can be part of our world by using my code, which is Ambika, and you will going to get 10% discount on your enrollment, right? So if you have any doubts, you can write in the comment box. I'll try to answer them. And with that, I'm going to surely take your leave. Please do take care of yourself and keep on studying. Hi guys, my name is Ambika and you are here with me on Unacademy's YouTube channel, which is Let's Crack CBSE with us. So before discussing anything in detail about a topic, let me give a very fair idea that how Unacademy functions. So on Unacademy, we have got two subscriptions. So one talks about the plus subscription and the other talks about our very clear iconic subscription. So first of all, let me give all of you a very fair idea, a very clear idea that how plus functions. So in plus, we have at the first place have got the live learning at the ease, at the comfort of your house. Next, we have got unlimited access to n number of courses. Along with that, we have got the nation's amazing, best, top-notch educators who will surely going to help you out in understanding the concept in detail. Hi, entrepreneur. Yeah. So, along with that, we have got, sorry, apologies. Yeah. Along with that, we have got the proper coverage of all our syllabus. Next, we have the regular doubt clearing sessions, live test series, and the study material will be provided to you in the format of the PDF. Next amazing thing with English, like we know we can, perhaps we understand the language also, but the problem arises like how to attempt for the answers. And just, hi, good evening. And just to make your life pretty sorted, we have got the answer writing sessions as well. So that was all about our plus. Next, we have got our batches in the format of the NCRT batches, which will surely going to cover only the, hi, good evening, Sujal. So which will surely going to cover the content of your NCRT books, right? Along with that, we have got another amazing feature, or perhaps another amazing a platform wherein other than plus, which is iconic. And iconic actually, like in general words, I should rather say that it redefines the process of learning and teaching, because in iconic we have got the best educators who will going to be your personal mentors as well. You will going to have live doubt solution. There will be a parent connect, and the study planner will also be provided to all of you. So that is all about iconic. So if you guys are really interested, if you guys really want to do something, a very different from the regular academics which is being taught in the school, so for that you can enroll yourself to Unacademy, and for that you can use my code, which is Ambika, right? So that is how it will going to work for all of you. So in today's class, as you already know, that we have begun with the summaries of the chapter, right? So in today's summary, we will going to simply see about the beautiful poem, The Voice of the Rain, which was written by Walt Whitman. So this poem is basically a conversation between the poet and the rain, right? That we have already checked out. So the poem presents the cyclic movement of the rain First of all, only thing which we need to keep in mind while revising about this whole poem is that this poem, this rain talks, and it talks about the cyclic movement, like from it germinates, it begins from the earth, how it becomes a vapor and then it merges with the cloud and then it falls again to the same thing which has created it, right, to its own creator. So that is what the whole poem is all about, right? In the same way, when a poet or when a lyricist write a poetry or perhaps a song, so when people praises the music, when people praises the song, or perhaps the people, the same people, they praises the poem, that comes back, that praise comes back to the creator. So that is the whole process about which the poet and the poet is talking about. The poem presents the cyclic movement of the rain and the blessings it showers on the earth. Walt Whitman composes a conversation between him and the rain. So first of all, I think you have got a very clear idea that this poem is being written by Walt Whitman, right? So Walt Whitman was an American poet, and he has written the poem The Voice of the Rain as it falls from the heavens upon the earth in the poem. So it is talking about the whole journey of the rain, right? So let's just check out the central idea of this poem. The poem, The Voice of the Rain by Walt Whitman, signifies the eternal role. Now, why we are using the term eternal? Yeah, because we have got here a very, 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 it's like a never-ending process that the water, जो पानी होता है, वो it is being collected there in water bodies. वो sun की rays से heat up होता है, it becomes a vapor, evaporation, right? It merges with the cloud and then it falls again as rain. So जहाँ से rain formulate हुई है, वहीं जाके it is merging. The poem, The Voice of the Rain by Walt Whitman, signifies the eternal role that the rain plays in nurturing, quenching, and purifying the various elements of earth. You have to use these particular words in your answer, that rain helps in nurturing, quenching मतलब क्या होता है, किसी की प्यास बुझाना, and purifying the various elements of earth. तो earth पे जितनी भी dust होती है, it just clarify that. The rain returns the favor to its place of origin from where it rises, unseen from the depths of the water and from the land. So now, jo rain, it is actually kind of giving a favor, back to the earth, that you are the reason that I am here. You are the reason of my origin, for my origin. So now I am paying you back by merging in you again. The rain itself is explaining to the reader about its origin, work, and its cyclic movement. So, यहाँ पे when poet, which is Walt Whitman, is asking like rain, who are you? So the rain replies that I am, a beautiful, I am the poem of earth, right? So herein the rain itself, rain is answering back, which is a very clear example of personification. That rain is answering back that I have, I am the, what is that? I am the poem of earth, right? The rain itself is explaining to the reader about its origin, work, and its cyclic movement. A comparison is also being made or has also been drawn between rain and music, as both of them make the world more lively and return to their place of origin after fulfilling their purpose. So both rain and along with that we have got the music. So what is the sole agenda? Or यहाँ पे music can also mean poetry. So what is the sole agenda of poetry or of music? That it gives eternal peace to humans, right? I mean, it happens with all of us that we can sit at the edge of a chair or एकदम edge पे जाके like a threshold, and how for like so many continuous hours we can simply see the rain, isn't it? So in the same way, when we start listening to music, we can listen to it throughout the time, right? So this is the parallel thing which is being described here in the poem. Now the theme. The poem is an artistic representation of the scientific fact. So यहाँ पे scientific fact क्या है हमारा? The proper water cycle, right? Scientific fact है वो तो, but poet ने इसको बहुत ही artistic way में इसको compare किया है music या song के साथ. The poem is an artistic presentation of the scientific fact of the water cycle, which is compared to a song starting from its origin and coming back. Starting from its origin, again, I told you, which is water body, and it is coming back as in the form of rain. It is the conscious effort of the poet to describe the rain through the metaphor of the song. So यहाँ पे rain को पूरे time compare किया जाएगा song के साथ. The hidden meaning in the poem is the song arises in one's soul and comes back to the singer to bless him or her, to bring spiritual fulfillment to the singer. So अब music का क्या agenda होता है बेटा? Whenever we listen to music, it gives some sort of eternal peace to us, right? So in the same way, the creator with rain was earth, but here the creator of music is poet. So how rain comes back to earth, in the same way when somebody writes a poem or somebody sings a song, it comes back to the singer in the form of a praise, right? So when everybody blesses him, and in fact the writer is blessing all of us by creating that amazing masterpiece of art. Similarly, the rain that started in the sea comes back to bless this earth, bringing the same spiritual fulfillment and divine mercy, right? So that was all about the basic theme of the chapter. Here comes the paraphrase. So we will going to check out individually each and every stanza of the poem, and if you want you can write it down as well. Stanza 1 is, and who art thou? Said I to the soft falling shower, which, strange to tell, give me an answer, as here translated. I am the poem of earth, said the voice of the rain. Now, Walt Whitman was an archaic poet of America, right? So that time it is that kind of English which was being used. So which is now अब हम लोग उस English को बिल्कुल use नहीं करते हैं. Clear? So it is, and who are you? Art means are, thou means you, and it says who are you? Said I. Now who is I here? That is the poet himself. To the soft falling shower. Like जब हल्की हल्की बारिश होती है, so उसको यहाँ पे बोला गया है to the soft falling shower. So poet is asking to the soft falling shower, who are you? Which, strange to tell. So now poet is saying, मुझे आपको बताते हुए भी काफी strange लग रहा है, give me an answer. So ये जो soft falling shower थी, it gave answer back to the poet. As here translated, और poet ने उन lines को यहाँ translate किया है, जो कि rain ने उसको बोला है. Now rain ने क्या बोला है? I am the poem of earth, said the voice of the rain. So rain is saying this to the poet, that I am the poem of earth, said the voice of the rain. Now the poem begins with the poet asking for the identity of the soft, just a second, yeah, I'm so sorry, just a second, yeah. The poem begins with the poet asking for the identity of the soft falling rain shower. So how poet has asked for the identity, like who are you? And to create, and to the surprise of the poet, the rain replies that, और जो भी rain reply कर रही है, तो poet उस पे बोल रहा है that I got the answer and here I translate the words, the whatever the rain has just told me. The rain, in its own voice, tells the poet that she is the poem of this earth. The rain is trying to say that as music or poetry gives pleasure to human beings, this rain gives happiness to Mother Earth. Hi, good evening, Ankit. So it is saying that जैसे how music or poetry, when we read, when we listen to music, how it gives pleasure to all of us, in the same way, rain gives happiness to Mother Earth. Next comes stanza 2. It says, eternal I rise, impalpable, out of the land and the bottomless sea, upward to heaven, whence, vaguely formed, altogether changed, and yet the same. Yeah. So eternal means never ending, right? Eternal means everlasting. Impalpable means unable to felt by touching. I repeat, impalpable means that when you can't touch things, but you can feel it. For example, if I'm hurt, right? You can't see that I'm hurt. Like, आप मुझे देख नहीं सकते हो, अंदर कुछ टूटता नहीं है हमारे, but like I'm hurt, which is, it is hard to touch that thing, but you can feel it. For example, love. You can't touch it, right? For example, anger, right? For example, respect. You can't touch these things, but you can feel it. In the same way, it says, eternal I rise, impalpable, out of the land and the bottomless sea. So now, यहाँ पे क्या connotation है बच्चा? Impalpable का मतलब क्या है? Which you can't touch, right? So हम water vapors को touch नहीं कर सकते. So, oh yes, Ankit, all the best, all the best, all the best. Yeah. So now, here it is that rain is actually saying this, that, वो एकदम impalpable, it is in the form of a vapor. Upward to heaven, whence vaguely formed, altogether changed, and yet the same. So now, let's just see what it is trying to say. The poet says that the rain is an eternal process, but it takes different forms at different times. So now, rain एक eternal process है जो कि पूरे time चलता रहता है. But only thing is, it takes different forms at different times. It rises from the land and deep sea. So land and deep sea का मतलब क्या है? It comes out from the ocean, yeah, in the form of intangible water vapor. और वो वहां से कैसे intangible, which is the word impalpable here, right? So it actually comes in the form of water vapor, and it goes and merges with the sky. There, it takes an indistinct shape in the form of clouds. और वो वहां पे जाके it merges with the clouds. Although it changes in its form or shape. So पहले वो पानी के अंदर मिली हुई थी, पानी से generate होके it becomes a vapor. तो उसने अपना form और shape फिर से change किया. फिर it got merged with the cloud. Again it changed its form and shape. But उसका जो core, जो उसका essence है, the real rain, it remains the same. Since vapor and cloud contains water, they can get transformed into the other. The words impalpable and eternal indicate that nature is not fully understood, and some part of it always remain beyond our reach. So यहाँ पे when the poet has used, or जब in fact rain is calling itself impalpable and eternal, so यहाँ पे it is trying to say that you cannot touch rain, right? Rain in a form like water vapor, we cannot touch it, right? So some sort of, some part of nature is there which we can't even understand. Next is goes, I descend to lave the droughts, atomies, dust layers of the globe. All that in them without me were seeds only, latent, unborn. So now, lave means that is wash, right? Lave means to wash. Clear? Droughts you understand, जहाँ पे पानी नहीं होता, अकाल आ जाता है, that is droughts. Atomies is basically very, very, very atoms, right? Very minute or tiny particles. Dust layers of the globe. So I descend. Descend means fall. Yeah. Descend simply means I fall to wash. Lave means, hi, good evening, Nayan. Yeah. So it is, I descend. I fall to wash the droughts. Atoms are like very tiny particles, and the dust layers which is there on the globe. Now, globe here represents the earth. And all that in them without me were seeds only, latent, unborn. We all know jab seeds hote hain, so now it sprouts into a plant when there is a water, when there is a rain. So now it is saying that all these things are seeds, latent. Latent means hidden, and unborn. They cannot come from the womb, right? The raindrops pour down from above to wash away droughts and dust layers enveloping earth. Yeah. So now wo jo raindrops hai, it falls, it descends on the earth, and it washes away. It washes away droughts, जहाँ पे भी सूखा पड़ा होता है, and the dust layer which is enveloping, which is covering earth. It satisfies the thirst of the dry earth and heals everything that is degrading and is lying lifeless. So now what it does do, it is basically, नयन शॉर्ट समरीज के लिए एक और सेशंस क्रिएट किया जाएगा, उसके अंदर वी गोइंग टू डू अनदर सॉर्ट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस एंड या सो इट्स अ डिटेल्ड समरी राइट नाउ. और जो आप शॉर्ट समरी बोलते हैं उसे हम सिनॉप्सिस बोलते हैं. या सो सिनॉप्सिस हम कुछ टाइम बाद करेंगे. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लेट्स हैव अ डिटेल्ड अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द पोएम. या The shower remove the dust particles and make earth clean and green. The rain also helps in the germination of seeds which are lying dormant due to a dry spell. Dormant मतलब क्या होता है? Which are not active. Which are not at all active. Clear? So it also gives life. It also, there's dry spell का मतलब क्या होता है कि ऐसे किसी ने magic spell कर दिया हो, right? जिसकी वजह से वो sprout नहीं हो पा रहे हो. But now it sprouts with the beautiful falling of the rain. Next it is, and forever, by day and night, I give back life to my own origin. How beautiful this language is. Okay, Nayan, sure. Yeah. It says, and forever, by day and night, I give back life to my own origin and make pure and beautify it. So what it is trying to say? Okay, Sujal, okay. So now what it is trying to say, that I am actually so happy. I'm so happy that, every day and every night I try to give back life. और actually अगर हमने जब स्टार्टिंग के स्टैंजा में चेक किया था, सो लाइफ रेन को किसने दी थी? द लैंड, द अर्थ एंड ओशन. सो उसी को वापस से जिसने रेन को बनाया वो उसी में जाके उसको फिर से एक नई लाइफ देने वाली है, in order to purify and it's okay, Sujal. Yeah, no problem. It's I would request you to please attend the quiz in order to purify and beautify it. For song issuing, and check it out, it is written in brackets, okay? For song issuing from its birthplace after fulfillment, wandering wrecked or unwrecked duly with love returns, right? So it is, yeah. The rain is involved in continued process of giving life on earth by providing water to dormant seeds and making the earth more beautiful and full of greenery. So rain क्या करती है? वो जो पूरा continued process है उसमें से like earth का अगर कुछ भी part beautiful नहीं, मतलब because it is not green, so it gives back the life to it. वो जो dormant seeds रखे हुए हैं उनमें it gives life so that they can sprout. Rain helps in enhancing the beauty of earth. As the absence of water, everything turns dull or lifeless and thus accumulates everywhere. So now ये तो हम सबको पता है with water, like what kind of a change it brings to our lives, right? How everything gets so colorful, how everything, which was lying lifeless can get colors because of it. Clear? Now, these last two lines, बच्चा, जो आपके brackets में लिखे हुए हैं, they are really, 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 really important. Okay. It says, the last two lines are the poet's own words. Starting में एक line थी, and who art thou? I said I to the soft falling shower, with strange to tell gave me an answer, and as here I translated. So starting के two lines and last के basically three lines, these are poets, like he himself is saying it. Rest, these are the words of the rain. आपका बीच का जितना भी stanza है, those are the words being spoken by rain. Otherwise, top two lines and bottom two lines are being spoken by poet. So यहाँ पे demarcation के लिए, like these are the words by poet. He has written those words. Sorry, he wrote these words in brackets. Clear? The last two lines are the poet's own words and his reflections upon the answers given by the rain. So अब poet क्या कर रहा है? जो answer rain ने उसको दिया था, वो उसको सोच रहा है, वो उसको reflect कर रहा है. The poet observes that the life of rain is similar to that of a song. राइट और यहाँ पे पोएट ने ऑब्जर्व किया कि जो लाइफ है रेन की, इट इज एग्जैक्टली एन रेप्लिका, इट इज एग्जैक्टली अ क्लियर कॉपी ऑफ अ सॉन्ग. हाउ? A song or poem is creativity at its best. It has the power to calm, heal, rejuvenate, transform and thrill. Right? So poetry क्या करती है, और यहाँ पे poetry means poem and music also. So song or poem, it is actually creativity. We best है for anybody's creativity. Right? मतलब if anybody is creative, only that person can write these things. It has the power to calm, heal, rejuvenate, transform, and thrill. So only this thing, only rain has power. Only music. हम लोग जितने भी sad हो जाए, हम लोग कितना भी how bad we feel, if we listen to the amazing songs, if we read beautiful poems, automatically our heart, like calms down. It heals. Yeah. In the same way, a repeated evaporation and condensation purifies the rain. So in same तरीके से evaporation और condensation भी purify कर देता है rain को. The entire environment gets drenched in the rain. Dust particles settle down and there is greenery everywhere, which makes the earth beautiful to look at. So now dust particles एकदम settle हो जाते हैं and now there is beautiful, like beautiful scenic beauty to look at. The poet therefore draws a parallel between rain and music as both have rhythm, right? Music, in fact, rain भी कैसे ना, it falls in rhythm. एक साथ बहुत सारी rain नहीं fall होती है ना, right? How beautifully there's a rhythm, there's a music in falling of the rain. In the same way, there is rhythm, there is music in poetry. There is rhythm and music in music itself, and ability to thrill. And how these beautiful, the rain as well as the poem, it thrills, it provides us like a lot of excitement. हमें कितनी भी problems हो, how rejuvenated we feel with rain and with poetry, with music. So they are basically the best source to rejuvenate and beautify our lives. Got it? So this was our whole poem. Here comes the poetic devices. So what is personification? It's very easy to keep in mind that personification is wherein you are giving humanly attributes. Right, yeah. So in which you are giving humanly attributes to the non-living thing, or perhaps to an animated object, or perhaps to something which is again like an object or inanimated. Right? So यहाँ पे voice in the rain, like क्योंकि poem खुद में, इस poem में voice किसकी है? Rain की. So it itself is a personification. Metaphor. I am the poem of the earth. That is a clear example of a metaphor. The poet uses a metaphor to compare how the rain leaves the ground to come back to the ground, which like giving back to it, much like a person who leaves its home only to come back after fulfilling its journey. So I am the poem of earth. यहाँ पे metaphor कैसे हुआ? That it is saying that I am. Like और as अगर होता तो यहाँ पे simile हो जाता. बट यहाँ पे अपने आप को रेन किससे कंपेयर कर रही है? पोम से. अगर आपके पास कंपैरिजन है बेटा, और अगर आपके पास लेकिन लाइक और एस वर्ड्स नहीं है, आई रिपीट, अगर आपके पास लाइक या फिर एस इज नॉट देयर, सो इट इज मेटाफर. बिकॉज मेटाफर का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है कि वो कंपैरिजन में काम में आता है. आई एम द पोम ऑफ अर्थ, दैट्स व्हाट रेन इज सेइंग, राइट? सो यहाँ पे अपने आप को रेन किससे कंपेयर कर रही है? पोम से, म्यूजिक से. That is why it is a metaphor, right? In the last two lines, the poet has drawn a parallel between the rain and the song of a poet, of which is parallelism, जहाँ पे poet ने rain और song, मतलब जो which poetry or whatever you want to call it as, it is being compared. उनको दोनों को parallel किया है. Hi Jatin. Next is hyperbole. Hyperbole हम बहुत बार बोलते हैं, which is like बहुत ज़्यादा exaggerate करके बात करना, right? Which is called as hyperbole. Which is hyperbole? I have told you many times, it is not what we call as hyperbole but hyperbole. So hyperbole का मतलब क्या होता है? Exaggerate, like इतना ज़्यादा बढ़ा चढ़ा के बोलना, that you like ऐसे possible भी कैसे है? Like how we say that I'm so madly in love with you that I can drag moon and I can gift it to you. So obviously that is like a clear bullshit thing, right? You can't do that. Nobody can ever do that. But हम लोग कितना exaggerate करके बताते हैं ना. You know what? I met 3,000 people. Like, you know what? I met like 5 crore people today, and I'm so excited. Like things like that. तो हम बहुत exaggerate करते हैं, right? So in the same way, we have got this particular thing, which is hyperbole. तो जब यहाँ पे rain अपने आप के लिए बता रही है that it is coming from bottomless sea, so obviously there is a bottom of sea, but it is उसका मतलब क्या था, that it is trying to show कि it is like so deep, और उसको exaggerate करके बताया गया है, right? Next is imagery. So इस poem में it's like full of imagery. जब आपको बोला जा रहा है soft falling shower, drizzle, so such words, actually it is giving a clear imagination to all of us, right? So that is our beautiful poem. Summary I have already done with each one of you. Yeah. The voice of the rain does not follow any specific form, rhyme scheme or meter, right? So अगर आप लोग देखोगे यहाँ पे there is not at all any sort of rhyme scheme. It is written in free verse. अगर आपकी poetry में बच्चा, if there is no rhyme scheme, उसको हम क्या बोलते हैं? It's a free verse poem. It is made up of one stanza with 9 distinct lines. So we have got one stanza जिसमें 9 distinct lines हैं. The first 2 lines contains the speaker's question to the rain. But उसमें से first 2 line क्या है? It is trying to ask the rain like who are you? और बाकी के 6 line में the rain is replying, and जो final lines है उसमें which is actually उसको हमने brackets में लिखा है, which is the words of the poet himself. At the end of the poem, the speaker compares poetry to the rain. So यहाँ पे last में poet ने क्या किया है? It has compared 2 things. And what are those comparisons? That is a comparison between the poetry and rain, equating art with Earth's most essential element. Here, Whitman reveals the high level of importance he put on his poems, right? So now, Walt Whitman क्या करता है? वो इतना ज़्यादा importance दे रहे हैं to all his poetry, right? Whitman treated his poem like his children. He put all his emotional energy into his work and then released his poems into the world like water evaporating into the air. So now, जैसे कि earth क्या करती है? It just let rain go into the air, right? और जैसे वो cloud में merge हो सके और वो सबको, when it will going to fall, it will going to give happiness to all of us. In the same way, poet is like that mother earth, who is creating, who is letting go poetry or music out in the world, जिससे वो world में सारे के सारे, also there are people who are sad, who are who wants music to thrill them, to rejuvenate them. It releases it out in the world. You got it? Each reader that has different relationship with Whitman's words, which changes the effect of the poem while maintaining its spirit. Then the reader's rain praise, criticize, love and hate back with Walt Whitman. So now वैसे ही जब और ये जैसे कि when Walt Whitman has let go its poetry out in the world, जिससे वो सबको help कर सके, right? वैसे ही Mother Earth ने rain को जाने दिया, right? In the form of water vapor. Now it comes back and merges with the poet, the music, and the rain comes back and merges with the earth in the form of a rain, right? So that, और poet के पास वो poetry वापस कैसे आ रही है? जब लोग उसको criticize कर रहे हैं, when they're showering love, when they're praising the poem. So that ways it is coming back to the poet. Okay, and NCRT questions we have checked out in our previous lecture also, but if you want, we can do it here as well. There are 2 voices in the poem. Who do they belong to? Which lines indicate this? हम लोग ये पहले कर चुके हैं. आप लोग please पहले वाले videos में से just find it out. You will easily see it there. Yeah. So now it's high time that we shall begin with the beautiful questions of this beautiful poem. Yeah. So if anybody is new here in our class, I just want to tell you that I want all of you to write answers like 1A, 2A, like this. Now, here comes the first question. It is, the poem The Voice of the Rain is a conversation between poet and rain, poet and mountains, rain and trees, or birds and rain. Very good, Ankit. That is right. Anybody else who knows the answer can write it down in the same way. Right. So, very good, entrepreneur. That is, there's a conversation between poet and the rain. Next question. What does the poet ask to the soft falling shower? So poet क्या question कर रहे हैं to the soft falling shower? Like, what do you do? What is your name? Who are you? Or how are you doing? What question is being asked by the poet to the rain? And that is clearly, who are you? Right? Exactly, Nidhi. Perfect. Which is, who are you? 2A, what do you do? No, 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 no. That is incorrect, Ankit. No. It is, what is the first line of the poem? Which is, and who art thou? Which means, who are you? Yeah? That is, who are you? See. Next. What does the rain reply to the poet's question, who are you? So rain ने इसमें क्या reply किया? She is rain. She is poem of earth. She is rain from mountains. या फिर she is poem of mountains. Nidhi is going with 3B, that she is a poem of earth. Very good, bacha. Entrepreneur is also opting with B option. Perfect. She is poem of earth. Very good, Ankit. Superb. Next question on your screen. Why does the rain tell the poet that she cannot be touched? Like, what is the problem? Why one cannot touch the rain? Because she is water. Because she rises in the form of water vapor. Because she is in the form of clouds. None of the above. Like, why one cannot touch it? What is the reason? Impalpable, intangible, the word we have checked out, right? Why, what was the meaning of that word? And in what connotation? Very good, Ankit. Yeah, because she is in the form of clouds. That is totally incorrect. Okay. That is fourth B. Very good, because she rises in the form of water vapor. Right? There was a line also. Clear that it is forming in the form of water vapors. I mean, it is going in the form of water vapor. So that is why one cannot touch water vapor, isn't it? Okay. From which two places does the rain rise in the form of water vapor? So वो कहाँ से rise हो रही है? Land and bottomless sea, land and ocean, mountains and land, या फिर none of the above. You have to pick up the lines which are there in your text, right? That is what you are supposed to go with. Pick up the line which is right there in your text. Obviously, it's land and ocean, land and bottomless sea, maybe sounding similar, but whatever line was there in the text, we need to go with that. Very good, Nidhi and Ankit. That is land and bottomless sea. Okay. What happens to the earth when the rain falls back on the surface of earth? So, क्या होता है earth का जब rain comes back and it falls on the surface of earth? याद है earth को यहाँ पे globe बोला गया था. So, what does it do? It provides water. It beautifies and purifies the earth. It helps in greenery. It provides water to flora and fauna. It is all correct. इसमें से there is no doubt कि कुछ भी question में गलती है, but you need to figure out the perfect answer in the context of the poem which is being given to you. Okay, so that is what you are supposed to do. Nayan, you are wrong, bacha. You're wrong. That is B. It beautifies and purifies the earth. Right? That is what it does there. How does the rain help the seeds inside the earth? So rain कैसे help करती है उन seeds को which is inside the earth? Yeah, provides water, provides life and helps them grow, provides life only or none of the above. Very good, Nayan. Now you got it. Very good. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. Although every answer is correct, अगर आप लोग options बहुत closely देखेंगे, but then you have to go with the lines which are being mentioned in the poem. Clear? What does the rain do when she doesn't care if anyone bothers about her deeds or not? Right? What does it exactly do? She talks to the land, she works harder, she completes her work and talks to the earth, she completes her work and comes back home. Right? Agar nobody is caring what it has done, but still, what does it do? We don't have an option, Nayan. Yes, Nidhi, that's the correct one. She completes her work and still she comes back home. Yeah, Nayan, that's wrong. Ankit, Sujal, that's right. That's right, which is D. Perfect, perfect. See, that is how you need to answer. Yeah, got it. What does the poet compare the rain with? ये तो बहुत basic और बहुत important question है. तो poet ने किस चीज से compare किया है rain को यहाँ पे? Song, heaven, beauty या with flowers? Very good. I think I C is beauty. No, Nayan, I think you missed out the class. No. Yeah, I could see it. See, that is totally wrong. Otherwise, Sujal, entrepreneur, Nidhi have and Ankit has answered this question perfectly. This song. Why does the poet compare the rain with the song? Like, what was the like common way? Why there was the comparison made? Because she beautifies the earth, because she provides life on earth, as they both share a common journey, या फिर none of the above. Like, why this comparison was being made? Like, what was the objective of it? Nayan is going with 10C, Nidhi is also going with 10C. Okay, Sujal 10C, yeah, entrepreneur, perfect. Because they both share a common journey that they come, they leave their original, the ones who have originated them, and then they go for their own journey, and then they come back. From where does the song of rain originate? So ये कहाँ से originate होती है? From heaven, from ocean, from the heart of the singer या फिर from the soul of earth? ये song कहाँ से originate हुआ है rain का? That is the question. From the heart of singer. Okay, Nidhi, an entrepreneur. From the heart of the singer. Nayan is no. From the soul of earth नहीं बचा. ये song किसने originate किया है rain का? That is the heart of the singer. If the poet has used a metaphor in the poem, अभी मैंने आपको metaphor का मतलब बताया था when you are making a comparison of something. So what was that? That's a metaphor, right? So now what metaphor is being, like, which particular line shows there's a metaphor being used? I am the poem of earth, voice of the rain, soft falling shower, none of the above. Very good, Nayan, and entrepreneur. Yes, amazing. Right, Ankit, yeah, okay. ठीक है, that is I am the poem of earth. Cool. Okay. What hyperbole? Hyperbole means बढ़ा चढ़ा के बोलना, exaggerate करना, right? So what hyperbole was used in the poem? I am the poem of earth, soft falling shore, bottomless sea, voice of the rain. Nidhi, very good, yeah, very good, bacha, very good. That is, there is a clear hyperbole which is being used in the poem, and that is perfect. Entrepreneur, Sujal and Nayan, all of you right. And okay, Satya Prakash, please write it this way, like 13C, like how everybody else is writing, so that way. And Ankit, very good. That is bottomless C. Okay. What happens to the rain in the sky? So rain के साथ क्या हो रहा है when it's there in the sky? Rain drops form, rain it condenses, it forms cloud, none of the above. What happens to the rain when it moves inside the sky? Fourteen B, it condenses. No, 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 no. 14C, it forms clouds. Okay. Nidhi is going with forms cloud. Okay, guys, that is entrepreneur is also going with that option, I believe. Yeah, it forms clouds. What does the word descend means? Descent, ascending, descending wala. So what does the word mean? Not clear, come down, to wash, yeah, hidden. Ascending, descending wala hi hai bacha. Please don't get confused. There is no other meaning attached to this word. That is the same meaning. 15B. Okay. Come down. Perfect. To wash. No, 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 no. That's wrong, Nayan. That's wrong. It is to wash down. Clear? Why does the rain descend to the earth? So rain क्यों descend करती है? क्यों नीचे आती है? Fall करती है? To wash the drought and provide water. She provides life on earth. It beautify and purify the earth. It provides life. Yeah. To wash the drought and provide water. Very good. Sujal and Nidhi. I could see two of you have answered it. Entrepreneur, perfect. Very good, very good, very good. Yes, that's the correct one. Yeah, perfect. To wash the drought and provide water. What does regged or unregged mean? Enrichment or no enrichment? Cared for or not cared for? To purify or not, or to wash or not to wash? Yeah, Nidhi, okay. Anybody else who knows this answer? Sorry, in this revision, though I did not tell it to you, but yes, that is the meaning of the word regged or unregged, which is cared or not cared for. No, Sujal. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Nayan, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. It is Ankit. That's wrong. It is cared or not cared for. Cool. Okay. Where does the song return in the poem? So finally, song kahan return ho jata hai in the poem? To its original, to its originator, that is the singer, to the poet, to earth or to ocean. यहाँ पे song के return होने की बात हो रही है in the poem. We have to use the line which are being mentioned in the poem itself. Okay, Nidhi. Very good, entrepreneur. Sujal, very good. Nayan, perfect, perfect. No, 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 no. Song, बेटा poem में बात हो रही है song की. यहाँ पे use किया था last में lines में. Yeah, Nayan. Okay, that is to its originator. That is the singer. What is the meaning of the word "Who art thou"? So, what is the meaning of this particular line? Who are you? What are you? How are you? Or whose art is this? Okay, that's great. Very good, entrepreneur. Yeah, very good. Sujal, Ankit, Nayan, perfect. Yeah, who are you? Here comes the last question of the day. Who is the poem of, or who is the writer of this poem, or who is the poet of this poem? The Voice of the Rain. Walt Whitman, Khushbant Singh, V.S. Naipaul, Shirley Townsend. Easy? Yeah? Very good, Nidhi. It is being written by Walt Whitman, who was an American poet or a writer. Yes, ultimate. Very good, guys. Entrepreneur, Ankit. Yeah. Very good, very good, very good. So, with this, we are done with this beautiful poem as well. The next, we will going to now pick up snapshots. थोड़ी दिन के लिए snapshots कर लें cover up. Yeah, so that is what we will going to cover. Ailing Planet हम थोड़ा बाद में करेंगे because recently ही किया था हमने YouTube पे. So next topic we're going to pick up like for tomorrow and onwards. That is from your snapshots. Yes, cool. So tomorrow it will be on the first chapter, The Summer of the Beautiful White Horse. Yes, I remember that. Right? So I hope you enjoyed this amazing, beautiful class. Yeah. In the same way, we will going to carry on with our next lectures as well. So guys, if you haven't enrolled yourself to Unacademy, you should rather. And for that, you can use my code, which is Ambika, Ambika. And with that, you will going to get 10% of the discount. So please use it, please download it, and please enhance your learning. Hey guys, my name is Ambika and you are here with me on Unacademy's YouTube channel, which is Let's Crack CBSE with us. So first of all, let me tell you that you are basically on the nation's best educating, platform. And this platform is going to change the way how education functions. This actually will going to help you out in the better understanding of the topic. Now, let me tell you about Unacademy a bit. So we have got two amazing things about Unacademy. So they have got two features, that is like the plus one and the iconic one. So let me give you a very fair idea at the first place how iconic functions. So herein you can learn at the ease, at the comfort of your house. You just need to be comfortably placed at a particular place of your house, and then you can actually learn at that particular place itself. Yeah. So learning will not going to, because it is rather being said that we should learn from a place which gives us a kind of a comfort, right? So that is our home, and you can learn everything at a very easy, at a very comfortable place. Yeah. Unlimited access to all your courses. Hi Sujal. Hi. So we have got unlimited access to all our courses, whatever you want to study, be it your science, your commerce, your humanities, anything. So we have got all of it, and these will be taught by the nation's best amazing top notch educators. And these educators are basically those those superheroes who will going to help you out with any of the troubles, with any of the problems. They are basically your troubleshooters. And they will going to cover every corner of your syllabus. Next is, whenever we study, we do have doubts, right? So we have got regular doubt clearing sessions. Next, to check that we have got the clear understanding of the topic or not, we have got the test series as well, and every content will be provided to you in the format of the PDF. Next thing comes up with the answer writing sessions. So we kind of know that we know how to write the answers, but what exactly question is asking for? What exactly the teacher perhaps is looking for the answer? So these tricks will be discussed with you in your answer writing sessions, and we have got mentorship and guidance as well. So this was all about plus. I think you're very much impressed, right? But wait a second, we have got iconic as well. So iconic is something which actually redefines, restructures, which actually gives you a very different way of learning and of teaching as well. Yeah. So you will going to get the personal mentor who will going to help you out in any of the doubts whichever you have. Next is, we have got live doubt solving classes, and how, hi Nidhi, good evening bacha, and how we have like actually performed, how many classes we have attended. Yeah, things like these. Good evening. Hi Soumya. Things like these, like how you have performed, how many classes you have attended. These things will be discussed in your weekly report. We have got Parent Connect as well. We have got the study planner, like how you should divide your topics, on which particular topic you need to pay more attention, things like these. So these all are there in your study planner, and whatsoever are the benefits of plus, they are already here in Iconic. Yeah. So this is like really amazing. We have got batches of your commerce, of your science and your humanities as well. Right. We have got a specific batch which will surely going to cover your NCRT books because like CBSE wants. Okay, I mean for your own, for a better understanding, we do check out the other books, right? But CBSE questions like board exams, we get questions from NCRT, right? So we have got the batches which specifically we will going to cover your NCRT textbooks. Yeah, so which is there in humanities, in your science, and in your commerce. So another important thing with Unacademy is that we have got educators who are bilingual. So that means they know both the languages, which is Hindi and English. If you're fine with any of the one, you can attend that particular educator session. So language will never going to be your barrier for the understanding of the topic. Yeah. So this was all about your plus and iconic, but the story is not over yet. We have got a creative corner also, wherein, like CBSE wants all of us to be amazing in almost every sphere. How we get those, debate competitions, those dance and music competition in school. So that is something which CBSE believes in the overall development of a scholar, of a child, right? They believe in creating a perfect human being who is good with almost everything. Yeah, so that is how we have got a creative corner, which is made up of like topics like Vedic math, doodling, public speaking, origami, magic tricks, poetry, storytelling, robotics, mnemonics, and debating. And these all will be handled, and it is something which takes place every week. Okay, and this is something which can be dealt by the creative experts who are like amazing in their fields. So they will going to help you out with these many tricks and topics. So I think you are very much clear with how your plus and your iconic functions here. So these are the features of plus, right? And it also comes up, all these are already there. Along with that, we have got the other few features with iconic, right? So please use this. Yeah. And once you are done, like, you're very much clear, like how it functions, what exactly you're supposed to do. So when it comes to like, getting enrollment, you can use my code, which is Ambika, to get a 10% discount on your enrollment. So please use it. Now, this was all about, yeah, like what an academy is and how it functions. The first and the foremost thing is like you need to download the app, right? So for that, this is how it will going to look like. Go to your Play Store, type Unacademy Learning app, yeah, and then download this. Next is the, like how we will going to come to know like what session is there at what time, things like this. So we have got our own Telegram link, which is Quest 11 CBSE Science, and therein you will going to get each and every description of the lecture. Yeah, so that is, I believe, a very clear thing you have got to know. And for that, again, you can use my code, which is Ambika, to get your 10% discount. So, yes, this is something which I wanted to tell you about Unacademy. And with that, let's move to this beautiful chapter of your snapshots book, which is The Summer of the Beautiful White Horse. So, I have come up with a series wherein we are simply discussing the summary of the chapter, and we will going to see few of the character sketches of the character, and we will going to solve a quick quiz together. Yeah. So, this beautiful story is being written by William Saroyan. William Saroyan was an Armenian American novelist and a playwright. Playwright is somebody who writes plays, and a short story writer. Saroyan wrote extensively about Armenian immigrant life in California. So Saroyan ने basically सबसे ज़्यादा लिखा है about those immigrants, who left Armenia and they settled in California, America, right? So that's what those people who have left their house and they've settled there in California, he has basically written about them. Cool. Now this is where your Armenia is, right? It's right here, and they have moved to America. Yeah, so they have shifted from Armenia to America, right? And these stories basically William Saroyan used to write about those immigrants itself. Clear? Now, this story is about two poor Armenian boys who belong to a tribe Geroklanian. So this story is basically about two poor young boys who are Armenian, एंड उनकी ट्राइब का नाम क्या है? दैट इज घेरोग्लेनियन. और उसकी डिस्टिंक्टिव ट्रेट्स क्या है बच्चा? ट्रस्ट, ऑनेस्टी. दे आर द बेसिक traits about this particular tribe. And what is the name of the tribe? That is Geroglanian. Clear? Now, let's just see the summary of the chapter. The summer of the beautiful white horse revolves around two Armenian boys. That we already know that the story is about two Armenian boys. The boys belong to the Gharglonian tribe. So ये लोग belong करते हैं आर्मेनिया को, but इनकी जो tribe है उसका नाम है Geroglanian. We learned that even though they were poor, they never sacrificed their honesty. So although they were poor, right, this whole tribe was poor, but for them, trust and honesty was something which is, which is like the distinctive feature about their tribe. No matter how poor they are, still they never. Thank you, Sujal. Thank you. I mean, yeah, there are different shades of me, okay? So, yeah. Where were we? Yes, okay. In fact, even in the worst of situations, they were always honest. So they were always and always honest, no matter how poor, no matter how badly they are stuck up in a situation, they were always honest with their own things. Similarly, the boys the boys never steal or lie, whatever the situation may be. So जैसे कि tribe थी, जैसे कि they have made a very clear thing that this tribe is famous for their honesty and trust. So similarly, boys उनके जो बच्चे थे उस tribe के, they also believed in never stealing or lying about something. This story describes the particular incident about the white horse they once got. So these two boys got once the white horse. Adam is 9 years old and his cousin Murad is 13 years old. These are the two story में जो हमारे protagonists हैं. They are Adam and Murad, and that is their respective age. Adam is very fascinated by the world as things are easy in childhood. So Adam, hi, good evening, Nayan. Adam is somebody, who gets really, like हम बचपन में कैसे ना, how things we believe in, कितने fascination में रहते थे. So that is what is a characteristic of Adam. I'm all good, Nayan. How are you? Moreover, Murad is the crazy one as everyone calls him. And on the contrary, Murad was somebody who was pretty crazy. The story begins with Murad visiting Adam's house in the morning at 4. So story start होती है कि Murad enter करता है Adam के backyard में exactly at 4 in the morning. To Adam's surprise, Murad has brought a beautiful white horse which he is riding. और वहाँ पे when he saw that Murad is there on a beautiful white horse, he got little bit flabbergasted. Murad assures him that it is indeed a horse and he is not dreaming. So Murad usko assurance deta that yes, it's a real horse, you're not dreaming, so you better come out and join me for a ride. Adam did not believe it because he knew that they were poor and wouldn't be able to afford a horse. So Adam को पता था कि ये मुराद का horse definitely नहीं हो सकता है because this tribe was basically poor and they could not even afford a horse. Therefore, the two boys kept the horse with them for weeks. So इसी के साथ इन दोनों बच्चों ने अपने साथ उस horse को रखा for a week. They used to ride it and sing to it. However, the boys did not let the world know they have a horse. So yes, they used to have their own gala time over the horse riding and singing to it, but इन्होंने इतना ज़्यादा अच्छे से इसको hide कर रखा था that the world never came to know that these two boys have got a horse with them. They were keeping him at a barn of a deserted vineyard. Deserted means isolated. So उन्होंने इस horse को एक barn में रख रखा था, right? और वो deserted vineyard था. After a while, Adam finds out that Murad stole the horse from John Byrow. So कुछ time बाद Adam को पता चलता है, the one who is a younger one, okay, that his cousin brother has stole away this particular horse from a farmer named John Byrow. Thus, they made a plan of not returning it to him. और इन्होंने दोनों ने plan बनाया that let's just not return it to him so soon. Although they had second doubts about keeping it due to their ethics. They always were having second doubts about it कि रखना चाहिए या नहीं. But till they were like, okay, they kept it for a pretty long time. Finally, on one day, John sees the boys with a white, beautiful horse. और जॉन ने एक दिन द फार्मर जॉन बायरो उसने फाइनली उन दोनों बच्चों को उस हॉर्स के साथ देखा. However, as his family was known for their honesty, John did not accuse them of stealing. So now John को पता था कि they come from Geroglanian family, so he saw the horse, he kind of recognized it, but वो फिर भी नहीं accept कर पा रहा था कि इन दोनों बच्चों ने चोरी की होगी. So he somehow let his brain stop. I mean, he did not let think in that way. On the other hand, his belief was so strong, he just said that their horse resembles his horse a lot. So, on the contrary, it was being believed, he was so sure that this particular horse resembles a lot to his own horse. Consequently, this was a very poignant experience for the boy. So ये बच्चों को समझ में आ गया कि जॉन बायरो ने देख लिया है हॉर्स को और उसने समझ like he is like kind of identified him as well. So that was like a very disastrous experience for the boys. They decide to return the horse and John found it at the vineyard the next day. So finally they decided to return the horse. John gets very happy and shares the news with Aram's mother. So John got really happy and he shares this news with Aram's mother. We also see that this horse is now healthier, well behaved and more decent than ever. So these are the few changes which are being made in the horse, that this is like more healthier, it is well behaved now and it is more decent than it was with John Byro. So that was a quick summary of the chapter. Now, as I've already told you, there are few of the very important characters in the story. The first one is Aram, who is the narrator of our story. So he is the one who is narrating the whole story to all of us, and he is simply 9 years old. A Geroglanian family member cherishes so many wild dreams such as riding a horse. So he is a Geroglanian family member and he is somebody who is like, living those wild dreams that one fine day he will also going to ride a horse. Poverty stricken, Adam is willing to defy his family's name and heredity. So yes, although he is somebody who is like poverty stricken and still he respects his family and he wants no bloating on his family's name. His pseudo honesty is exposed when he agrees with Murad on the principles of stealing. So he's kind of a pseudo honest, he says that we should return it, but Murad mana kar deta hai, so he kind of agrees to it. Yeah, he has no spark of pity for a desperate farmer. He refused to part with the horse even after John Byro had found the horse. So because he told this to Murad that please let's not return the horse, I want this horse, I want to learn how to ride this horse. So he is like, although he had a pity on the farmer, but still he decided to keep it with himself. Yeah. Next character of the story is Murad. So Murad is somebody who is 13 years old and who is a cousin of Aram, right? Who is basically a cousin of Aram, right? And he is believed to, his family believes that he is crazy. Sorry. Yeah. His family believes that he is crazy and that he has inherited the crazy streak from his uncle Khusro. Clear that this boy, a 13-year-old boy, is being considered as crazy. So the elder of the two cousins, so Aram or Murad Murad is the elder one, and a young boy of queer values and principles. Queer means a very different values and principles. Although Aram calls him the natural descendant of their uncle Khusro, Murad is poles apart from impractical Khusro. So although ऐसे ही no problem entrepreneur, no problem. So वैसे भी हमें Adam ये बताता है, hi Ankit, that this particular boy Murad is, इसको सब लोग family में ऐसे बोलते हैं that he is a clear streak of his uncle Khusro, but uncle Khusro से एकदम opposite था Murad. There is no logic terming Murad impractical, although he could be a black sheep. So black sheep कौन होता है family में जो थोड़ा सा different होता है. He was so practical that Murad had a practical way with dogs, birds, farmers and horses. So he could easily connect with other people really well. It was Murad, not Aram, who had decided to return the horse of John Byro. So it was definitely the decision of Murad who said that, let's just return the horse. Adam said that, please, I want to learn, how to ride the horse, but rather he made it very clear now that it's time we should return the horse to the farmer. Next is Uncle Khusro, who is, Adam and Murad's crazy uncle. He is a tall man who is always angry, impatient, and loud. So Adam and Murad's uncle, that is possibly their mother's brother. Let's just see, because it's not very clear. That is why we have used the term possibly. Okay. He was an easily irritable fat man. वो Uncle Khusro was somebody जो कि बहुत easily irritate हो जाते थे. His mind was so sensitive that he could not bear hearing of upsetting news. He was of the opinion that all problems, issues, worries are worthless. So they should be instantly ignored. And he's like, let's just not pay attention to any of the, the very big details or very tiny details. He was somebody who wanted to live a life of ignorance. Yeah. He was in fact an escapist. Escapist कौन होता है बच्चा? जो situation से भागने वाला होता है. Yeah. Though he advised everyone to ignore crisis, he was an easy victim of trivial frustrations. Next is John Biro. He's an Assyrian farmer and a friend with the Geroglanian family, right? So, either a simpleton or a manipulator, John Biro worked in Armenia away from his family in Assyria. Considering his as a simpleton, he was too innocent. Even when he saw his own horse standing in front of him, John didn't believe it was his horse because he trusted the honesty of the family the thieves belonged. So now John Biro was somebody who was kind of, did not believe. He saw his own horse, but he never wanted to accept that's his own horse itself. Yeah, so that's kind of, let's just call him a very simple person. On the other hand, we can understand John Biro as a smart manipulator too. He lashed, attacked at the conscience or the conscious guilt that, which resulted in, sending the horse back to the John Biro by the kids. So we can take him in the two ways. Either he was somebody who was very simple, या फिर he was somebody who was a manipulator, जिसने उन बच्चों के conscious के साथ work किया. The children returned the horse soon after this. So that's what the children do. They rather they returned the horse back to him. Yeah. So this was all about the chapter. I hope we are very certain क्योंकि ये chapter बहुत easy था, बहुत direct था. So that was all about the chapter. And it's time to check out a quiz. Yeah. So here goes the first question. Who is the author of The Summer of the Beautiful White Horse? Okay, let me tell you. If anybody is new in the class, how you need to answer. If your answer is this, write it down this way. If your answer is this, write it down this way. If your answer is this, write it down this way. Alright, okay. Who is the author of The Summer of the Beautiful White Horse? A.J. Cronin, William Wordsworth, William Shakespeare, William Saroyan. सुजल थोड़ा जल्दी आंसर किया और फिर इरेज क्यों किया? Okay, 1D. Okay, that's right. What about the others? Entrepreneur वो भी करेंगे, but अभी के लिए ना let's just do बहुत बार हम ये सब चीजें रिवाइज करेंगे. So that is why I want every. Okay, Sujal, okay. So that is why I want कि आप लोग हर angle से you get the questions pretty clearly. Yeah. Hi, Kanchan. Hi, good evening, Bacha. Good evening. Next question. What were the hallmarks or a very distinctive trait of the Geroglanian tribe? Was it trust? Was it honesty? Was it both A and B? Or was it none of the above? Yeah, a very distinctive hallmark or a very distinctive feature of Geroglanian tribe. What was that? Trust, honesty, both A and B, or none of the above? Perfect. That's to be. That is simply to be. Okay, entrepreneur. That's wrong, bacha. Because it is supposed to be to. Hey, Kanchan, write it this way. To A or to B, things like this. It is to C. It was both trust and honesty. Yeah, it was both trust and honesty. Both the things were right there. The Summer of the Beautiful White Horse is a story of two dash boys. Armenian boys, Arabian boys, Assyrian boys, or African boys. That's perfect, Sujal. That's perfect, entrepreneur. That is, they both were Armenian. Cool. Murad enjoyed being dash more than anybody else. Yeah. So, what is basically Murad's, like, what exactly he used to enjoy which anybody else could not? He was considered as crazy, alive, none. Uh, Kanchan, please don't write it this way. Write like 3A or 4B, things like this. Like, that's how you need to answer. Sujal, consider this question. Okay, Murad enjoyed being alive more than anybody else. Now I'll show you this answer. It's right there on. He was being considered as Juna, who was so, yes, he was considered somebody as crazy. Okay, okay. It can be crazy and alive both. But if you guys are agreeing with crazy, that's crazy. What, according to Aram, was his first longing? Like, was his first desire? Longing matlab kya hota hai? His first desire. What exactly he wanted to do? To own a horse, to become rich, to ride a horse, or to visit a vineyard. Yeah. So it's the clear cut between A and C. Now you choose your answer pretty wisely. To own a horse, ya to ride a horse. What was his plan? What was his dream? I'm still waiting, guys. I'm still waiting. Fifth A, to own a horse. Okay. That is wrong, entrepreneur. That is to ride a horse was his dream because he was so clear that they are poor. तो उसको कभी horse खरीदना नहीं था. He simply wanted to ride a horse. Yeah, very good, Sujal. Right. Why couldn't Aram believe? Sorry, yeah. Why couldn't Aram believe when he saw Murad with a horse? Like, why couldn't he simply believe that Aram could have that Murad could have a horse? Because Murad was crazy. Because they were too poor to afford a horse. Because he was sleepy. Because he was dreaming. Why couldn't he believe that yes, Murad was there with a horse? 6B. Okay. That is because they were poor to afford a horse. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes, that's the correct one. Because they were too poor to even think of, yes, having a horse or buying a horse. Right. Where did Adam live? In the center of the town, in the country, Olive Avenue, at the edge of town on Walnut Avenue. Seventh D, okay, at the edge of town on Walnut Avenue. Perfect. All of you are right with your answers. That is D. How does Adam describe the horse? So, how did he describe the horse? Magnificent and lovely, beautiful white horse, both A and B, none of the above. All three of you are right. Okay. Beautiful white horse. Okay. That's wrong, Ankit. Very good, entrepreneur. What about you, Sujal? What do you think is the correct answer for this question? That is both A and B. He said it's magnificent and lovely as well as it's a beautiful white horse. Clear? No, 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 no. That is, he said both the things. All right. Next is, no member of the Geruglanian family could be poor, rich, a thief, or crazy. What was a very distinctive feature of the Geruglanian family? Like, what they cannot be? Poor, rich, a thief, or crazy? Very good, Ankit. Yes, that's the correct one. All of you knows it. Very good. They cannot be a thief. Very good. Very good, Nidhi. Yeah. Murad was considered the natural descendant of his father, uncle, grandfather, great grandfather. Like, who किसका natural descendant बोल रहे थे सब उसे? That is 10B according to Nidhi. Ankit is going with 10A. Father wrong. Sujal and entrepreneur, very good guys. So all of you know that it's 10B. Ankit, it's not the father but rather the uncle. Clear? No. Okay. How would you describe Uncle Khusro? Like, how would you describe him? Somebody who is hot tempered, who is irritable, who is impatient, or all of the above? Very good, Nidhi. Very good, entrepreneur. Very good. Ankit is no, 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 no. Ankit, that's wrong, bacha. He was all of it. He was hot tempered, he was irritable, and he was impatient. Yeah. So all of it was there. What did Uncle Khusro do to stop anyone from talking? So what exactly he used to say? By beating them, by walking away, by shouting at them, by ignoring them. Okay, Nidhi. Right, Ankit. Okay, got it. Entrepreneur, Sujal, very good. That is by shouting at them, which is your C option. What was Uncle Khusro's customary line? Like, his own distinctive line. वो क्या line थी वो बार बार बोला करते थे. Ignore it, pay no attention, forget it. It's harmless, ignore it. It is no harm, pay no attention to it. Nidhi, read the question again. That is wrong. All of you, 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 all of you are wrong. Yes, entrepreneur, please question bhi galat hai. Like, put the question number correctly. Hey, that's D, yaar. It's no harm, pay no attention to it. That's what he used to say all the time. Clear? It's no harm, pay no attention to it. Right, it's 13th D. When Adam rode the horse alone, I repeat, when Adam rode the horse alone, it ran down the road to the vineyard, to the irrigation ditch, field or countryside. जब एरन अकेले हॉर्स को राइड पे he was there on the ride, so उसने he ran down the horse down the road to the irrigation ditch. Okay, what about the others? Nidhi is going with countryside. No, that's wrong. Two of you are wrong. So that is not irrigation ditch, that is not countryside. Sujal, no ditch, no, 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 no. Rather, it was a vineyard. I think it was irrigation ditch, yeah. It was irrigation ditch. मुझे भी irrigation. Yeah, it's irrigation. It's irrigation, irrigation, irrigation. No, 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 no field, irrigation, irrigation ditch. Okay. Murad had been hiding the horse in a stable, in a barn of a vineyard, at a secret place of his house. None of the above. Like, where did he keep it safely? Okay. That is wrong, Nidhi. He never kept it safe inside his house. So, वो घर पे तो never ever. Very good, Ankit. Yes. Entrepreneur, right? Okay, very good. That is definitely in a barn of a vineyard. Yeah, it is not called as vineyard, it is called as vineyard. Yes, okay, perfect, Sujal. Next is, what was the behavior of the horse initially? So how horse used to react initially in the whole chapter? It wanted to be trained, it wanted to rest, it wanted to run wild, or all of the above. That's wrong, Ankit. Yeah, Nidhi, that's the correct one, that it wanted to run wild. Yeah, very good, entrepreneur. Right. Yes, that it wanted to run wild. It just wanted to be very free there itself. Right. Okay. Right, Sujal. Yes, Nayan. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. What sort of an understanding did Murad mention with the horse? Like, what sort of an understanding he got with the horse? Mature, simple and honest, complicated, या फिर difficult? Complicated. You sure, Ankit? Read the question again. Complicated. Okay, बच्चा मुराद की बात हो रही है. मुराद. Now rethink and answer this question. Okay, Nidhi. Right, that is simple and honest. Okay. All right. Okay. Next is John Biro learned to speak. Right, Sujal. John Biro learned to speak 18B. Armenian out of necessity, fun, eagerness, or loneliness. Entrepreneur, yeah, okay. Nidhi is going with 18D that he wanted to learn Armenian because of loneliness. Okay, what about the others? Ankit is going with fun. That's wrong. Divyanshu is going with D. Entrepreneur is going with D. Yes, that's the correct one. It is loneliness. He was so lonely that to communicate, that to be with everybody else. Hey, Ankit, that's wrong. That's wrong. Not D, bacha. Sujal, that's right. That's D. Loneliness. Okay. Now, who was the true knower of the horse? Who knew this horse pretty well? John Biro, Fetfajian, Dikran, Halabian, या फिर Zorab? Who was the true knower of the horse? Okay, Ankit. Right, right, right. Right, Divyanshu. Right, Sujal. Right, Nidhi. Right, entrepreneur. Perfect. Right. Yeah. That is John Biro was the true knower of this particular horse. Perfect. For how long did Murad have the horse before Aram got to know about it? So कितने टाइम तक मुराद ने अपने पास ये हॉर्स को रख रखा था जिसके कि पहले like Aram came to know about it? 1 day, 1 year, 1 month or 1 week? वो ऑलरेडी कितने टाइम से मुराद के पास हॉर्स था? Two of you are incorrect with your answers. No, 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 no. That was for 1 month. He was having that horse for exactly 1 month. Yeah. तभी उसने वो 1 month में पूरा horse riding करना सीख लिया था. Clear? Yes, 20th C. Right. At what time did Adam and Murad ride the horse? तो वो लोग कब practice किया करते थे? कब horse riding किया करते थे? That is late night, early morning, evening, afternoon hours. It's very easy. बहुत easy question है ये वाला. 21B according to Nidhi, Ankit, entrepreneur, Divyanshu. All right, Sujal, you there? That is early morning. Yes. Perfect. Next is I have a way with farmers. Okay, Sujal. Yeah. I have a way with farmers. Who says and to whom? Adam to Murad, Murad to John Biro, Adam to John Biro, या फिर Murad to Adam? Okay, Nidhi. Right, entrepreneur. Right. Ankit, no, wait, that's wrong, that's wrong. Otherwise, everybody is right. That is Murad to Aram. Yeah, that is D. Those were the words by Murad. Okay. John Biro said a suspicious man would believe his eyes instead of his heart. What does it tell about him? Yeah, that he believed in the honesty of Garuglianian family. He was impractical. He was foolish, या फिर none of the above. Okay, very good, Ankit. Nidhi, very good. Yeah, very good, entrepreneur. Divyanshu, yes, that's the correct one. Very good, Sujal. You got it right there. That is, he believed in the honesty of the Garuglianian family. Perfect. Why did the horse's owner refuse to believe that the boys had stolen his horse? क्यों उसने refuse ही कर दिया कि ऐसे तो हो ही नहीं सकता कि इन बच्चों ने ये horse लिया होगा? Because he didn't examine the horse carefully, because their family was known for honesty, because he had found his horse elsewhere, because his horse had a twin. Very good. All of you, perfect. That is because their family was so popular for their honesty and trust. So that is why it is 24B. When did the boys return the horse? तो इन बच्चों ने कब decide किया कि ठीक है अब इनको horse को return कर देना चाहिए? After Adam learned to ride it, after an year, after 6 months, या फिर after they ran into John Biro. Hey, bacha, read the question again. The question is, when did the boys return the horse? ये question नहीं है कि what plan did they make कि उनको कब return करना है. But it is rather when did the horse was being returned by the boys? Yes, it is after they ran into John Biro. Yeah, that's the correct one. Okay? After they ran into John Biro. Question, read the question carefully. Cool? Now, why did the boys return the white horse to his owner? Like, why did they return it back to its owner? Right, Sujal. Okay. Yeah, we're on the next question now. Because they were conscience stricken, because they were afraid, because they found it difficult to hide the horse, because they were accused of theft. Yeah, so please pick up the correct answer because almost few of them are pretty close with each other. बच्चा ये वाली line exact book में है. राइट और अभी जब मैं आपको कुछ क्वेश्चंस जब हम लोग कुछ समरी भी रिवाइज कर रहे थे तब भी आई यूज दीज पर्टिकुलर टर्म्स राइट व्हिच इज वेरी गुड व्हिच इज 26A राइट no that is 26A because they were conscience stricken because they were conscience stricken जॉन बायरो ने एकदम उनकी मे बी दिस इज वन ऑफ द रीजन कि जॉन बायरो ने उसकी कॉन्शियस पे अफेक्ट किया सीधा उस पे पिंचन किया एंड दैट्स हाउ दे वर कॉन्शियस स्ट्रिकन एंड दे रिटर्न द हॉर्स. After the horse was stolen and returned, it became rougher, sick and ill, strong and better tempered, both A and C. (26A), it became rougher. Okay, but we are on 27 now, I believe. (27D). Oh, sorry, this is B. This is supposed to be. Oh God. Now try to attempt this question. 27B, sick and ill. No, 27. Are you sure with the answers? Yeah, please. I'm so sorry. There was some marking error. Hey, that's wrong, yeah. It became stronger and better tempered. Right? वो जब वो हॉर्स रिटर्न हुआ तो वो ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग और ज्यादा बेटर टेम्परामेंट के साथ लौट के आया था. Yeah. Okay. Quiet man, quiet. Your horse has been returned. Who said this? Murad, Aram, Uncle Khusro, not mentioned in the story. 28C, 28C, 28C. Yes, okay, okay, okay. Right, that's the correct. Obviously, और ये इतना rudely कौन ही बोल सकता था ना? That was definitely Uncle Khusro. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Who is the narrator of the story, The Summer of a Beautiful White Horse? William Saroyan, Aram, John Byro, या फिर Murad? Who has narrated the whole story from beginning till the end? William Saroyan, Aram, John Byro, Murad. It's okay, Nidhi, no problem, bacha. So that is definitely Aram, okay, which is your option B. Hey, entrepreneur, that's the wrong, okay. 29A, William Saroyan, bacha narrator पूछा है, writer नहीं पूछा है. Nidhi, read the question again. Who is the narrator? Who is narrating the whole story? Who is saying that he's my cousin, my uncle Khusro? Yeah, that is Aram, right? Yeah. Here comes the last question for the day. What idea, theme does the summer of a beautiful white horse entails? So it supports honesty, honor, trust, all of the above. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, Ankit. Okay, Nidhi. Yeah. What about the others? What do you think? Entrepreneur, Divyanshu, Sujal. Okay. That is all of the above, guys. Definitely all of the above. That is the major theme of the story. Honesty, honor, and trust. That is what the Geroglanian tribe was all famous for. So this ways we are so done with this chapter as well. Now we will going to meet post Diwali with the other lectures. Yeah. So you can come up on special classes regularly. But for a time being, there will be no YouTube session. I will tell you in our special class only when we are resuming back with our YouTube. Yeah, so that is all. अभी बहुत सारे chapters बाकी है, बहुत सारे chapters का explanation बाकी है, and we'll keep on doing that. Yeah, and we're going to have n number of quizzes as well. So everything will be informed to you. You can join the Telegram channel as well. You can, be active on our Unacademy special classes as well. So therein you will come to know. Clear? So I'll see you post Diwali now. And please have a safe and amazing Diwali, all of you. Yeah. And I'll see you tomorrow on special and on plus. So guys, do use my code, which is Ambika, right, to enroll yourself to plus or to iconic. Don't forget to use this code. All right then, I hope this chapter is very clear to all of you. Yeah, and we are done with one more chapter. Next time we'll come up with some other topic and we're going to dig out every other information, detailed information of it. With that, I'm going to take your leave. Keep on studying and please do study hard and do take care of yourself. Bye bye. Take care.